Chapter 605. Feeling excited, Lan Wenyang forcibly suppressed the excitement within his heart, bowing towards Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng before taking his leave. Looking at his departing figure, Feng Yunsheng asked curiously, "What do you mean by tradition and fate?" Yang Zhaoge roughly explained what had happened back then, smiling at the end. "It was also that time when I went to the Eastern Tang, where I inadvertently ran into Meng Wan, afterwards finding you because of her." Feng Yunsheng clicked her tongue in wonder. Yang Zhaoge said, "This fellow is not bad. The reason why I helped him out a little was not just because of what happened back then. Back then, at the hands of that Yi Jing, he was gravely injured. Although the sect treated him and I gave him medicine, his injuries still took a long time to recover. In the outside world, he is a rare genius, but in our sect, his talent is not top-notch. With this delay, there is a possibility that he will fade into obscurity. But he painstakingly worked harder than before. Among his peers, he could be considered one of the most hardworking. In the end, he surpassed many people and gradually stood out." Yang Zhaoge smiled, "Since he has some kinship with me and is also willing to improve himself, I will help him out a bit more." Feng Yunsheng also nodded slightly. "If that's the case, I believe he won't disappoint you." The two of them talked as they walked on the mountain path. As they walked, Yang Zhaoge gazed into the distance as he could not help but be amused. "I've run into so many familiar faces today." Feng Yunsheng also looked over and saw several figures appearing at the end of the road. There were Feng Moyang, Zhun Luo, Zhao Ming, Jing Yunji and the others. Feng Yunsheng was also very familiar with these people. She also smiled and said, "They are indeed all acquaintances." Seeing Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, Feng Moyang and the others all cupped their hands. Yang Zhaoge smiled and asked, "Why have you all come here?" Zhun Luo said smilingly, "Daddy came to Broad Creed Mountain to visit Uncle Yang, so I followed along." Yang Zhaoge came to a realization, swiveling his head to look at Zhao Ming. "Since that's the case, has Uncle Zhao also come?" Zhao Ming nodded. "Yes." Feng Moyang said with a smile, "Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhun have come from afar, so my father stopped refining the pills. Their clans were extremely close, their fathers Yang Di, Feng Kai, Zhun Jiyuan and Zhao Shicheng having been close friends in their youth. Yang Di's transcending mortality and entering sainthood was a joyous occasion. Zhun Jiyuan and Zhao Shicheng naturally had to come and offer their congratulations. It was just that due to the invasion of the Flame Devil world of the East Sea previously, Yang Di had immediately rushed to the East Sea as soon as he had emerged from seclusion as a martial saint. Afterwards, he had sealed the Flame Devils with the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation, remaining within the seal all this time, only having managed to extricate himself recently. Yang Zhaoge smiled, "Let's go. The older generation can gather their things, and we can gather ours." Zhun Luo's gaze shifted between Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. "Brother Yang, senior apprentice sister Feng, is she going to become my little sister-in-law?" Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng could not help but laugh. Yang Zhaoge directly flicked her head, "Get rid of the word little. I'm older than you in the first place." Zhun Luo clutched her head, "Senior apprentice sister Feng, if you tie your hair up, you might not even be older than me." Hearing her words, Yang Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunsheng complacently. Feng Yunsheng smiled, shaking her head. Zhun Luo scooted over, giggling, "I'm the first to congratulate you, shouldn't I get a reward?" "There will naturally be a reward, but I also congratulate you, Luo Luo." Feng Yunsheng smiled as she appraised Zhun Luo, as well as the delicate youth standing beside her. Hearing Feng Yunsheng's words, that youth's face involuntarily turned a little red, both joyful and shy, but even more uneasy as he secretly glanced at Zhun Luo beside him. This youth was the Lian family disciple Lian Cheng, whom Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng had met in the Sand region that year. Before this, he had already entered the Howling Wind Sword sect, his master precisely being Zhun Jiyuan. Zhun Luo had originally wanted to coax Feng Yunsheng a little, seeing how the usually valiant and heroic Feng Yunsheng looked embarrassed. Who knew that Feng Yunsheng would act naturally and gracefully, her expression not changing in the slightest as she instead began teasing her and Lian Cheng. Zhun Luo's face turned slightly red, especially noticing Lian Cheng's gaze beside her. She hurriedly straightened her expression, coughing dryly, "Joy, joy where? Don't tease me, Senior apprentice sister Feng. As her words left her mouth, Lian Cheng instantly resembled a frosted eggplant. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge and the others could not help but laugh. Lian Cheng's personality was weak, and he could be considered to have been completely grasped by Zhang Luo. However, if he really wanted to get what he wanted, he would probably still have a very long way to go. Between the two of them, Zhang Luo's initiative was too strong. However, while Zhang Luo did not admit it, having been brought along by Zhang Jiyuan, and now having come together with Zhang Luo to the side of Yang Zhaoge, Feng Moyang and Zhao Ming, to a certain extent, many things could be said about her. After all, this circle was very small. Feng Yunsheng aside, Jing Yunji was already married to Zhao Ming. Yang Di hosted Zhang Jiyuan's group, Yang Zhaoge hosted Zhang Luo's group. Everyone chatted and laughed, both host and guest enjoying themselves. After Yang Di had returned to Broad Creed Mountain, the atmosphere there had become even better. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin, Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yang and Jade Sea City's City Lord Song Wuliang all specially ascended the mountain to pay a visit. The situation of the entire Eight Extremities world had stabilized completely. With Yang Zhaoge's gains in the Dragon Tomb as well as the oceanic amount of resources of the entire Eight Extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain rapidly recovered its vitality, expanding further. It was only a matter of time before they returned to their peak, or even ascended to a higher level. And it was precisely this matter of time that prevented Yang Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain from being blinded by the good situation. The powers of the Eight Extremities world were already unable to cause any waves, but the radiant light sect of the world beyond worlds would not let the matter rest as they might come looking for trouble at any time. Yang Di directly entered secluded cultivation in the Myriad Dragon Palace, while Yang Zhaoge also unceasingly tempered himself. Time passed quickly, several months passing in the blink of an eye. One day, after Yang Zhaoge had finished his meditation, he analyzed that metallic fragment that Old Man Mo had gifted him. There were no remnants of the will or aura of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia within, also no special feeling of power, causing Yang Zhaoge to be unable to get his head around it for a time. However, as Yang Zhaoge's cultivation base had risen in recent years and his comprehension of the peerless heavenly scripture had deepened, his perception of the myriad arts of the heavens and the earth had grown increasingly stronger. Analyzing this fragment, Yang Zhaoge vaguely felt that there really seemed to be some profundities within, just that he was temporarily unable to see through them. Yang Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he kept the metallic fragment. He felt the Myriad Dragon Palace seemingly shake for a moment, an extremely powerful aura emanating from the depths of the palace. The next moment, streams of purple qi overflowed, suffusing the Myriad Dragon Palace. The Myriad Dragon Palace was even unable to restrict this purple qi. As it exited the palace, it directly enveloped the entire Broad Creed Mountain, even continuing to expand as it merged with the clear qi grand formation, virtually turning the heavens and earth within 5,000 kilometers purple. A figure walked out neither swiftly nor slowly from the depths of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Yang Zhaoge instantly smiled. "Congratulations, father, on emerging from seclusion and having improved further, stepping into the second level of the martial saint realm." Chapter 606. The person who had emerged from the depths of the Myriad Dragon Palace was naturally Yang Di. As he inhaled and exhaled, the all-encompassing purple qi that enveloped Broad Creed Mountain completely vanished. Gazing at Yang Di, Yang Zhaoge could only feel as the acupoints of his entire body pulsed, surging power as well as a sharp, tyrannical saber intent brimming within. With every step he took, the Eight Extremities world seemed to shake slightly. "It's all thanks to my gains from the battle of sealing the flame devils as well as the abundant qi of true dragons in this Myriad Dragon Palace," Yang Di said. When he opened and closed his eyes, a faint purple light could be seen, and the shadows of dragons could be seen. There seemed to be countless dragons of light spiraling in the acupoints of his body. Yang Di walked up to Yang Zhaoge. "While I have succeeded in transcending mortality and entering sainthood as well as my breakthrough into the second level of the martial saint realm this time, I have progressed rather quickly. I will have to stabilize my footsteps after this." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "I thought that your cultivation was like your saber technique, forging ahead with an indomitable will. The more fiercely you walk, the smoother it will instead be. If you stop to stabilize your footsteps, it might instead be harmful. Yang Di shook his head. Right now, I have still not reached that level. Therefore, I need to stop and sharpen my saber. Still, as you say, having reached a certain height, there is no longer a time for me to stop. Yang Zhaoge retracted his smile. I know that having left seclusion this time, you are preparing to forge your own sacred artifact. However, you will indeed need to temporarily slow down your pace for a while. Yang Di's gaze hardened. Oh, is something the matter? That's right. Our fellow sect members in the fire domain have sent back news that there has been a disturbance in the air at the ruins of the world illuminating peak. It's been a while. Yang Zhaoge said, if you had not emerged from seclusion these few days, I would have been prepared to rush over first. Fortunately, you were faster than me. Yang Di pondered. Those of the Sacred Sun clan previously guided those of the Radiant Light sect to descend at the world illuminating peak. Yang Zhaoge nodded. That's right. While the Sacred Sun clan has already been destroyed and the world illuminating peak destroyed, those of the Radiant Light sect still have a way to find the Eight Extremities world once more. Influenced by the Sacred Sun clan earlier, their next location in the Eight Extremities world will most likely still be in the region of the world illuminating peak. Yang Zhaoge said, let us go there and wait for them. Father and son immediately left Broad Creed Mountain, heading south and entering the fire domain. As Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di arrived, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who were keeping watch in the vicinity immediately retreated. The world illuminating peak, which had always been illuminated day and night in the past, had already been directly leveled to the ground by Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, no longer existing. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di landed on the ground together, father and son sitting in the meditative position. Looking up at the sky, he could see that the sky was clearly shaking, and the boundaries of the space seemed blurry. Not to mention martial artists, even ordinary mortals could tell that something was amiss. The expressions of the two did not change as they sat quietly in the meditative position, their hearts like still water as not the slightest ripple could be felt within. The father and son sat there, streams of clear air swirling around their bodies, gathering and dispersing, rising and falling in an orderly manner. Just like that, Yang Zhaoge and Yang Zhaoge began meditating and cultivating on the remains of the world illuminating peak. As time passed, several more days passed. The commotion in the sky above grew even more obvious. 5 days later, at noon, when the sunlight in the sky was at its most blazing, Yang Di, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Yang Zhaoge felt something as well. Opening his eyes and gazing into the sky, he saw that the sunlight had suddenly turned unprecedentedly dazzling. The sky seemed to have opened at this moment, light sprinkling down from within, merging with the sunlight as it was so piercing that one was virtually unable to open their eyes. A majestic aura emanated from that opened hole. In virtually just an instant, the space of the Eight Extremities world began to shake, winds surging and clouds surging. Accompanied by that intense radiance, a few figures appeared in the sky above the hole. Infinite radiance expanded in all directions, not just in the heavens and earth around the world illuminating peak, as the entire fire domain seemed to be bathed in light at this moment. The bright light even seemed like it wanted to shoot out of the boundaries of the fire domain, illuminating the surrounding vast world. They're here. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di stood up together. At this moment, the great earth around them was completely fine. Instead, further away, the earth was shockingly shattering unceasingly, numerous deep gorges appearing as they extended over the great earth, resembling numerous massive valleys. The other party had clearly noticed the two as a vast, majestic voice resounded from above the sky. Broad Creed Mountain, Yang Zhaoge? While it was a question, his tone was very certain. I am Yang Zhaoge. How should I address you? Yang Zhaoge was not surprised by this. While Deng Sen and the others of the Radiant Light sect had all perished and the Sacred Sun clan had been destroyed as well, Meng Wn and Tang Yonghao, who recognized him, had been brought to the world beyond worlds. From there, the other party would be able to easily learn of his appearance. That majestic voice slowly said, "This old man is Zhong Chao. The Purple Sun Martial Saint, Zhong Chao." This name had once reverberated like thunder in the Eight Extremities world. The former chief of the Sacred Sun clan and the #1 expert in the history of the Sacred Sun clan, he had finally succeeded in taking that final step, attaining the 4th level of the martial saint realm and ascending to the world beyond worlds. Yang Zhaoge could feel a gaze seemingly sweeping past him. Beneath that gaze, his qi and blood, his essence seemed about to boil and blaze together. The gaze swept past Yang Zhaoge before falling on Yang Di, Broadcreed Mountain. Yang Di? Yang Di said mildly, I have long heard of your name. Purple Sunday. Zhong Chao's voice resounded once more. You being here also means that Guanglia has already met with a mishap. Yang Zhaoge said, Huang Guanglia, Huang Shu and Huang Jie, 3 generations of their lineage have already been slain by me. The voice in the sky paused slightly before resounding once more, since that is so, go down and accompany them. Immeasurable radiance flickered even more brightly as one of the figures moved. Then, Yang Zhaoge felt as if a sun had appeared in the sky, shooting straight down towards him down below. The entire heavens and the earth seemed to be blazing as they were about to be purified by the sunlight that contained infinite light and heat. Yet, Yang Zhaoge's expression was expressionless as he stood quietly where he was, not moving in the slightest. As the great sun descended, a violent saber light that was tyrannical beyond compare shot into the skies, directly extinguishing that descending great sun. Yang Zhaoge soundless laughed. His father had stepped into the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, but he was completely different from other 2nd-level martial saints. His Northern Ocean clone was already exceptionally powerful amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, rarely meeting a match for him. However, the Northern Ocean clone of the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, possessing 2 sacred artifacts, the Imperious Cold Martial Armor and the Fish Dragon Spear, would only be able to fight to a draw against Yang Di of the 1st level of the martial saint realm. Now that Yang Di had stepped into the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, even if Deng Sen and the others were resurrected and joined forces, they would probably not be a match for him. The current Yang Di was truly invincible in the 8 extremities world. Even if those from the world beyond worlds descended, their cultivation bases suppressed to below the 4th level of the martial saint realm would still be hard-pressed to withstand Yang Di's terrifying saber aura. If they wanted to deal with Yang Di, they would only be able to surround and attack him together with numerous experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Yang Zhaoge had sufficient reason to suspect that the power that the extreme Yang seal could currently wield might not even be able to slay Yang Di with a single strike from it. Zhong Chao had thought that he had returned gloriously to take revenge this time. In the end, he would only be able to smash his head against a metal plate and bleed profusely. To be continued. Chapter 607. Fairly speaking, as an expert of the 8 extremities world who had transcended the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and ascended to the world beyond worlds, Zhong Chao was naturally extraordinary. Whether it was in terms of talent or personal strength, he was one of the peak figures in the entire history of the 8 extremities world. Yet, the person he was facing now was an existence that could not be gauged using common sense. As the current Zhong Chao descended into the 8 extremities world, his cultivation base would be suppressed to the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm by the power of dimensions. Yet, his opponent was someone whom he would not be able to easily defeat even in his perfect state of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Yang Di's expression was calm, his hands empty. High-grade spirit artifacts were already unusable by the current him, as they were completely unable to bear that domineering, sharp saber intent of his at all. The saber light extinguished the descending sun in the sky, a muffled groan resounding from within. A figure no longer descended, instead rising upwards once more. Yang Di's figure rose alongside it. Meanwhile, amidst the infinite radiance in the sky, the remaining figures descended as well. In an instant, the entire dimension of the 8 extremities world seemed to be shaking together. At the same time, too many peak experts descended into this world, the impact instantly seemingly about to cause the 8 extremities world to explode. Apart from Zhong Chao, there were 5 other figures. That majestic power shocked the heavens and shook the earth, shockingly all of them possessing the strength of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Like Zhong Chao, the heavens and the earth shook as they raised their hands and feet, their cultivation bases clearly being suppressed by the power of dimensions. Terrifying power congregated together, Just breathing alone seemed to disrupt the normal spiritual chi flow of the entire eight extremities world. The two of them raised their hands together, the sun and moon alternating within one of their palms, light illuminating the heavens and the earth. It was precisely the sun-moon interchanging art of the radiant light sect's direct lineage and the sun-moon divine palm. As the palm rose, the sun and the moon were grasped within, yin and yang interchanging, bright light infinite. Meanwhile, heavy black chi surged within the palm of the other person, evil and strange as it distorted and terrifying. A black fog that resembled thick ink surged amidst the incomparably bright light, the radiance actually unable to illuminate this dense fog. Within the dense fog, there seemed to be countless devils rising and descending, roaring together as they caused one's mind to shake, hard to resist. Yang Di faced his opponents head-on, completely fearless as he brandished his saber, myriad phenomena appearing as he cleaved the heavens and split the earth. I don't care if it's the sun and moon in the sky or the demons dancing wildly, I'll break it all with one slash. Wherever the saber light passed, the sun sank, the bright moon was extinguished, the devilish aura was swept away, and the group of demons was beheaded. Those two stumbled backwards together, Zhong Chao and the other two charging forward once more. While Zhong Chao did not possess a sacred artifact, the radiance and great power of sacred artifacts surged from the bodies of the other two radiant light sect experts of the third level of the martial saint realm, light surging into the heavens as the entire universe shook. Yang Di's expression did not change as the clear chi robe appeared on his body. Bolstered by its power, Yang Di's aura similarly surged, beating his opponent into continuous retreat. Of the 6 opponents, the final one did not join forces with the others to attack Yang Di, instead turning and shooting towards Yang Zhaoge. He turned into a stream of light and instantly shot through the sky, as if ignoring the existence of time and the distance of space. This was the Radiant Light Sect's orthodox direct lineage technique, the thousand illusory flowing light art, that was on par with the sun-moon interchanging art and the radiant light illuminating art. Yang Zhaoge felt as though his vision was virtually unable to capture the other party's figure. Even the Northern Ocean clone at the third level of the martial saint realm would not be able to match such a speed. However, Yang Di did not panic in the slightest as he directly struck out with another saber. His domineering, sharp saber intent seemed to undergo some other changes at this moment. All existences in the surrounding space seemed to slow down as they seemed about to fall still. Meanwhile, his saber light appeared even swifter. The figure of that radiant light sect expert who had intended to attack Yang Zhaoge inconceivably slowed as Yang Di's saberlight arrived before him in the blink of an eye. The two clashed in mid-air, that radiant light sect expert groaning tragically as fresh blood directly splattered onto the great earth. After repelling this opponent with a single saber, Yang Di did not cease in his movements, his saber like shocking waves that were fierce and violent yet unceasing as he sent out a few more sabers, forcing another opponent into retreat. Zhong Chao aside, the other radiant light sect experts each wielded a low-grade sacred artifact, their strength breaking through space as they had already destroyed the surrounding heavens and earth of the world illuminating peak to the point of being unrecognizable. The eight extremities world seemed like it was about to be ripped apart from the inside. However, Yang Di remained undaunted as he fought 1 against 6, actually not falling to a disadvantage in the least as the radiant light sect experts were unable to advance any further. Looking calmly at them within the sky, Yang Zhaoge slowly raised his right hand before clenching it into a fist. Accompanied by this clenching motion of Yang Zhaoge's, brilliant sunlight shot into the skies as a great golden seal manifested amidst the sunlight, its majestic, tyrannical power seemingly intolerable to this region of the heavens and earth. The majestic power caused everyone present to stare at it. High-grade sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal. Seeing the Extreme Yang Seal, the faces of Zhong Chao and the others were sunken as water as they sighed soundlessly. While they had known of the power and ferocity of the Extreme Yang Seal, having dared to descend into the eight extremities world, the Radiant Light Sect experts must have had some confidence in their ability to do so. It was just that they had not thought that a problem would actually arise. Yang Di's strength that surpassed their imaginations had caught them completely off guard. While they knew that Yang Di was extraordinary, it had still been less than 2 years since he had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Within such a short period of time, Yang Di had actually been able to advance further, stepping into the second level of the martial saint realm. This had surpassed everyone's predictions. Meanwhile, Yang Di, who had stepped into the second level of the martial saint realm, was truly powerful to the extreme, as even those of the Radiant Light sect who hailed from the world beyond worlds felt shocked. The Purple Sun martial saint Zhong Chao's heart tightened. Even the exalted heaven shaker Zhong Donga, who had caused him to flee at the mere sight of him back then, had not been as terrifying as Yang Di at the same cultivation level. While he, Zhong Chao, had successfully ascended, it was the current Yang Di who was the #1 person in the history of the Eight Extremities world. Under such circumstances, encountering the sacred artifact, the extreme Yang seal, Zhong Chao and the others no longer had any ideas at all. Retreat was their only choice. Otherwise, they would only follow in the footsteps of Deng Sen's group, completely perishing within the Eight Extremities world. Zhong Chao and the other two, whose cultivation bases were higher than the third level of the martial saint realm, simultaneously skyrocketed in power. Yet, they were suppressed by the power of dimensions as they gradually vanished from the heavens and earth of the Eight Extremities world. Meanwhile, the other three shot towards the radiance within the sky that had yet to completely dissipate. That was the remnant wound of the sky. They had made ample preparations this time, as they had prepared a path of retreat. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di would naturally not let their opponents leave so easily. Being able to kill as many Radiant Light sect experts as possible was exactly what they wanted. Yang Di's saberlight arose once more, hacking through the sky. Not just the three who were fleeing towards the wound of the sky, even Zhong Chao and the others who had yet to completely ascend were swept within as well. The terrifying extreme Yang seal mightily struck towards the other side. Now, however, a streak of black chi suddenly surged from the wound of the sky. Where the black chi passed, sunlight instantly dimmed as the heavens and earth were plunged into darkness. To be continued. Chapter 608. Zhong Chao and the others who wanted to flee retreated while simultaneously obstructing Yang Di's attacks. However, they seemed to ignore that terrifying extreme Yang seal. And from the wound of the sky where they had landed, a black gas suddenly appeared. The black gas scattered and spread out, instantly covering the sky and covering the sun. The sky instantly dimmed. Whether it was the true sun up in the sky or the radiance of the extreme Yang seal down below, both seemed to be devoured. It wasn't that day and night alternating, light turning into darkness. Rather, it was that the sun's rays were being corroded. The sun was still there, but it did not give off any light. Yang Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. The power of corrosion? If one looked closely, the sky seemed to be burning with dark blue-black flames, blurring the boundaries of heaven and earth. They consumed light as food and burned silently. Light and darkness intertwined and connected with each other. However, the darkness in front of him was simply the enemy of sunlight. It was greedy and domineering, rude and ominous. Light was not justice, and darkness was not evil. It could even be peace. Countless lives were born and grown in darkness. However, the black demonic flames that devoured the sunlight and flashed with a deep blue radiance only showed endless terror and calamity. Resisting and resisting, the heavenly dog devouring the sun, it's the opposing star of the solar luminary, the Rahu? Yang Zhaoge realized, no wonder he dares to come down this time to look for trouble. Deng Sen and the others had all been slain. The Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds would find it hard to imagine that such a powerful opponent existed in the Eight Extremities world. From the information he had obtained from Meng Wan and Tang Yonghao, there shouldn't be such an expert in the Eight Extremities world. Therefore, as the Radiant Light sect saw it, while they did not know how Yang Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had been able to wield the great power of the extreme Yang seal, the existence of the extreme Yang seal was the only thing they could think of that had caused Deng Sen and the other experts to fall. This caused them to covet the extreme Yang seal even more, their hatred towards Yang Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain even greater. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, the Radiant Light sect had descended into the Eight Extremities world once more. Other than having more experts, they had also specially made other preparations to deal with the extreme Yang seal. This was the dim glorious devilish chi that manifested the opposite star of the solar star, the Rahu luminous sun's corrosive power. Wherever the demonic fire went, It swallowed the sky and devoured the sun. That mighty force caused the radiance of the extreme yang seal to dim slightly. Just at this moment, Zhong Chao and the others forcibly received Yang Di's domineering saber as they retreated swiftly. While they had successfully withstood the might of the extreme yang seal, those of the Radiant Light sect were not in a good mood. They had originally wanted to borrow the power of the Rahu to temporarily block this eruption of the extreme yang seal before the 6 of them swept through those of Broad Creed Mountain with the momentum of a thunderbolt before slowly subduing the extreme yang seal. They firmly believed that even if Yang Zhaoge could wield the extreme yang seal, he would definitely not be able to maintain it for long. From the looks of it now, their original plan still had a chance of succeeding. Still, Yang Di had unexpectedly stepped into the second level of the martial saint realm, his strength dominating all as they were unable to do anything to him even 6 against 1. The force which had previously been prepared to deal with the extreme yang seal could only ensure their safe retreat now. The disparity between their ideals and reality truly made Zhong Chao and the others feel stifled. They had come in high spirits but returned in disappointment. Up in the sky, on the opposite side of the wound of the sky, a voice resounded, Broad Creed Mountain's Yang Di. I will remember this name. You are very strong, stronger than I expected. As far as I know of those outside the world beyond worlds, you are the strongest. Sadly, however, you are the enemy of my sect and are destined to perish. Yang Di did not even raise his eyelids. If you speak so arrogantly, just come down. I can feel that your cultivation base does not surpass the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. That voice said mildly, there is no rush. We will meet again very soon. Yang Zhaoge asked, how should I address you? A gaze seemed to penetrate through the wound of the sky, traversing numerous layers of space as it landed on Yang Zhaoge. Radiant Light sect's Nong Yuxuan. Yang Zhaoge, is it? I don't know how you are able to wield the extreme yang seal, but if you only know how to rely on external objects, your death will not be far away. I said that we will meet again very soon. Before that, I will leave your head on your neck. As if confirming the other party's words, the black devilish fire that flickered with a dim blue light illuminated the heavens and the earth to the point of dimness. While the golden extreme yang seal still glowed brightly, it was obstructed by the black devilish fire. Beneath the terrifying attacks of the extreme yang seal, the blue-black devilish fire corroded and devoured the sunlight as it was unceasingly being extinguished. It was just that before the extreme yang seal had extinguished this Rahu devilish fire, Zhong Chao and the others would have long since successfully escaped. Yang Zhaoge watched this scene silently. Looking at that incomparably distant wound of the sky above the sky, he suddenly laughed. Are you mistaken about something? The Rahu is the opposite star of the sun, not its nemesis. Moreover, do you think I can't tell? This dim glorious devilish chi of yours originates from some supreme treasure that bears the power of the Rahu star of the eclipse. Still, you did not once possess this supreme treasure, only having gathered some of its aura and power. I am unable to wield the full power of the extreme yang seal, and you have never possessed that supreme Rahu treasure at all. Yang Zhaoge chuckled, trying to act all-powerful here? Who are you trying to fool? As he said thus, Yang Zhaoge flew up, pressing down on the extreme yang seal with his hands. Executing the secret martial art of the extreme yang scripture, the oceanic amount of chi of true dragons that had been secretly accumulated within Yang Zhaoge's body all surged into this powerful, bright high-grade sacred artifact. Wielding the extreme yang seal now, he indeed only had the power for a single strike. Still, he could increase the power of this strike even further. Facing the corrosive power of the Rahu sun that was resisting it, the extreme yang seal had already been restless as it seemed to have been provoked. Stimulated by Yang Zhaoge's power now, it instantly grew even more berserk. Dazzling sunlight illuminated the heavens and earth of the 8 extremities world once more, expanding unceasingly. The dim glorious devilish chi that devoured and corroded sunlight was unceasingly cleansed. While sunlight was unceasingly destroyed by the dim blue-black fire, the divine light of the sun was still much, much more powerful than the dim glorious devilish chi. Amidst this, the heavens and earth regained their brightness, the phenomenon of the corrosive sun vanishing in the blink of an eye. Opposite the wound of the sky, Nong Yuxuan's voice was filled with astonishment. Not only can you wield the extreme yang seal, Your power has actually reached such a level as well? Yang Zhaoge chuckled coldly. Beneath his control, the terrifying extreme yang seal broke through the obstruction of the dim blue devilish fire, continuing to strike towards the retreating martial practitioners of the radiant light sect. Zhong Chao and the other two who had directly ascended were still fine, having successfully broken through the obstruction of the power of dimensions, vanishing from the eight extremities world. However, the other three radiant light sect experts of the third level of the martial saint realm had been received by their fellow disciples of the world beyond worlds, their process of retreating to the wound of the sky having been mightily interrupted. Beneath the bombardment of the extreme yang seal, the trio resisted with all their might. Yet, they still felt the terror of Mount Tai pressuring down upon them. Countless streams of light exploded in the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Di's saber did not cease in the slightest as a domineering saber light hacked through the heavens and extinguished the earth, chopping over once more. Three tragic cries resounded simultaneously as the extreme yang seal mightily pressed down, the heavens and the earth quaking intensely. To be continued. Chapter 609. The acupoints of Yang Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, each of them seemingly concealing a mass of chaotic qi that was infinite and immeasurable. As the clumps of energy spun, they lost the signs of primal chaos, and a vast amount of true dragon qi that had yet to be refined surged out. This was not the essence qi that he had obtained from the Ice Dragon Martial Saint's insignificant Ice Dragon corpse. Instead, it was a large amount of dragon qi that had gathered together in the dragon tomb. As such majestic true dragon qi surged into the extreme yang seal, the power of the extreme yang seal instantly awakened a step further. The violent scarlet gold seal shone with boundless radiance and illuminated the sky, dispersing the gloom that brought about the solar eclipse. Although the corrosive power of the Rahu luminary could devour and corrode the solar luminary, it was not an absolute counter. Whether the east wind would prevail over the west wind or the west wind would prevail over the east wind, it all depended on who was stronger. Water could extinguish a fire, but if the fire was too big and there was too little water, the result would be that the fire would evaporate the water. On the other side of the wound of the sky, Gnome Yuxuan's voice was slightly gloomy. From the looks of it, the power of corrosion this time is indeed insufficient. I'll let you be happy for a few days. His voice was faint and indistinct. The wound of the sky wall was slowly healing. The figures of Zhong Chao and the other two appeared there as well, their auras even more powerful than when they had been in the eight extremities world earlier. But because of this, they felt even more depressed. Gazing at Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di, gazing at the world-illuminating peak which had already been flattened beneath their feet and was now completely barren, Zhong Chao's gaze grew even gloomier. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di raised their heads to look above the sky, not avoiding each other in the slightest. Gnome Yuxuan's voice resounded, Broadcreed Mountain, Yang Di, Yang Zhaoge. We will meet again soon. You're welcome to send them off, Yang Zhaoge smiled. You're welcome to continue sending them off, you're welcome to send them off often. The sky walls wound healed, but the space above the remains of the world-illuminating peak was still incredibly chaotic. The spiritual essence here had almost collapsed, needing a long time to recover. The winds and clouds in the world continued to change, and it did not calm down for a long time. The glow of the extreme yang seal dimmed once more, becoming ordinary and unremarkable once more as Yang Zhaoge kept it. Coming to his side, Yang Di asked, "Do you need another year or so before you can use it?" Yang Zhaoge shrugged, "It can't be helped. It is not a treasure that the current me can wield in the first place. Being able to use it is already an anomaly. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would not have come to this extent in our eight extremities world." Yang Di pondered as he said, "Logically speaking, it would be safer for you to head to the world beyond worlds when the extreme yang seal can be used again. However, according to Old Man Mo's words, the flow of time in the world beyond worlds is even faster than in the eight extremities world. While we have made sufficient preparations here, the other side will be even more so." Yang Zhaoge said, "Even if the flow of time is the same, it would not be wise to wait for too long. I have to go up as soon as possible." Yang Di's heart jolted slightly as he pondered, is it related to the power that the Radiant Light sect used to counter the extreme yang seal earlier? Yang Zhaoge nodded, "That's right. If I am not wrong, that should be the power of the Rahu luminary. The Rahu luminary is the opposing star of the Sun luminary, the two mutually countering each other. The extreme yang seal is currently the most powerful supreme treasure that manifests the power of the Sun. However, if the other side has a powerful sacred artifact that manifests the power of the Rahu luminary, they would be able to use it to deal with the extreme yang seal that we possess. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. This supreme treasure of the glorious darkness probably exists, and is very likely to be in the world beyond worlds. I feel that the dim glorious devilish qi that Nong Yuxuan released earlier did not originate from some sort of martial art. Instead, it was a strand of the aura of that treasure that he obtained. While it was expended in the clash with the extreme yang seal earlier, this person was not stingy in using it. Also, this Nong Yuxuan's words were filled with confidence, not being a bluff at all. Therefore, I guess that he might already have a clue to finding that supreme treasure of the glorious darkness. Yang Zhaoge looked at the extreme yang seal that resembled an ordinary copper seal in his hand. This treasure cannot fall into the hands of the Radiant Light sect. From a certain perspective, this treasure actually counters the martial arts of the Radiant Light sect to a great extent as well. While the martial arts of the Radiant Light sect are not completely based on the power of the Sun, there are still some similarities between them. If we possess this supreme treasure of the glorious darkness, it would be a great help in dealing with the Radiant Light sect. The world beyond worlds is vast and abundant in resources, abundant in spiritual qi. Its legacies have been comparatively less affected by the great calamity as it surpasses the other worlds in all aspects. Meanwhile, when people of other worlds ascend to the world beyond worlds after attaining the third level of the martial saint realm, they might also be recruited by sects of the world beyond worlds like the Radiant Light sect, becoming guest elders. The Radiant Light sect has as many experts as there are clouds. Currently being tied down by the Dim Darkness sect and the other powers of the world beyond worlds, they cannot focus on dealing with us. While it would not be difficult for us to defend a corner of the Eight Extremities world, if we truly want to defeat them or even destroy them, we would have to increase our strength greatly. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. If that supreme treasure of the glorious darkness that offends the sun and pursues light falls into their hands, it would be too disadvantageous for us. Yang Di said, "You have also heard Old Man Mo's mention of the situation in the world beyond worlds. You should know that without the extreme yang seal, your strength would still be rather weak." Yang Zhaoge smiled. The other side also does not know that I have a protective treasure that can resist the pressure of dimensions and pass through wounds of the sky. With the Northern Ocean clone accompanying me, I should be able to deal with most situations. It is not like I am directly going to trample on the Radiant Light sect this time. As Yang Zhaoge said this, his smile turned icy cold. Of course, that day will come sooner or later. What we are doing now is making preparations for that day. Yang Di said, "I am currently very at ease with you. Still, according to our earlier plan, I will be remaining in the Eight Extremities world to prevent them from invading again." He raised his head and glanced at the sky where space and time were still distorted. Having only come after more than a year's time, it might be because the other side wants to relocate the Eight Extremities world. They should already be able to do so now. Next time, they might come at any time. Yang Zhaoge nodded. "I think so too. As long as they have gathered sufficient strength, they will descend once more. Still, if they want to gather enough strength to deal with both you and the extreme yang seal this time, it should not be easy. However great the Radiant Light sect is, having lost so many experts twice in a row, even if it is not a serious blow, it should still be hard for them to bear. After all, they still have a massive entity in the world beyond worlds that is evenly matched in strength looking for trouble with them. Therefore, the people who descended these 2 times should have been people squeezed out after careful planning. If they want to gather more people this time, and quite a few at that, it will probably not be so easy. Chapter 610. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Yang Di was rather taken aback. "Some thoughts?" "What do you mean?" Yang Zhaoge said slowly, "I have carefully analyzed the paper fan I obtained from the Dim Darkness sect's Liang Jichao. While there are many restrictions on its use, it is not just for a single person. Instead, it can simultaneously protect many people as they pass through the wound of the sky. Of course, it cannot exceed 5. Yang Di asked, with Master not here and me remaining in the Eight Extremities world, who else can accompany you? Old Man Mo said before that he has no intention of returning to the world beyond worlds. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, Yunsheng will be going with me. Yang Di looked rather quizzically at Yang Zhaoge. You will not be going on a sightseeing trip this time or being invited as a guest. The situation in the world beyond worlds is unclear, and with a major enemy of the Radiant Light sect by the side, it will not be peaceful for you. Bringing junior apprentice niece Feng along might not be a good thing for her. Yang Di focused on Yang Zhaoge. All these years, I have observed that you are not someone who abandons the public for personal reasons. Do you have some special thoughts? Yang Zhaoge said solemnly, I naturally do not wish for Yunsheng to be in danger. This is for official matters, not personal matters. Yang Di asked, for the extreme Yin crown? You might not have a chance to wrest back the extreme Yin crown this time. Yang Zhaoge said, that is merely one aspect, not even the main point. As you say, it is still uncertain whether I will be able to come into contact with the extreme Yin crown in the world beyond worlds this time. Meng Wan and the extreme Yin crown being brought to the Radiant Light sect, before the Radiant Light sect has groomed their own maiden of extreme Yin, they will definitely still place great trust in Meng Wan. Still, they will not use her lightly either. Meng Wan will most likely remain in the Radiant Light sect to cultivate alongside the extreme Yin crown. Yang Di pondered for a moment, you are in such a rush, is it for that supreme treasure of darkness? But what has this got to do with junior apprentice niece Feng? Yang Zhaoge's fingers formed a saber as he chopped downwards. I wonder if you still have any impression of this. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's movements, a look of realization appeared on Di's face. Feng's saber? Yang Zhaoge nodded, it is precisely that black saber. This saber is extremely special. While it does not seem conspicuous, it secretly contains miraculous powers. As its owner, Yunsheng's cultivation base rises, the spiritual force of this saber actually also rises. When I first saw it, it was just a low-grade precious weapon. But now, it has become a high-grade precious weapon. I have. The dark green bamboo cane that Yang Zhaoge had forged for himself would also advance unceasingly along with his cultivation base, becoming stronger and stronger. However, the advancement of this dark green bamboo cane had been fed by Yang Zhaoge unceasingly smelting a large amount of treasures, artifacts and spirit artifacts. Feng, this Feng, Yun. Feng, this, the Yu. Feng, the Yi Feng, this. The Feng by, the now, the that the Feng, the Feng, the only, this, that, this Feng. Yang the only thing he could not be sure of was the limits of this Feng. Yang Zhaoge said, I once examined this saber, but did not discover anything special about it. Still, I can be certain that this saber is not like the extreme Yang seal or the extreme Yin crown, slowly awakening and unsealing after falling into a deep slumber. Still, it definitely has some miraculous aspects, its foundation extraordinary. Still, it should indeed have been a low-grade artifact at the start, slowly working its way up to where it is today. At this point, Yang Zhaoge lightly patted his forehead. Still, having personally witnessed the corrosive power of the radiance of eclipse this time, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind as I realized some of the miraculous aspects of this saber. Hearing his words, Yang Di was slightly taken aback as he pondered for a moment before saying slowly, if that is the case, it is not just the Rahu star of eclipse. Yang Zhaoge nodded, that's right. It could also be the opposing star of the moon star of extreme Yin, the concealed radiance Ketu. Still, thinking of how this saber was first stored in the sacred Sun clan, I feel that it is not a coincidence. Yang Zhaoge said earnestly, I asked Yunsheng in detail before. She does not know where this saber originated from. While it was only sealed in the sacred Sun clan's armory before, it already has a very long history. Hearing this, Yang Di said, if you feel that this saber is useful, I will not object. Since that is so, Yang Zhaoge smiled bitterly, I understand what you mean. If possible, I would also like to only bring this saber over. Still, let me tell you something that you won't think that way. Before Yunsheng received this saber, there were also other sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who used it. Still, when those people advanced into the outer aura martial scholar realm, this saber was still a low-grade artifact, not changing at all. It was only in Yunsheng's hands that this saber improved alongside her cultivation base. Hearing this, Yang Di revealed a rare expression of not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. This really is. Father and son exchanged bitter smiles, Yang Di shaking his head after a while. There's no helping it then. I can only hope that your guess is correct. He looked at Yang Zhaoge. Since that is so, bringing one along and bringing a few along is the same. Do you have any other ideas? The spiritual qi environment of the world beyond worlds is more suitable for cultivation than that of the eight extremities world. There was something that Yang Di did not say out loud. As he saw it, while Broad Creed Mountain was in danger, this danger originated from the world beyond worlds. In the eight extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain already had no opponents. Even if Yang Zhaoge left, with Yang Di sitting over at the fire domain, the other martial practitioners would not dare to contend with Broad Creed Mountain. Even the usually lawless solitary practitioners who rampaged about the endless ocean and the Great Western Desert were now avoiding Broad Creed Mountain disciples. While nothing could be seen within a short period of time, as time went on, Broad Creed Mountain's disciples would become more and more at ease. Yang Di thought for a moment before saying, "Don't take too big a step this time. There's a place that we can use as a transition point." The vast ocean world, Yang Zhaoge nodded. Yang Di said, "That's right, it is the vast ocean world. According to what you and senior apprentice Sister Fu said, the environment there and the foundation you established earlier should not be too safe. Still, it should not be too dangerous either. Even if there are risks, it should still be within an acceptable range for our clan's outstanding disciples to undergo tempering there. Xue Fei and Shijun are still there. They can help them out a little." Yang Di looked at Yang Zhaoge. As for formally invading the vast ocean world, it is still too early to say. Let's not consider it for now. Yang Zhaoge said, "I also have the intention of going to the vast ocean world. With the disturbance caused by the Radiant Light sect, the wound of the sky in the eight extremities world may very well just happen to be within their grasp." Yang Di said, "Very good. Since that is so, I will leave the preparations to you." Yang Zhaoge smiled, "You can rest easy. There won't be any problems on my side." Thus, Yang Di remained at the ruins of the world illuminating peak while Yang Zhaoge returned to Broad Creed Mountain. With that, the entire Broad Creed Mountain instantly began operating rapidly. To be continued. Chapter 611. Young Master, let me go to the world beyond worlds with you. Whose face swooshed over to Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge could not help but laugh. "I am not going as a guest this time. It might be very tiring. Are you sure you want to go with me?" Ahu chuckled, "Of course I'm going. Someone like you, young master, will be able to do whatever you want wherever you go." Yang Zhaoge's trip to the vast ocean world earlier had been sudden. Ahu had still been in charge of escorting Fang Zhun and the Clear Chi robe back to Broad Creed Mountain as he had naturally been unable to make it in time. After learning of Yang Zhaoge's experiences in the vast ocean world, Ahu had pounded his chest and stamped his feet, his heart aching. This time, he wanted to go with Yang Zhaoge no matter what, as he was just short of hugging Yang Zhaoge's leg and bawling his eyes out. Yang Zhaoge smiled, "While you might not be able to do whatever you want in the vast ocean world, my name is still somewhat useful. Even if I am not here, you can still use my name to intimidate others." Ahu smiled with a big face and said, "That's not as cool as being by young master's side." "Yeah, I like hearing that." Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips, "Just don't complain about it when the time comes." Ahu shook his head like a rattledrum. No, how could that be?" Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to the side. Feng Yunsheng was currently looking down at the black saber in her hands. Unsheathing the saber, she lightly stroked its blade with her fingers. She could not feel the coldness of ordinary metallic blades, also could not see the circulation of saberlight, as it was as though all warmth and light had been retracted within the saber. Feeling Yang Zhaoge's gaze, Feng Yunsheng raised her head. "While I already knew that this saber was strange, I never thought that it would actually have such a background. When I chose this saber that year, it was just that I felt that while this saber seemed unremarkable, I felt a sense of kinship with it. From the looks of it now, this in itself is already unusual." Feng Yunsheng lightly raised the black saber in her hands, flicking it lightly with a finger as no sound was emitted. As the grade of the long saber increased, the saber seemed to become more and more reserved, more and more silent. Only when the saber was used against the enemy would it amaze the world. Yang Zhaoge asked, "While you have changed your martial foundation of the sacred Sun clan, you have always been cultivating in the west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber of the 7 great sun arts. Have you felt any abnormalities?" Feng Yunsheng pondered for a moment. "I don't feel weakened. Instead, I feel more at ease." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "The power of corrosion destroys sunlight, strengthening itself. With your saber and martial arts combining, it is indeed possible for such a situation to occur. Still, it is still too early to say these things now. We might be able to see the results when we arrive at the world beyond worlds." Feng Yunsheng said, "Yes." With that, he sheathed his saber. Yang Zhaoge then looked at Sikong Qing and Ying Longtu, saying, "The two of you should first accompany us to the vast ocean world." Sikong Qing nodded while Ying Longtu pressed his lips together. "Senior apprentice brother Yang, senior apprentice sister Feng, can't I go to the world beyond worlds with you?" Yang Zhaoge smiled. "It is still a little early for the time being. Still, there is no need to be impatient. Personally, I actually hope that you can all go to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. The cultivation environment there is even better than in the 8 extremities world and the vast ocean world. With your talent, you should be able to develop even more there. Still, don't be impatient." Ying Longtu nodded obediently. "Yes, senior apprentice brother." Yang Zhaoge led them out, seeing that there were still a few other Broad Creed Mountain disciples waiting outside, all of them core, direct disciple geniuses. Having gone to the vast ocean world, it will not be as easy as it is here in the 8 extremities world. It is not that there is no possibility of perishing, and it will also not be easy for us to return. Yang Zhaoge said evenly, "While the flow of time there is much faster than in the 8 extremities world, it feels like 1 year is 1 year without any difference at all. Being able to advance forward step by step is naturally good. If we return to the 8 extremities world in the future, we will naturally be able to save an incalculable amount of time, and we will be able to look very well in front of our old acquaintances. However, if we remain at a standstill and our lifespans come to an end, there will be no difference at all." Yang Zhaoge gazed at them. "Now that everyone knows of the existence of the world beyond worlds, we martial practitioners who are ambitious should not keep our gazes on the 8 extremities world. That is where we should be heading." Everyone before him, Sikong Qing and Ying Longtu included, all agreed emotionally. "We will follow senior apprentice brother Yang's teachings. We will follow senior apprentice uncle Yang's teachings." Fu Inshu and the first seat elder Qin of the martial inheritance hall stood by the side, not interrupting Yang Zhaoge's words as they just nodded slightly. "Senior apprentice uncle Qin, we will be setting off then." Fu Inshu nodded towards elder Qin. Yang Zhaoge himself would not be staying in the vast ocean world for long. While Broad Creed Mountain had no intention of expanding there, just the young disciples alone would not be safe. Having similarly been to the vast ocean world before, Fu Inshu, who was familiar with the place, assumed the responsibility of leading the group this time. Elder Qin said, "Be careful in all things." Yang Zhaoge and Fu Inshu both nodded. "Thank you for your concern." Standing quietly behind Yang Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone now extended his palm, radiance lighting up within as if infinite space could be contained within, a mustard seed able to swallow a mountain. The radiance enveloped Yang Zhaoge and the others before cupping his fists towards Elder Qin, turning and striding away, his figure rising into the air as he flew into the blue skies. The Northern Ocean clone headed east, arriving at the outer East Sea. With the dragon tomb already having collapsed, the path to the ancient, cold abyss would not be easy to traverse. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge still chose to head over to the outer East Sea. Previously, when heading to the vast ocean world, the dimensional passageway had been temporarily formed, not being a stable dimensional passageway. Still, space was unpredictable, and places where dimensional passageways had been opened before were comparatively more reliable. Opening the door again at the original location, it would be easier to accurately locate the vast ocean world and not some other place. Arriving at the outer East Sea, Yang Zhaoge took out the lofty prestige mirror, infusing his true essence within. Numerous patterns of light surfaced on the surface of the mirror, coming together to form a small, intricate spirit formation. Guided by the spirit formation, where the mirror light passed, an illusory path immediately appeared before Yang Zhaoge. The path extended unceasingly into the distance, zigzagging amidst distorted space as it resembled the opening of a door to the void. The Northern Ocean clone swept them along, striding forward as he entered this dimensional passageway that had been temporarily forged. Traversing numerous layers of space, the world before his eyes suddenly lit up as the majestic Jade Sea appeared before Yang Zhaoge once more. Just looking at the mist that suffused the air before him, Yang Zhaoge knew that he had returned to the bewildering maze sea of the vast ocean world. Still, before he had even stabilized his footing, intense power fluctuations suddenly emanated from both sides of his body. On his left, the silhouetted spirit turtle hovered above the sea's surface, stable as Mount Tai as it was heavy and heavy. On his right, the silhouetted spirit snake coiled within the air, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun as it was extraordinarily agile. Two vast fist intents were currently sandwiching Yang Zhaoge between them as they simultaneously shot towards him. P.S. I'm promoting a book called Movie Rhapsody, book number 103489187, with slashes to prevent blocking. It's a film and television entertainment book. Friends who are interested in this type of book might want to take a look. To be continued. Chapter 612. Sandwiched between a turtle and a snake, a thought involuntarily arose within Yang Zhaoge's mind. What the F***ck, Xuanwu, two vast fist intents, one tough and one soft, one heavy and one agile, simultaneously converged towards Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge rolled his eyes, his hands behind his back as he stood in midair, not moving in the slightest as streams of qi naturally appeared around his body, resembling green clouds. As the fist force from the left and right slammed mightily onto the green clouds, they were instantly unable to advance any further as they were even repelled. On the left, the massive turtle that resembled a small island hovering above the sea's surface suffered an extremely tough and ferocious force as it was directly slammed down into the sea's surface, smashing all the way to the bottom of the sea. On the right, the massive snake that was thousands of feet long coiled in the air was repelled by the soft force, unable to control its body at all as it was distorted beyond recognition, resembling a mess. Shocked cries resounded in the surroundings as the silhouettes of the spirit snake and the spirit turtle both dissipated, revealing the figures of two middle-aged men. Some of their companions had wary looks on their faces, but were immediately stopped by others. Their leaders emerged from the two groups of people on the left and right, looking towards Yang Zhaoge. On the left was an old man with white hair and a severe hunchback. Still, just standing there, he emanated the feeling of being incomparably tall. On the right was a middle-aged woman with a gloomy expression on her face, her eyes flickering with a cold light as they were intelligent beyond compare. After clearly seeing the appearances of Yang Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone beside him, looks of shock and fear simultaneously appeared on their faces. The hunchbacked old man cupped his hands. I never thought that it would be traceless Cloud Yang. This old man of the spirit returning sect, Lu Feng, greets you. Yang Zhaoge nodded. How have you been, Chief Lu? This old man was the chief of the spirit returning sect, one of the vast ocean world's 7 pillars of good, Lu Feng, who was known as the 10,000 longevity old man. He was ranked 6th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world. Back when Water Crystal Palace, the spirit returning sect and Changli Mountain had been on good terms, Yang Zhaoge had even met Lu Feng once when he had temporarily stayed at Changli Mountain. Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the middle-aged woman on the other side. I have not seen this person before. Still, you should be Chief Guan of Green Snake Island. Facing Yang Zhaoge, the cold, murderous light within the middle-aged woman's eyes was instantly retracted greatly. She was silent for a moment before she said, This old lady is Guan Jingqiong. I am very happy to meet the traceless Cloud Dragon King. This was the chief of Green Snake Island of the 6 evil sects, the Green Snake Madam Guan Jingqiong, ranked even higher than the 10,000 longevity old man Lu Feng amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, being ranked 5th. While Guan Jingqiong had the appearance of a middle-aged man, it was actually due to a technique that preserved her looks. She was of the same generation as Lu Feng, an old devil who had been renowned in the vast ocean world for many years. In the vast ocean world, the spirit-returning sect and Green Snake Island were famed for being archenemies. The depth of their conflict far surpassed the enmity between Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, or between Changli Mountain and the Evil Shifting sect. It was somewhat similar to how the Sacred Sun Clan and Jade Sea City had been originally in the Eight Extremities world, or how the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect were irreconcilable enemies in the world beyond worlds. Of the vast ocean world's two forces of good and evil, with the overall situation being relatively stable, it was the spirit-returning sect and Green Snake Island that erupted with the most minor conflicts. Currently, the two sides were clearly in a stalemate. Having been repelled by Yang Zhaoge's true essence, the two who had just clashed now returned before the bigwigs of their clans. They were the peak figures of the essence spirit martial grandmasters of their two clans. It was just that they naturally dared not make a move now, as they were as well behaved as quails. Still, seeing Yang Zhaoge, after their initial shock, the people of the spirit-returning sect all grew greatly excited, while those of Green Snake Island looked like they had lost their parents as their morale plummeted. Yang Zhaoge looked left and right, ignoring the expressions on both sides as he asked mildly, "Sorry for the disturbance." Still, who can tell this Yang what the current situation in the vast ocean world is like? Looking at the dimensional passageway entrance behind Yang Zhaoge that was slowly vanishing, while Lu Feng did not reveal anything on his face, his heart surged. He is indeed not of the vast ocean world. While it was also possible that Yang Zhaoge had left the vast ocean world and gone adventuring in other worlds, Lu Feng still felt that it was more likely that Yang Zhaoge was not of the vast ocean world in the first place when he had suddenly appeared in the vast ocean world, with no one being able to see through his background and not knowing his origins. While massive waves surged within his heart that surged to the heavens, Lu Feng still answered without any hesitation, "The vast ocean world is currently dominated by Taoists and vanquished by devils. With us of the forces of good having greatly suppressed the forces of evil these past few years, the vast ocean world is currently welcoming a rare opportunity. In this, we also have to thank you, Mr. Yang, for your assistance that year." Hearing this, Guan Jingqiong emitted a muffled snort, yet did not retort as she just unceasingly drew her subordinates closer to her. Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, Fu Inshu, and the others also appeared at this moment, standing beside the Northern Ocean clone as they listened curiously to Lu Feng's introduction of the situation. Hearing Lu Feng's introduction, Yang Zhaoge now knew that the current vast ocean world had undergone great changes as compared to when he had left it that year. Also, these changes indeed had something to do with him. Calculating in terms of time in the vast ocean world, 8 years had already passed since he had left. 8 years ago in the vast ocean world, the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, had been taken away by Yang Zhaoge. Spirit Rhino Island had suffered a heavy blow as 2 transcending mortality experts had perished at Yang Zhaoge's hands. The Blood Dragon sect of the 7 Pillars of Good had also been jointly exterminated by experts of the forces of evil. Meanwhile, of the 6 evil sects, the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng had perished because of Yang Zhaoge, while another major sect, the Brilliant Thunder sect, had been destroyed due to the Dragon Tomb. The chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, the Crimson Thunder King Genghui, and a few other experts, had been slain by Yang Zhaoge in the Dragon Tomb afterwards, with the Brilliant Thunder sect having completely dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, the number 1 expert of the vast ocean world, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, the martial Saint Zhao Zhong, had been heavily injured by Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone in the Dragon Tomb, having lost an arm and suffering a great blow to his vitality as his strength had plummeted. On the side of good, the chief of Changli Mountain, Jiao Tianzhong, had originally been the second of the top 10 transcending mortality experts beneath Gang Hui, only a step away from transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Having accompanied Yang Zhaoge into the Dragon Tomb, Changli Mountain's gains had been much more abundant than those of the other sects. After leaving the Dragon Tomb, Jiao Tianzhong had returned to cultivate diligently, finally successfully breaking through the final bottleneck and stepping into the martial saint realm. Changli Mountain had also officially become one of the current peak powers of the vast ocean world. Amidst this, the forces of good flourished as the forces of evil instantly fell into a complete disadvantage, having been pressured to the point of indescribable misery these past years. After the Brilliant Thunder sect, The evil shifting sect whose #1 expert had originally been slain by Yang Zhaoge had been decimated as well. The name of the 6 evil sects had already completely become history. Under such circumstances, the spirit returning sect naturally pursued Green Snake Island unceasingly. While Guan Jingqiong seemed soft and reserved, she was actually unyielding. Having really been pushed into a corner by the spirit returning sect recently, she had launched a counterattack, resembling a venomous snake leaving its lair as she had ambushed the spirit returning sect in the bewildering maze sea. In their confrontation, the spirit returning sect had actually been at a disadvantage due to being caught off guard. However, with Yang Zhaoge's appearance now, while he had not expressed his stance, the morale of both sides had instantly reversed. After all, Yang Zhaoge had always been a guest at Changli Mountain, which was also of the side of good along with the spirit returning sect. As he stood there, even if he did not say a single word, it was like dark clouds enveloping the sky, pressuring down on Guan Jingqiong and the others to the point where they were unable to see a single ray of light at all. To be continued. Chapter 613. So many things have happened. Yang Zhaoge listened intently to Lu Feng's narration of the current situation of the vast ocean world. The people of the spirit returning sect and Green Snake Island were all cursing in their hearts. Yes, so many things have happened. At least half of it is because of you. Thinking of the various legends regarding Yang Zhaoge, the memories that had gradually faded with the passage of time resurfaced within their minds once more. When he had been at the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm that year, fighting 1 against 2, he had defeated the 2 strongest Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the vast ocean world, Zhong Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace and Li Sheng of the Dragon Slayer sect, with a single move. Afterwards, he directly broke through and became the youngest Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster in history. He had killed the chief of Spirit Rhino Island Fang Khan, slain the 9-fingered Dragon King Nyan Chen of the Blood Dragon sect, obtained the sacred artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers, killed the chief of the evil shifting sect, the heavenly evil Feng Jingsheng, killed the evil Saint Lin Chen Cheng, killed the chief of the brilliant Thunder sect, the Crimson Thunder King Geng Hui, and heavily injured the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, the slaying 7 Seas Zhao Zhong. Close to half of the peak experts of the vast ocean world had been single-handedly slain by this youth before him, the situation of the vast ocean world that had been maintained for 100 years having undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning change because of him. After having explored the Dragon Tomb that year, Yang Zhaoge had vanished from the vast ocean world without a trace. Changli Mountain announced to the outside world that Yang Zhaoge was living in seclusion once more. As time passed unceasingly, many people suspected that Changli Mountain was intentionally putting on airs, that the truth was likely that Yang Zhaoge had perished within the Dragon Tomb. But today, that malefic star of the past had reappeared in the world, and it instantly caused everyone present to recall the past. Even the spirit-returning sect martial practitioners who considered themselves to be on Yang Zhaoge's side felt uneasy, while those of Green Snake Island were even more inwardly shuddering. Looking at Guan Jingqiong and the others who looked as though they were facing a great enemy, Yang Zhaoge's thoughts flashed slightly while his expression did not change. He nodded at Lu Feng. "Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for telling me everything of the past. I will now head for Changli Mountain and not disturb you." Yang Zhaoge's tone was mild, but the spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were all stunned. They stood dazed on the spot. Seeing Yang Zhaoge about to turn and leave, Lu Feng's entire body shuddered. "Mr. Yang." Yang Zhaoge turned his head innocently. "Is there anything else, Chief Lu?" Lu Feng was flabbergasted, and he was almost unable to catch his breath. His hunchback was due to the fact that his spirit-returning sect martial arts training had reached a certain level, which resulted in the appearance of a tortoise's back. However, it did not give off a feeling of decadence and old. Instead, it was like a spirit turtle that was fixed in the deep sea, steady, and could not be shaken by external forces. It was just that facing Yang Zhaoge now, Lu Feng really found it rather hard to straighten his back. He smiled bitterly and looked at Guan Jingqiong and the others, who were equally confused. "Mr. Yang, what do you think?" Yang Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly. "Ian, you can continue. You don't have to worry about me. Just now, it was me who suddenly appeared in the arena where the 2 sides were sparring. I have no intention of pursuing this matter." His words rendered Lu Feng speechless. After pondering carefully for a moment, he recalled that while Yang Zhaoge had stayed at Changli Mountain as a guest in the vast ocean world, with some fellow disciples still remaining at Changli Mountain even now, Yang Zhaoge himself was very hard to define as good or evil. While Lin Qiancheng, Gang Hui, and Feng Jingsheng, big shots of the devil path, had died at his hands, Nian Chen, Fang Kan, Guan Yu, and Shen Shicheng of the righteous path had not shown mercy either. The 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect were still in Yang Zhaoge's possession even now. This person's way of doing things seemed to be that whoever provoked him would be dealt with by him, not caring at all which camp the other party belonged to. Since that was the case, with his disciple having offended him just now, Lu Feng should really rejoice in not pursuing this matter. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. He had really been thinking too much in thinking that Yang Zhaoge would help them deal with Green Snake Island. Those of Green Snake Island now reacted as well, all feeling incomparably fortunate. Guan Jingqiang's tensed face relaxed as she inhaled deeply, cupping her hands towards Yang Zhaoge. It was this old woman's junior apprentice niece who offended Mr. Yang. This old woman deeply apologizes. That middle-aged man beside her who had attacked earlier was also sensible as he hurriedly bowed and apologized to Yang Zhaoge once more. Those of Green Snake Island gazed at Yang Zhaoge and the spirit-returning sect martial practitioners as they slowly retreating into the bewildering maze sea. Those of the spirit-returning sect could only watch on helplessly. The situation just now had already been disadvantageous to them. If not for Yang Zhaoge's appearance, it would have been them who had suffered a loss. They would naturally not dare to pursue an attack now. Having their plans disrupted, while those of Green Snake Island felt despondent, they felt even more rejoiced and relaxed. As Feng Yunsheng, Fu Inshu, Sikong Qing, Ying Longtu and the others saw this, some appeared puzzled while others appeared thoughtful. Those of the spirit-returning sect were filled with awkwardness as they looked at Yang Zhaoge, unable to speak. Lu Feng regained his wits, not mentioning Green Snake Island at all as he instead summoned his disciple who had attacked earlier, apologizing to Yang Zhaoge once more. Traveling from the bewildering maze sea to Changli Mountain's directionless sea, you just happened to pass by my spirit-returning sect's flying turtle sea. If Mr. Yang doesn't mind, how about we travel together? Lu Feng said smilingly. Yang Zhaoge smiled mildly. It's naturally fine. Overjoyed, Lu Feng led Yang Zhaoge and the others along. As they walked, Yang Zhaoge asked nonchalantly, observing your sect and Green Snake Island, while the martial arts of your two sects are active and passive, yin and yang, hard and soft, they are actually interconnected in many aspects, seemingly originating from the same source. If I am not wrong, they should both originate from true martial's lineage. Is that so? Lu Feng nodded. That's right. Our sect's founder and the founder of the Green Snake demonic race were once related. The two unearthed a legacy site of pre-Great Calamity times together. After a period of conflict, they each obtained half of it. Our sect obtained the tortoise elephant of true martial, while Green Snake Island obtained the serpent elephant of true martial. This was no secret in the vast ocean world as Lu Feng sighed. Our sect inherited the legacy of true martial, upholding righteousness within defense, warding off evil and suppressing devils. We really cannot bear for the legacy of true martial to fall into the hands of evil and crooked sects to be used for evil. All these years, the other portion of the legacy has already been distorted beyond recognition by Green Snake Island. Every time our ancestors think of it, they all feel deeply pained. This old man is no exception. We have always hoped to be able to cleanse the roots of the legacy, not letting down our ancestors of pre-Great Calamity times. Over the years, the two sides had frequently clashed, having also captured the other side's young disciples. Still, their peak, most essential legacies had never been exchanged. Having been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for many years, Lu Feng had often analyzed this. While the legacies of his sect and Green Snake Island added together were only a small portion of true martial's legacy, if he could combine the two, he would probably be able to immediately break through into the martial saint realm. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Zhaoge nodded. His expression did not change in the least, but he extended his hands, entering a fist stance. Yang Zhaoge immediately retracted this fist stance. However, in Lu Feng's eyes, It shocked him to the point of dizziness as he very nearly fell headfirst into the sea. Mr. Yang. The old man was unable to speak properly as he stared fixedly at Yang Zhaoge's hands. Yang Zhaoge, however, placed his hands behind his back once more, walking forward as though nothing had happened. To be continued. Chapter 614. Yang Zhaoge looked as though nothing had happened, as though he had not felt that there was anything special about his actions just now. But when Lu Feng saw it, he almost fainted. Mr. Yang, are you also a descendant of the true martial lineage? Lu Feng said excitedly. He could not help but feel agitated. While Yang Zhaoge had only adopted a fist stance earlier, seemingly ordinary, in the eyes of an expert like Lu Feng, it had seemed to contain infinite profundities. It was a simple stance, but it seemed to have merged the essence of both the spirit returning sect and the Green Snake Island into one. Just looking at Yang Zhaoge's earlier fist technique, Lu Feng even felt the bewildering fog before his eyes grow fainter somewhat as he felt himself getting somewhat closer to the martial saint realm. This was like a clap of thunder that shook Lu Feng until he was dizzy. The old man's usually hunched back abruptly straightened at this moment as he looked fervently at Yang Zhaoge. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as he inwardly laughed. The Zhenwu Emperor was also known as the Profound Heaven Emperor, the Zhenwu Devil-Rinsing Emperor, and the Devil-Rinsing Heavenly Lord. He was a legendary figure before the Great Calamity, one of the peak experts of Taoism. The inheritance he left behind was called the True Martial Fist Scripture. It contained movement, yin, yang, hardness, and softness, and contained boundless grand Taos that were extraordinary and profound. Although the Zhenwu Fist Scripture did not contain all of Zhenwu Great Emperor's knowledge, it was definitely the martial art that had the most in-depth description of the unique skills of the Zhenwu lineage. Before the Great Calamity, the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had a collection of them. Yang Zhaoge was also proficient in the Xuanwu Fist Scripture, just that he had spent most of his time on even more powerful supreme martial arts like the Peerless Heavenly Scripture and the Cyclic Heavenly Scripture, as well as Broadcreed Mountain's Direct Lineage Clear Chi Profound Art. As for the Zhenwu Boxing Scripture, he was only familiar with it and had not really practiced it. Even the transformation of the true martial manifestation was a combination of the Heavenly Snake King Fist and the ocean-dominating fist of the demonic fists of the six spirits. It only took the artistic conception, not the principles of the fist. However, the Peerless Heavenly Scripture was the Tao sect's top great Tao wondrous art, and it was adept at simulating other supreme arts. As Yang Zhaoge's cultivation and strength had been increasing day by day these past few years, with the Peerless Heavenly Scripture having merged with the Xuanwu Fist Scripture, at the very least, it was not difficult for him to gain a basic understanding of it. Unlike the Northern Ocean clone who had already attained the body of a martial saint when it had been refined, his original foundation in martial arts being firm as it would be inconvenient for him to switch to other martial arts. It was not difficult for Yang Zhaoge, who cultivated in the Peerless Heavenly Scripture, to study the Xuanwu Fist Scripture. Therefore, although he had only assumed a fist stance just now, in the eyes of a veteran like Lu Feng, he had misunderstood that his true foundation was that of the true martial lineage. Feeling the fervor within Lu Feng's gaze, Yang Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head as he said, "Chief Lu misunderstands. This Yang is not of Xuanwu's direct lineage. It was only by coincidence that I received the guidance of a longtime friend of mine." Lu Feng took a deep breath and calmed down slightly. "May I know where this senior is? Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Yang. We're both of the true martial lineage. I just want to pay a visit to a senior expert." His heart jolted slightly. If Yang Zhaoge was not someone of the vast ocean world, his seniors were likely not in the vast ocean world as well. Yang Zhaoge said, "This is inconvenient. This uncle of mine does not like to be disturbed." Lu Feng sighed as he looked at Yang Zhaoge with a beseeching gaze. Yang Zhaoge's fist stance just now had allowed him to witness the profundities within, yet had also been hard-pressed to analyze. The thing that his predecessors, himself included, had yearned for all these years had been placed right before his eyes at this moment. Yet, it seemed so close yet so far away, yet so unreachable. At this moment, Lu Feng's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Yang Zhaoge said, What this Yang has learnt of the Xuanwu lineage is merely the tip of the iceberg. Without that uncle's approval, it would not be easy for me to transmit it. I believe that Chief Lu can understand this. Lu Feng smiled bitterly. Arts cannot be transmitted lightly. How could this old man not understand that? Looking at him, Yang Zhaoge smiled. I wonder if Chief Lu would be interested in sparring with this Yang? Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment before he immediately reacted. I would be delighted. Please give me your guidance, Mr. Yang. The two halted. Many of the people in the surroundings had yet to react. Yang Zhaoge had retracted his fist stance just now. Most people had not been able to comprehend the profundities within. However, seeing Lu Feng's solemn expression, the spirit-returning sect disciples could not help but feel nervous. Please guide me. Saying thus, Lu Feng's figure abruptly shrunk, his originally tall frame becoming much smaller. However, as he moved, his aura instantly became even more retracted and condensed. From Yang Zhaoge's perspective, Lu Feng's body seemed to have shrunk greatly. Yet, his aura seemed even greater as it seemed connected to the heavens and penetrating the earth. A massive spirit turtle appeared around Lu Feng's body, enveloping him entirely. The spirit turtle was incomparably massive. As its 4 legs strode within the seawater, they resembled 4 divine pillars that stabilized the sea. The great sea, which had still been surging with great waves a moment ago, instantly became calm and tranquil. The entire heavens and earth had fallen silent at this moment. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth. If you take the initiative to attack, you will actually not be able to display your true abilities. Since that is so, this Yang will make the first move. Lu Feng said in a heavy tone, this old man thanks Mr. Yang for your kindness. It's fine. Yang Zhaoge strode forward, raising his fists and punching out towards Lu Feng. The heavens and the earth shook in an instant. Accompanied by Yang Zhaoge's fists, the avatars of turtle and snake simultaneously appeared, yin and yang coexisting, hardness and softness intermingling as movement and stillness combined, heaviness and agility combined within a single body. Beneath their mutual support, their power was majestic as though it was infinite and immeasurable. As the silhouettes of the spirit turtle and the spirit snake intertwined, the massive figure of a heavenly god was indistinctly visible. He was clothed in black, wearing golden armor and a jade belt as he wielded a sword and stood on a turtle and snake with a round light above his head. He was mighty to the extreme as he swept through the masses of devils, all evil daring not to act rashly. The spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. That tall figure directly stepped on Lu Feng's spirit turtle avatar. While the spirit turtle avatar did not shatter, its momentum, which had still been stable as Mount Tai a moment ago, instantly plummeted as it was trampled beneath the other party's foot, seemingly about to be trampled into the depths of the sea. Lu Feng roared madly within his heart, of the Xuanwu direct lineage. It really is of the Xuanwu direct lineage. The next moment, Yang Zhaoge retracted his fist, that mighty figure vanishing without a trace. Even as Lu Feng felt a sense of loss, his heart blazed even more intensely. Yang Zhaoge smiled. I hope that Chief Lu will have some gains. Gains? Of course there had been gains. Still, it had still been lacking just that little bit. Just that little bit. Lu Feng felt the urge to vomit blood as he smiled bitterly within his heart. I might as well not have used that move. Now, his mind was even more restless and restless. The other spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were even more excited than he was, also even more restless. Lu Feng sucked in a deep breath. This old man has not visited Changli Mountain for some time now. If Mr. Yang does not mind, how about we travel together? Originally, he had only wanted to escort Yang Zhaoge's group to the Flying Turtle Sea. Now, however, Lu Feng felt that there was a need for him to make a trip to Changli Mountain. To be continued. Chapter 615. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Zhaoge nodded mildly. This Yang has no objections to Chief Lu's interest. Lu Feng said solemnly, please. The group continued their journey, but the mood of the spirit-returning sect disciples was completely different. The younger disciples were both excited and anxious. Their gazes towards Yang Zhaoge were filled with fervor. Meanwhile, The seniors of higher seniority all fell into deep thought as they hurriedly sent sound transmissions to their sect heads to discuss their opinions. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples, adhering to the principle of listening more and watching more, moving less and speaking less, all followed quietly by Yang Zhaoga's side. However, many thoughts also appeared in their minds at this moment. The first to speak was unexpectedly the usually quiet Sikong Qing. Seeing that she had the intention to speak, the North Ocean clone beside Yang Zhaoga expanded his qi flow, forming a formless barrier between them and the people of the spirit returning sect, preventing their voices from spreading. Sikong Qing had originally intended to send a sound transmission through her aura qi, but seeing this, she directly asked, "Senior apprentice brother Yang, the martial art you displayed just now?" Yang Zhaoga's expression did not change. The supreme martial art of the Xuanwu lineage is known as the Xuanwu fist scripture. In the past, when I excavated all sorts of remnants, I obtained some incomplete cultivation techniques. However, when I killed the Radiant Light sect's martial sages, I obtained a rather complete inheritance from one of them. It's one of the direct martial arts of the true martial lineage. It has its merits. Sikong Qing nodded. It is indeed extremely profound. The martial arts of the vast ocean world's spirit returning sect and Green Snake Island were already rather extraordinary just now. However, senior apprentice brother Yang's Zhenwu fist scripture is undoubtedly much superior. Fu Inshu glanced at Lu Feng and the others before looking at Yang Zhaoga, asking, "You intend to use this martial art to keep them hanging?" Yang Zhaoga laughed. "Since our clan currently does not intend to advance into the vast ocean world, I also have no intention of causing a huge ruckus here. Moreover, having brought some fellow disciples over this time, I originally felt that the Eight Extremities world was too peaceful, hoping to temper myself more here in the vast ocean world. Still, I will be heading to the world beyond worlds very soon. Our lineage does not have any martial saints or sacred artifacts guarding over this place. Changli Mountain is an outsider at the end of the day. It is better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. Some arrangements still have to be made just in case." Fu Inshu slowly nodded. "Your thinking is very correct." Of those of Broad Creed Mountain, some had looks of understanding on their faces while others still looked rather dazed. Fu Inshu looked at them. "Zhaoga taught the spirit returning sect a lesson, but didn't he also teach you a lesson?" Everyone pondered in unison as Fu Inshu continued. "Before coming here, I have already told you about the situation of the vast ocean world that year. Still, after the successive changes, the situation here is already very different. That year, of the 7 pillars of good, Changli Mountain and the Spirit Returning sect were both close to Water Crystal Palace. The 3 sects joined forces against the Blood Dragon sect, Myriad Sword Pool, Spirit Rhino Island and the Blazing Wind sect. Currently, the Blood Dragon sect has already been destroyed, Spirit Rhino Island unable to recover from this setback. Meanwhile, Changli Mountain's strength has increased greatly, their chief Jiao Tianzhong having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, becoming a martial saint expert not inferior to the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi. He also does not fear the sacred artifact of Myriad Sword Pool, the floating sinking sword. Fu Inshu said slowly, "The relationship between the great sects is already different from how it was in the past." Those of Broad Creed Mountain all understood, the relationship between Changli Mountain and Water Crystal Palace will definitely turn from being allies to being enemies. With us being close to Changli Mountain, senior apprentice brother Yang's actions are equivalent to pulling the Spirit Returning sect which was still close to Water Crystal Palace over to Changli Mountain's side. Fu Inshu nodded. "That's right, it is precisely so. Leaving Green Snake Island behind would also leave the Spirit Returning sect with a sense of danger, at the same time leaving them with the thought of personally exterminating their mortal enemy. The 2 sides might have initially been competing over Dao traditions, but after so many years, having slain and killed countless enemies, their enmity has long since become as deep as the seas." Ahu blinked. "But what if Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool join forces?" Fu Inshu said, "In the Dragon Tomb, Myriad Sword Pool has gained little. While Water Crystal Palace's gains are not as great as Changli Mountain's, they are still considerable. The increase in their strength can be foreseen. While there has been no news of Water Crystal Palace in the vast ocean world these past 8 years, This precisely means that they are currently accumulating their strength, awaiting a metamorphosis. Perhaps Palace Lord Lin She has advanced a step further, or perhaps they have refined a sacred artifact of their own. Hearing her words, everyone nodded in unison. This way, Water Crystal Palace's strength will skyrocket, stably sitting on the throne of the number one sect of the vast ocean world. It would indeed be impossible for Myriad Sword Pool to join forces with them. Instead, the possibility of them joining forces with Changli Mountain is greater. Taking in the Spirit Returning Sect and weakening Water Crystal Palace is also a must. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sighed emotionally. While this is so, it is easier said than done. Other than senior apprentice brother Yang, how many others could so easily change the situation of the world? Senior apprentice brother Yang said that he would not go all out, but with just a casual move of his, he has already caused the winds and clouds to change. Fu and Shu looked at Sikong Qing. Before absolute power, all trickery and trickery are useless. These words are true, but how many people are born with absolute power? In the process of unceasingly climbing towards the peak, there are some things that one has to pay attention to. You can choose not to use it yourself, but you have to understand it at the very least, preventing enemies from targeting you. There is a saying called killing with a borrowed knife. You have to be wary of the edge that you have painstakingly sharpened becoming a knife in the hands of others. Sikong Qing was silent for a moment before she nodded, not speaking. Yang Zhaoge smiled, saying, Senior apprentice Aunt Fu speaks too seriously. I am not as good as you praise me to be. In baiting the turtle this time, it is those who are willing to take the bait. While the Spirit Returning Sect is being used by us, they will also gain something. Whether they will suffer a loss or gain an advantage is still uncertain. It's just that when we give them, their gains will be in our hands. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge passed a jade coin to Fu and Shu. Keep this jade coin, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. The contents of the first volume of the Xuanwu Fist Scripture are recorded within. It is already sufficient. As for how to keep this turtle on our hook, you can decide. Receiving the jade coin, Fu and Shu nodded, saying, Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. They arrived at Changli Mountain. Some of the Changli Mountain martial practitioners who had received the news earlier were already waiting at the edge of the directionless sea. However, upon learning that the chief of the Spirit Returning Sect, Lu Feng, was actually going to Changli Mountain to pay a visit as well, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all taken aback. As the news spread, it attracted the attention of all the other major powers, especially Water Crystal Palace. Amidst their shock, the various major powers all mobilized their manpower to investigate. In the end, the news that they obtained left them all speechless for a time. Yang Zhaoge grasped the direct lineage of Xuanwu. The martial legacies of the Spirit Returning Sect had hopes of improving further. As the news spread, the vast ocean world was shaken. While the Spirit Returning Sect was inferior to powers like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer Sect, they had always been one of the few powerful sects of the vast ocean world. They could be defeated, but when had they ever been subdued in terms of martial legacies? Today, however, someone had managed to do so. A living legend of the vast ocean world. To be continued. Chapter 616. As the news spread, Water Crystal Palace and Green Snake Island were the ones who felt the most upset. Water Crystal Palace seemed to already see the Spirit Returning Sect leaving them, entering the embrace of Changli Mountain. Meanwhile, Guan Jingqiang and the others of Green Snake Island wished that they could smash their heads against the ground. The Spirit Returning Sect desired to see the complete Xuanwu Fist Scripture in order to improve their martial legacies. How was it not the same for Green Snake Island? What worried them even more now was that if the Spirit Returning Sect successfully advanced, Green Snake Island would be facing a calamity of destruction at any time. The chief of Green Snake Island, the Green Snake Madame Guan Jingqiang, really did not know how she should face the ancestors of Green Snake Island now. Hearing that Yang Zhaoge had reappeared in the vast ocean world, the other major powers paid close attention to him as well. Even the ongoing great battle between the forces of good and evil had temporarily come to a halt, with no one stirring up any major conflicts as they all paid close attention to what Yang Zhaoge would do now that he had reappeared. Yang Zhaoge had no intention of doing anything else, just meeting the chief of Changli Mountain, Jiao Tianzhong. They naturally exchanged some pleasantries. Having successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Jiao Tianzhong's strength was comparable to that of Water Crystal Palace's Palace Lord Lin Shi and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong, replacing the fallen evil Saint Lin Qiancheng as one of the three heavyweights of the vast ocean world. However, Jiao Tianzhong's mind was very calm. He also thought that while there had been no activity from Water Crystal Palace recently, its strength had actually been increasing in secret. Jiao Tianzhong naturally welcomed Yang Zhaoge's reappearance. He now more or less understood that Yang Zhaoge did not intend to reign supreme over a region of the vast ocean world, at least not for the time being. It was just that with more of Yang Zhaoge's fellow disciples appearing in the vast ocean world this time, those of Changli Mountain still secretly paid attention to him. Chief Jiao, this Yang will be leaving soon. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. My fellow disciples may be a bother to your sect, so please take care of them. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Jiao Tianzhong and the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. From Yang Zhaoge's words, it actually seemed like he would not appear for a long time. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Jiao Tianzhong still did not hesitate in the slightest as he replied, Mr. Yang is too polite. Our sect naturally welcomes a friend who has come from afar. With both sides enjoying themselves, Yang Zhaoge and the others left while the spirit returning sect's Lu Feng remained behind. While they had come for Yang Zhaoge's Zhenwu fist scripture, since they had decided to stay far away from Water Crystal Palace and approach Changli Mountain, the spirit returning sect naturally had many matters to discuss with Changli Mountain. Yang Zhaoge and the others exited the Great Hall together, their gazes simultaneously falling on Xu Fei. Xue Fei and Shi Jun had already remained in the vast ocean world for over 15 years. While Xue Fei still appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, he was actually already close to 50. He had not wasted his time in these years either. He had long since become an Essence Talisman level martial grandmaster expert. His current age was extremely young in comparison to his lifespan. Yang Zhaoge asked, "How is sister-in-law Yuzhen?" Due to her heavy injuries, Ying Yuzhen's lifespan had been shortened. Now that more than 10 years had passed, if there was no improvement, her situation would not be very optimistic. Xue Fei smiled. Jun'er is looking after her. Thanks to the purple bamboo immortal pistol we found a few years ago, her lifespan was extended a little. Her situation is already much better now, just that she has yet to awaken. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge sighed in relief. There are purple bamboo immortal pistols in this vast ocean world. That's good then. Methods to extend one's lifespan were rare in the first place. With Ying Yuzhen's unique situation, many methods could not be used, and many spirit medicines could not be easily consumed. Therefore, there were even fewer methods available. Purple bamboo immortal pistols had not been found in the Eight Extremities world and the floating life world. Unexpectedly, they were found here in the vast ocean world. Yang Zhaoge could not help but sigh emotionally at how the heavens always left a way out. They arrived at the back mountains of Changli Mountain. Within a courtyard stood a youth who looked to be around 27 or 28 years of age, his gaze firm and his features handsome. Senior Apprentice Granduncle Fu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yang, this youth was precisely Shi Jun. Seeing Yang Zhaoge and the others, a joyous smile appeared on his face. After first greeting Yang Zhaoge and Fu and Shu, he greeted the other fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. While Feng Yunxing, Sikong Qing and the others had long since known that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was different from that of the Eight Extremities world, seeing Shi Jun who looked completely like a handsome youth now, they were still rather unused to it. Ying Longtu raised his head dazedly, looking at Shi Jun who was almost a head taller than him. Back at Broad Creed Mountain that year, the two had been close in age, their relationship having been rather good. It was just that their former companion had suddenly been more than 10 years older than him. This had truly caused Han Long-er, who had already been gradually enlightened, to feel like his brain was no longer enough to process. It was Shi Jun who maintained his smile as he solemnly bowed towards Ying Longtu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Ying. No need for formalities. A rather dazed Ying Longtu stuttered a little. The others had originally still been a little unnatural, but seeing Ying Longtu's current appearance, they instead all smiled, no longer feeling so awkward. Standing beside Xue Fei, Yang Zhaoge secretly sent him a sound transmission. Senior apprentice brother Shu, in returning to the Eight Extremities world this time, I got Hu to make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion and meet senior apprentice sister Xie. Xue Fei's gaze hardened as he looked at Yang Zhaoge and Hu. Yang Zhaoge nodded towards Hu, who scratched the back of his head. Brother Fei, I met Miss Xie Yuchan. According to young master's instructions, I invited her to come to the vast ocean world as well. Miss Xie declined. Still, she said that if you returned to the Eight Extremities world in the future, please make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion. Hu was rather puzzled. I specifically asked around and found out that Miss Xie did not have a new lover. Still, why hasn't she come? Yang Zhaoge elbowed him, laughing as he scolded, What are you talking about? Hu gave a simple and honest laugh, while Xue Fei could not help but laugh as well, shaking his head. I more or less understand the reason for her not coming. Rest assured, after this matter is over, I will definitely find a way to return to the Eight Extremities world to see her. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Now that senior apprentice Aunt Fu and so many of our fellow disciples are here, there is no longer a need for you to keep an eye on sister-in-law Yuzhen and Jun Er. I will leave the lofty prestige mirror with you, also imparting you the mirror dimensional traversing technique. Roughly a year later, when the lofty prestige mirror has fully recovered, you will be able to return to the Eight Extremities world on your own. Make the best use of your time. Otherwise, by the time you return, you will have already surpassed them by 2 generations. Xue Fei ignored Yang Zhaoge's teasing as he instead frowned, asking, I can indeed rest easy here. Still, if you give me the treasure, what about yourself? Yang Zhaoge answered, there is no need to use the lofty prestige mirror in heading to the world beyond worlds. After getting there, I might not be able to use it. Seeing that Xue Fei's brows were still tightly knit, Yang Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Having chatted with Old Man Mo before coming, I heard him mention that there are some things in the world beyond worlds. If they have yet to be severed, I naturally have other methods. The mirror dimensional traversing technique is not the only way to establish a temporary dimensional passageway. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Xue Fei finally relaxed. When do you leave? Yang Zhaoge said calmly, right now. Chapter 617. Now. Xu Fei looked rather puzzledly at Yang Zhaoge. Martial practitioners who had yet to surpass the 3rd level of the martial saint realm would be hard-pressed to ascend to the world beyond worlds, as they could only do so via the wounds of the sky. Yang Zhaoge had previously given a simple introduction of that paper fan of divine wood. Xue Fei already knew that Yang Zhaoge possessed a treasure that could protect him from the power of dimensions. But if he wanted to find the wound of the sky, where was it? With Yang Zhaoge's current methods, he was still unable to forcibly rip apart the boundary between the world beyond worlds and the vast ocean world. Yang Zhaoge smiled. A wound of the sky once appeared in the vast ocean world. That person of the dim darkness sect came from there. The wounds of the sky wall will not exist forever. The power of the domain will heal them, but it will be much easier to break open the places that were once torn. As for the place, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice brother Shu, you should also be able to guess it. When Xu Fei heard this, he pondered for a moment, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Tribulation Wind Mountain? Yang Zhaoge nodded. While I cannot be certain, if my guess is not wrong, when the dim darkness sect's Liang Jichao descended, the wound of the sky was most likely in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Tribulation Wind Mountain was an extremely dangerous place of the vast ocean world, a forbidden zone for humans as it was located on the mainland. That place was shrouded by terrifying storms all year round, and even space itself was distorted by them. Even martial sage realm experts did not dare to step into that place easily. Yang Zhaoge said, if the situation in the world beyond worlds is stable, I will think of a way to descend again and bring sister-in-law Yuzhen up. There might be more methods that I can think of over there that will definitely be able to help her make a complete recovery. Fortunately, with the purple bamboo immortal pistol extending her lifespan, we have much more time. Xue Fei said, be careful on this trip. Yang Zhaoge smiled, of course. After bidding farewell to Xu Fei, Fu Inshu, and the others, Yang Zhaoge set off for the region of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Arriving in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain, Zhongxian realized that it lived up to its name. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with storms, and it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Standing beside him, Feng Yunxing and Hu cupped their eyes with their hands as they looked at the tragic scene and gasped. "Young master, are you sure it's here?" Hu grimaced. Pan, who was sitting beneath them, was sprawled on the ground, his two front paws covering his eyes as he let out a weak roar, seemingly agreeing with Hu's words. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "After investigating the area, I'm even more certain that this is the place." Feng Yunxing looked up at the sky. "If it's really here, what should we do?" Yang Zhaoge smiled. "I already thought about it back in the Eight Extremities world." He said to Hu, "Take out all the things I asked you to prepare." The moment Hu woke up, he hurriedly flipped through his shadow shrinking pouch, pulling out a large pile of things. Crystal stones, talisman papers, green jade, gold and iron, and all kinds of other things. Every one of them was extremely huge, weighing more than 100 kilograms. Among them, there was even a peculiar sapling that flickered with a faint green light. Yang Zhaoge said, "Let us retreat." Saying thus, he led Feng Yunxing, Hu, and Pan in retreat, while the Northern Ocean clone took those treasures before flying off in the direction of Tribulation Wind Mountain. The Northern Ocean clone possessed shocking strength as he forcibly broke through the storms on the outskirts, nearing Tribulation Wind Mountain itself. However, the further in he went, the more intense the storms of Tribulation Wind Mountain became. At the end, even the Northern Ocean clone found it hard to advance. The imperious cold martial armor appeared on his body, the fish dragon spear appearing in his palm. The Northern Ocean clone brandished the spear, a majestic force temporarily parting the storms, opening up a path for him. Just like that, supported by the two sacred artifacts, the Northern Ocean clone forcibly opened up a path, finally arriving at the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Here, the storms had reached their peak, even distorting and ripping space apart. Even the Northern Ocean clone would be hard-pressed to remain here for a long time. He made good use of his time, forcing back the storms and landing at the peak of the mountain. With a wave of his palm, various spirit treasures of various kinds landed at the peak of the mountain, directly forming a massive formation. Beneath the assault of the storms, these spirit treasures were virtually about to be shattered in an instant. Fortunately, the Northern Ocean clone reacted quickly enough, stabbing the fish dragon spear into the peak of the mountain. A massive barrier instantly arose, blocking the storms for an instant. Making use of this time, the formation stabilized. At the center of the grand formation, that jade-green sapling planted its roots, growing with the wind as it actually instantly transformed into a great tree that towered into the heavens. The next moment, a streak of jade light shot into the skies from the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Where the jade light passed, those terrifying storms were actually all drawn over by it, congregating at one point before shooting into the clouds together. In the distance, Yang Zhaoge and the others could feel the heavens and earth shaking unceasingly. The originally dim sky now turned even more blurry and indistinct. Yang Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. He seemed to vaguely see a faint light flickering within the sky. A moment later, he confirmed that it had not been a misconception on his part. Radiance had truly appeared within the sky, a long streak that resembled the sky being ripped apart as a scar was formed. Yang Zhaoge had once seen this scene in the Eight Extremities world when he had obstructed the descent of Zhong Chao and the others of the Radiant Light sect. It was precisely a wound of the sky. Numerous streaks of light descended from the sky as the sonorous voice of the great Tao seemed to resound by their ears. Feng Yunxing, Hu, and Pan all raised their heads, their eyes wide as they stared at that shocking scene. Yang Zhaoge howled, bringing the others along as they approached Tribulation Wind Mountain. The storms in the surroundings of Tribulation Wind Mountain temporarily rose into the sky as the Earth's surface instead calmed down. The Northern Ocean clone swept along Yang Zhaoge and the others, his figure resembling a great rock that soared into the 9 heavens as he shot directly towards the wound of the sky. As they neared the wound of the sky, they instantly felt a boundless, immense force assaulting them. This boundless, immense force did not just originate from the outside world as it originated from within the bodies of Yang Zhaoge and the others. It intermingled internally and externally, omnipresent yet irresistible. Not only did the distorted, chaotic feeling cause one's fleshly body to feel pain as though it was about to be ripped apart and shattered, even one's soul was similarly thrown into disorder as they virtually descended into insanity. Their cultivation bases were insufficient as they passed through the wound of the sky. Not only would their fleshly body be reduced to a mist of blood and dust, even their soul would similarly be extinguished. This was truly the outcome of having their body and soul extinguished. Yang Zhaoge inhaled deeply, taking out that paper fan that he had obtained from a dim darkness sect martial practitioner and opening it with a swoosh. Stimulated by his true essence, radiance that resembled green whilst also gold surged, penetrating the heavens and penetrating the earth. The illusory silhouette of radiance seemed to form a massive tree that resembled a heavenly pillar, enveloping Tribulation Wind Mountain from below while its crown directly shot into the wound of the sky from above. The light pillar transformed into a perfectly straight tree trunk. While Yang Zhaoge and the others could still feel the terrifying threat of the power of dimensions within, their movements instantly became much smoother. The Northern Ocean clone made use of this chance, bringing Yang Zhaoge and the others along as they shot into the sky, traversing that crack in the sky which glowed with radiance. While it seemed like it had only been a short instant, Yang Zhaoge felt as though he had traversed the long river of countless years. Vast spiritual qi surged through his body, shaking his mind. When the light had dissipated, Yang Zhaoge could only feel as though the world before his eyes had suddenly opened up, a clear sky appearing above his head as spiritual qi roiled between the heavens and the earth, flowing without end. For an instant, Yang Zhaoge actually felt somewhat like he had returned to the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times. This world beyond worlds is truly indescribably wondrous. While this was his first time here, Yang Zhaoge could confirm that he had not come to the wrong place. This was indeed the world beyond worlds. Still, a clamor resounded by his ear. As Yang Zhaoge gazed over, blazing fire rampaged on the vast earth before him, floods surging to the heavens as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The flames of war had clearly raged where he had descended. To be continued. Chapter 618. It can't be, again? Yang Zhaoge rolled his eyes. The situation before him was extremely similar to when he had arrived in the vast ocean world for the second time. Beside him, Hu and Feng Yunsheng could not help but glance at Yang Zhaoge. Young master, why is it that wherever we go, there is a battle? Hu grinned, asking. Yang Zhaoge answered exasperatedly, how would I know? What was slightly better than last time was that they had not landed directly in the center of the battlefield this time, simultaneously facing the attacks of both sides. Still, the great battle before them was even more intense than the conflict between the Spirit Returning sect and Green Snake Island earlier. The two sides were already completely enraged as blood flowed like rivers. Gazing over, Yang Zhaoge and the others could see corpses littering the ground. Fresh blood had already accumulated on the ground, already close to drying up as it resembled a black swamp. Within the sky, martial grandmasters were currently in an intense battle, winds surging and clouds surging as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. On the ground, there were martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases who were also locked in an intense battle, the scene even more tragic. Radiance flickered over the distant horizon, a vigorous force that shook one's heart surging unceasingly. Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, feeling that martial saint experts were currently clashing there. While they were far away, Yang Zhaoge and the others could still feel the great earth beneath their feet shaking unceasingly. Yang Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone both retracted their auras as he carefully appraised the two sides currently battling. To Yang Zhaoge, while the cultivation bases of these people could not be said to be very high, he was still able to see through many things. After watching for a while, Feng Yunsheng and Hu's expressions grew much more solemn as well. The world beyond worlds is indeed extraordinary. Other than being more abundant in spiritual qi, the martial arts cultivated in by the martial practitioners here are mostly outstanding as well. Hu muttered, I wonder what the background of these people are. Hu murmured, I don't know what the background of these people are, but the martial arts they are executing, placed in the Eight Extremities world, while they are inferior to the direct lineages of sacred grounds, they are also definitely not something the legacies of those first and second-rate powers can compare to. Feng Yunsheng pondered for a moment. According to Zhaoge's words of Old Man Mo, While much of the essence of legacies from before the Great Calamity is also missing, it is preserved more completely than in the Eight Extremities world. There are even Tao legacies like the Dim Radiant sect that have not been severed. The level of the martial arts here is even higher than in the Eight Extremities world. She surveyed her surroundings. The spiritual qi here is so abundant, and there are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well as resources that are much more abundant than in the Eight Extremities world. Ahu stared at both sides of the battle. One side's troops are advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. It looks like they're in a military formation. Yang Zhaoge did not speak. He too had the same feeling. A group of armor-clad cultivators gathered together. Although their cultivations were not outstanding, they formed a formation. Their qi and blood surged into the sky as they attacked their enemies with the weight of Mount Tai. Everyone's power was concentrated in one place, and the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. It was clear that they were jointly using some kind of powerful battle formation. More than 1,000 body refinement martial artists had formed a battle formation, and with their combined forces, they had completely routed the group of evolved master. On the other side, there was a great grandmaster martial artist. His strength swept across, and even 1,000-man battle formation could not withstand it. However, in this military formation, there were not only body-tempering martial artists, but also many martial Tao grandmasters. Under their guidance, the battle formation unleashed even greater power, at the same time also feeding it back to these martial scholars. The two sides joined forces, jointly resisting the martial grandmaster opponents before them. There was not just a single such battle formation. Under the command of a leader, several battle formations joined together, their power stacking and increasing unceasingly. While there was a limit to the power of a battle formation, the opponent was only a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. For a time, he was also pushed back unceasingly by this torrent of steel. On the army's side, there were similarly martial grandmaster experts leading them. With the assistance of the battle formation, the individual martial practitioners were instantly unable to withstand it. Yang Zhaoge looked calmly at this scene. The higher one's cultivation base, the harder it was for those below to defeat those above to obtain victory through numbers. This was because there were not many battle formations that could accommodate hundreds or even thousands of martial saint experts. Let alone martial saints, even martial grandmasters would find it hard to join forces. It was already a very rare situation for him to use the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to join forces with Yang Di, Old Man Mo and the others to resist the Flame Devils. However, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation could only be formed by 4 people. Still, when everyone's cultivation bases were rather low, a massive number of martial practitioners with low cultivation bases joining forces could indeed make up for the difference in their cultivation bases with numbers. This scene before him was the best example of this. Scanning the entire battlefield, Yang Zhaoge's gaze suddenly hardened slightly. Oh? Opening the door with good news, it was smoother than I had thought. With the situation unclear, with even the identities of the two sides still yet to be ascertained, Yang Zhaoge originally had no intention of interfering. He had only been waiting for the battle to calm down a little before casually grabbing someone to ask about it. However, looking carefully, he suddenly discovered a black-clothed middle-aged man. While this black-clothed middle-aged man was already a martial grandmaster, there was also an armored martial grandmaster leading the group who seemed to be an officer staring at him. Heavily outnumbered, this black-clothed middle-aged man instantly fell into danger. When Yang Zhaoge discovered him, he was currently being stabbed in the chest with a spear. The reason for Yang Zhaoge's attention was that this person's attire was clearly the same as that of the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner Liang Jichao who had died in the Dragon Tomb. This was very likely a Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner as well. On the battlefield, facing the enemy's formation, the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners were already beginning to crumble as they fled in all directions. Struck by a spear, the black-clothed middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a youth in embroidered clothes beside him was greatly shocked as he hurriedly carried him on his back before turning and fleeing. Seeing their opponents beginning to crumble, the armored army dispersed as well, beginning to pursue and slay their fleeing enemies. To them, the heads of their enemies were all meritorious deeds. The youth in embroidered clothes fled with the black-clothed middle-aged man on his back, traversing mountains and traversing ravines. After fleeing for who knew how long, there was no one before him. Just as he was about to stop and catch his breath, a sound that resembled the roar of thunder suddenly resounded behind him. Shocked, the youth in embroidered clothes looked back, seeing a martial grandmaster leading a group of armored martial practitioners in pursuit. Looking at the black-clothed middle-aged man behind him, a smile appeared on their faces. Traitors of the dim darkness sect are more valuable than other traitors. The iron hooves of the enemy instantly arrived before him. The youth's face turned pale as despair appeared within his eyes. Could it be that I am going to die here today? As he thought this, the world before his eyes suddenly blurred. The world before those armored martial practitioners similarly blurred as they discovered that a handsome youth wearing a white robe and a black-bordered blue shirt had appeared within the forest, blocking before their target. The sabers and spears in their hands descended. The other party did not move at all as he just stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The next moment, all the armored martial practitioners were sent flying backwards, blood spurting from their mouths as they died on the spot. Yang Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he swiveled his head to look at the black-clothed middle-aged man who was already heavily injured and unconscious before shifting his gaze to that youth in embroidered clothes who was still rather dazed. You are also a descendant of the dim darkness sect? Chapter 619. From the words of Deng Sen, Yang Zhanhua, Sun Hao, and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier, Yang Zhaoge already knew that the current language of the world beyond worlds was extremely similar to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. Although there were some changes, they were very close. In most situations, they could even be used interchangeably without affecting communication. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, a grateful look appeared on this youth's face, but he was also rather guarded against him. He hesitated slightly for a moment before saying, "I am not a disciple of the dim darkness sect." Yang Zhaoge smiled, "You don't have to be so nervous. I am not on the same side as your enemy, here to trick you into saying something. If not for the fact that this person of the dim darkness sect is currently heavily injured and unconscious, I would have originally intended to question him. I inadvertently found a corpse which was left behind by a transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the dim darkness sect after his death that year. Wanting to return it to the sect now, I sought a descendant of the dim darkness sect." The young man in embroidered clothes cupped his hands. "No matter what, I still have to thank you for saving my life." Looking at that black-clothed martial practitioner, he said, "The Xian crooks are tyrannical, bewitching the masses." The Radiant Light sect, the dim darkness sect and the other sects all rose up in revolt, wanting to overthrow the tyrannical regime of the Xian crooks. Martial practitioners of the various lands all responded to this, their followers as numerous as the clouds. I am merely a mere part of them. Mr. Zhong Qiansong is an old acquaintance of mine. It was due to his influence that I decided to join the great cause of resisting the Xian bandits. Still, I am indeed not a disciple of the dim darkness sect." Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "May I ask if this is the Royal Reed Sea?" The youth in embroidered clothes was taken aback once more. "This is indeed the Royal Reed Sea." "Sire," Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling, "I am not someone of the Royal Reed Sea. As I said before, I have come here to send the remains of a senior of the dim darkness sect back home." The young man in embroidered clothes mumbled, "You are truly an expert, having the style of the ancients." He relaxed a little, and his chatterbox gradually opened up. Only now did Yang Zhaoge know that many changes had occurred in the Royal Reed Sea as compared to when Old Man Mo had still been around in the past. More than 100 years ago, an expert had descended upon the Royal Reed Sea, calling himself the Xian King as he expanded his territory here, finally establishing the foundation of the Grand Xian dynasty. In the end, the Grand Xian dynasty ruled over the Royal Reed Sea, which was even vaster than the entire Eight Extremities world. Besides the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and a few other peak powers, the other martial practitioners who were active in the Royal Reed Sea all submitted to the Grand Xian dynasty. The Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other powers also temporarily avoiding their edge. However, over 10 years ago, the founder of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Xian King, had perished, causing the overall strength of the Grand Xian dynasty to suffer greatly as well. The Xuanmu kings of the past had always been tyrannical and cruel in their rule. This was especially so for the current third-generation King Xuanmu, who was arrogant and licentious as he had exerted great pressure on the martial practitioners of the royal Reed Sea. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty was on a decline, internal strife instantly arose. Meanwhile, the powers at the head of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect even began brazenly attacking the Grand Xian dynasty, the flames of war currently raging throughout the entire royal Reed Sea. Even as they resisted the Grand Xian dynasty, they were also inciting the experts that the Grand Xian dynasty had gathered to rebel against them, also drawing in the other martial practitioners of the royal Reed Sea regardless of their cultivation bases as they rebelled together, shaking the foundations of the Grand Xian dynasty's rule in all aspects. This heavily injured and unconscious Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner Zhong Qiansong and his companions were doing precisely this. Meanwhile, the Grand Xian dynasty was naturally doing their utmost to suppress them as well, the two sides locked in a fierce battle. It was not just here before them as the chaos of war spread throughout the entire royal Reed Sea. Yang Zhaoge nodded repeatedly as he heard this. The more chaotic the better. The more chaotic the situation is, the more convenient it will be for us to reap benefits from the fire. From the looks of it now, it was not just the Dim Darkness sect who was their nemesis. The Radiant Light sect also had other enemies in the royal Reed Sea. It was just a pity that the Grand Xian dynasty was not a good partner to work with. Just from how the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, these two mortal enemies, had even joined forces to attack them, it could be seen how unpopular the Grand Xian dynasty was. Also, this Grand Xian dynasty was used to being domineering and overbearing. Working with them would really be asking a tiger for its skin. Still, the current chaos in the royal Reed Sea was indisputably more beneficial to Yang Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. After all, if a massive entity like the Radiant Light sect went all out, it would be sufficient to suppress worlds like the Eight Extremities world or the Vast Ocean world. According to Old Man Mo, ever since the Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had perished, the Dim Radiant sect had suffered a great loss in strength, a great number of its peak experts having perished as it had finally fallen apart. Even so, however, the Radiant Light sect had still had experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm that year. Also, as compared to the Eight Extremities world, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sect. Meanwhile, in the world beyond worlds, their cultivation bases would not be suppressed as they would be able to fight at their peak state. Looking at the youth in embroidered clothes before him, Yang Zhaoge smiled. After talking for so long, I still don't know how I should address you. The youth hesitated slightly. Yang Zhaoge had saved him and Zhong Qiansong. It would really be impolite of him not to give his name. Still, he was still a little worried that Yang Zhaoge was of the Grand Xian dynasty and was playing hard to get. The Wei family he hailed from was rather famous in the phoenix-bearing region of the royal Reed Sea. As soon as he said his surname, most people who had heard of him would be able to associate him with the Wei family. It had been his own idea to follow Zhong Qiansong to rebel against the Grand Xian back then, keeping it a secret from the seniors of his family. After a while, the youth sighed, still answering honestly, I am Wei Lang. I wonder how I should address benefactor. I am surnamed Yang, Yang Zhaoge. While news of this might reach the ears of the Radiant Light sect, Yang Zhaoge did not give a fake name. Appraising Wei Lang, he said rather interestedly, from the martial arts that you executed, while they could not be said to be supreme, there are still merits to it. The sect or family that you hail from should not be nameless, right? If he was someone of the Grand Xian dynasty, using the name of the Wei family, it would be sufficient for them to make things difficult for him. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Wei Lang instead heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that Yang Zhaoge was indeed not a native of the royal Reed Sea. Relaxing greatly, he said, this is a supreme martial art that has been passed down in my family. My Wei family is also somewhat famous in this phoenix-bearing region of the royal Reed Sea. Yang Zhaoge looked at that black-clothed martial practitioner. He is called Zhong Qiansong. His injuries are rather serious, and it looks like he won't be able to wake up for a while. Do you know how to contact the other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners? Wei Lang said rather awkwardly, Brother Yang, I did not lie. I am indeed not a disciple of the Dim Darkness sect. As for the other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners, while I have seen a few of them before, I do not know how to contact them. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead, smiling bitterly within his heart. This really is. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge communicated with the Northern Ocean clone via a thought, the latter stealthily leaving. In having come to the world beyond worlds this time, on one hand, he had ascertained the situation and contacted his enemies of the Radiant Light sect. On the other hand, he had to think of a way to prevent those of the Radiant Light sect from obtaining the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. While he might be able to contact the Dim Darkness sect now, it was still uncertain when he would be able to make any progress. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge decided to work on both fronts at once. He would contact the Dim Darkness sect while the Northern Ocean clone would go investigate the matter of the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. With Feng Yunsheng by his side, if he obtained any clues regarding the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary, he would not have to worry about any delays. Wei Lang naturally did not detect anything at all as he was currently looking worriedly at the unconscious Zhong Qiansong. Now, Wei Lang's expression suddenly changed as he retrieved a paper crane formed of spirit talismans from his bosom. As the paper crane flapped its wings, Wei Lang was rather shocked. A senior of my family is nearby, currently looking for me. Chapter 620. Glancing at the paper crane, Yang Zhaoge knew that this was a special secret communication technique that was commonly used amongst family members, making it easy for the elders to find and rescue the juniors. A moment later, a group of people appeared before Yang Zhaoge and the others. The one at their head was a middle-aged man. Seeing him, Wei Lang called out rather embarrassedly, "Second uncle." The middle-aged man looked first at Yang Zhaoge and the others before looking at Wei Lang, sighing, "Lang big brother and I were both very worried about you." Wei Lang hurriedly said, "It was my fault for making father and second uncle worry." Looking at Yang Zhaoge, seeing that his expression was as per usual, he introduced, "Brother Yang, this is my second uncle, Ascending Yunsheng. Second uncle, this is brother Yang Zhaoge. He saved me just now." Hearing his words, Wei Yunsheng cupped his hands towards Yang Zhaoge. "Many thanks for saving this nephew." Yang Zhaoge smiled, "You are polite, Mr. Wei." Looking at Zhong Qiansong, Wei Lang said slowly, "Second uncle, Mr. Zhong is injured. You." Wei Yunsheng shook his head, "I already told you before not to mess around with those of the Dim Darkness sect. If they can't stay in the Phoenix-bearing region, they can just leave." "But where can my Wei family go?" Wei Lang said in a low tone, "Second uncle, the Xian crooks have always been domineering. Our Wei family has also suffered greatly from them, being exploited and oppressed. Now that they have lost their destiny, it is a great time to overthrow them." Wei Yunsheng said, "You are still young. Without the Grand Xian, there will still be other powers who will reign supreme. It will not be our Wei family's turn." Wei Lang muttered, "It can't be worse than being trampled on by the Grand Xian." Looking at Zhong Qiansong in deep thought, Wei Yunsheng glanced at Yang Zhaoge and the others, asking via sound transmission, "Why did these people save you? Was it just because they saw injustice and drew their swords to help? Actually, they should mainly be wanting to save Mr. Zhong." Wei Lang answered honestly, "This brother Yang is not a native of the Royal Reed Sea. Instead, he is escorting the remains of a Dim Darkness sect senior back to his hometown. Still, he does not know how to contact the Dim Darkness sect. You also know that the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect is mysterious and unfathomable. Few in the outside world know about it." Wei Yunsheng mused for a moment and sighed, "Forget it. Since that's the case, bring them back to Labor Wind City first." When Wei Lang heard this, he felt a little uneasy. If I bring them back to the clan, will they bring danger to the clan? If he had to risk his life and spill his blood, he would have no qualms about it. However, there were the old, weak, women and children in his family. If they were targeted by the Grand Xian dynasty, he dared not think too much about the consequences. Wei Yunsheng said, "With me protecting you, it would instead be harder for your tracks to be exposed. Otherwise, if you were to be captured by the people of the Grand Xian dynasty while roaming the outside world, your clan would still be implicated." Wei Lang was a little embarrassed. "Thank you, second uncle." He went to tell Yang Zhaoge about it, and Yang Zhaoge did not mind as he immediately nodded, "Since that is so, I will be troubling you." Under the cover of the Wei clan's martial practitioners, the group quickly traversed mountains and rivers. Only now did Yang Zhaoge and the others have the time to carefully sense everything that was happening in the world beyond worlds. Looking up, the spirit qi veins crisscrossed in the sky, almost visible to the naked eye. The clear blue sky was not purely blue. Instead, it seemed to have a faint green luster. Day and night were not so distinct. At night, it was also not like places like the Eight Extremities world where the bright starry sky could be seen. The night sky was not completely black. Instead, it seemed to be covered by a layer of blurry white gauze as it appeared completely dusky. Extremely bright starlight would suddenly streak across the horizon from time to time. While it was not like the great sun which illuminated the entire world, the starlight was still extremely bright and dazzling. It was only for a fleeting moment as it seemed to pass through the world itself. It is like we are within the river of stars, Feng Yunsheng murmured. Even if we are not, we are still close to the sea of stars. Yang Zhaoge smiled. This is the world beyond worlds. While it could not compare to the heavenly court of the 9 heavens of pre-great calamity times, it was no ordinary world either. After traveling for a few days, a majestic city appeared on the horizon. Half of it was on land while the other half was on the vast ocean, not moving at all despite the waves of the ocean as it had a rather majestic aura. Gazing at the city in the distance, Yang Zhaoge knew that this was Labor Wind City, one of the major cities of the phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea. The Wei family of which Wei Lang and Wei Yunsheng hailed from was the ruler of this place. The patriarch was Wei Lang's father and Wei Yunsheng's elder brother, Wei Yunchang. Wei Yunchang looked at Wei Lang rather sternly as Wei Lang was unable to raise his head under his gaze. Still, Wei Yunchang did not punish Wei Lang in front of Yang Zhaoge as he just received Yang Zhaoge's group, thanking them for saving Wei Lang. Yang Zhaoge and the others were settled in. Zhong Qiansong was also taken care of. Beneath Yang Zhaoge's methods, Zhong Qiansong's injuries gradually began to recover as he soon regained consciousness. Liang Jichao? That was a figure of my Grand Master's generation. It is rumored that he went to the lower worlds that year. Though there has been no news of him since, Zhong Qiansong's face was pale. Does this mean that senior apprentice granduncle Liang has really perished? Yang Zhaoge held that wooden fan in one hand, waving lightly with the other. Enveloped by streams of clear qi, a white skeleton appeared, garbed in a robe similar to that of Zhong Qiansong's. Zhong Qiansong struggled to place his finger on the skeleton, infusing his aura qi within. After sensing it for a moment, he said sadly, "While I cannot be certain that it is senior apprentice granduncle Liang, it is indeed our sect's legacy without a doubt." He cupped his hands towards Yang Zhaoge. "Thank you for your righteousness." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "No need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of which, it was also a bit of a coincidence that I was able to meet a senior of your sect. It is related to another power of this Royal Reed Sea." Zhong Qiansong raised his brows. "Oh? May I ask which power it is?" Yang Zhaoge said, "The Radiant Light Sect." Zhong Qiansong instantly snorted coldly. "Radiant Light Sect, HMPH. Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Do not misunderstand. My sect and I have no relationship with the Radiant Light Sect. On the contrary, enmity has been sown between us. I wonder if you have any impression of the names Deng Sen, Sun Hao, Liu Feng, Yang Zhanhua, and Jin Jie?" Zhong Qiansong was shocked. They are all martial saint elders of the Radiant Light Sect, 3 of their direct disciples and 2 of their guest elders. How would I not have heard of them? Among them, Deng Sen is even an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Even in the entire Royal Reed Sea, he is a famous figure. Yang Zhaoge grinned. "Doesn't your sect feel that it has already been some time since we have heard any news of them?" Zhong Qiansong was taken aback, only reacting after a while as he looked even more shocked. "They're dead." "It's related to your sect." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Actually, there should still be 3 more 3rd-level martial saints. Sadly, I do not know their names. Also, they died not long ago. Your sect might not have received the news in time." Zhong Qiansong sucked in a breath of cold air. "May I ask which sect you hail from?" Chapter 621. While he was grateful to Yang Zhaoge for having escorted Liang Jichao's remains back to the Royal Reed Sea as well as for having saved his and Wei Lang's lives, as a descendant of the Dim Darkness sect, even though he was currently in dire straits, Zhong Qiansong still had pride within his heart. However, Hearing that the disappearance and death of Deng Sen and the others were all related to Yang Zhaoge and his sect, Zhong Qiansong could not help but feel a chill within his heart. Whether they were direct disciples or guest elders, the deaths of so many martial saint experts was a great loss to the Radiant Light sect, which was a major power with many assets. If it was the Dim Darkness sect, they too would be unable to remain indifferent about it. This was especially so when Zhong Qiansong heard that it was likely that 3 experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm had perished as well. In total, they had lost a total of 8 martial saints, with 5 of them being experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and Deng Sen being an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Such losses were already extremely massive. Deng Sen was one of the top 5 grand elders of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall. He was a renowned figure in the entire Royal Reed Sea. Looking at Yang Zhaoge again now, Zhong Qiansong could not help but feel deep veneration. Even if the other party was inferior to his Dim Darkness sect, they were definitely from a major power that could not be underestimated. They might even be even more powerful than he had anticipated. Yang Zhaoge spoke no further as he just smiled mildly. Our sect does not belong to the Royal Reed Sea. I believe that you have never heard of it before. Seeing that Yang Zhaoge did not say anything, Zhong Qiansong did not force him to ask. However, the other party's unfathomable expression did not cause him to look down on him, instead making him even more solemn. If what he said is true, the enmity between them and the Radiant Light sect is already so deep that it cannot be resolved. Perhaps they can become powerful reinforcements for our sect. While we are rebelling against the Shen together now, the Radiant Light sect is still our sect's mortal enemy at the end of the day, Zhong Qiansong thought. Still, we have to be careful of this being a ploy by the Radiant Light sect. While Yang Zhaoge had not mentioned it, Zhong Qiansong had also unconsciously denied the possibility that the other party had come from outside the world beyond worlds. This was similar to the thinking of those of the Radiant Light sect back then, carrying with it some sense of superiority as a major power of the world beyond worlds. In fact, if Deng Sen and so many other experts were to descend into a world outside of the world higher realm, they would basically be able to sweep through everything. There were only extremely few worlds where the martial Dao flourished. While they could not compare to the world beyond worlds, they did not lack experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. The number of people who had ascended from a single world was already not just 1 or 2. However, for one, those worlds were too few in number. Compared to the thousands of lower realms, they were practically negligible. Secondly, even in such a world, there were many sects that existed side by side. Zhong Qiansong had never heard of any lower realm force that had the ability to take down so many powerhouses in Deng Sen's group. As for bringing back Liang Jichao's remains from the lower realms, it wasn't a big deal. Since Liang Jichao could descend to the lower worlds, others in the world beyond worlds could naturally descend and return as well. This, however, was the result of Yang Zhaoge's intentional actions. Everything he said was true, but an incomplete truth was sometimes more misleading than a lie. Zhong Qiansong was merely a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Placed in sects like Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City in the 8 Extremities world, he would not be able to reach the level of core decision-makers, let alone a major power like the Dim Darkness sect. Yang Zhaoge only needed to establish a connection with higher echelon Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners through him. The more exaggerated Zhong Qiansong's imagination about himself and Broad Creed Mountain, the more he would naturally recommend them. As for what would happen after they learnt the truth, Yang Zhaoge was not too concerned about it. The one who had misunderstood was Zhong Qiansong. Anyway, it wasn't like he was going to submit to the Dim Darkness sect. As Zhong Qiansong pondered on how to send news back to his sect to investigate the situation of Deng Sen's group further, verifying the veracity of Yang Zhaoge's words, he said warmly, "This Zhong is incomparably grateful for having escorted senior apprentice granduncle Liang's remains back to the clan. It is just that I am injured now as well, unable to escort his remains. Can I ask you to help me to the end? I will try to contact the senior experts of my sect to come and receive us. My sect's seniors will definitely repay you for your righteousness as a token of our sincerity." Yang Zhaoge smiled mildly, "It's fine. I originally wanted to remain in this Royal Reed Sea for a period of time. Still, My original intention was to understand more about the Radiant Light Sect situation. Zhong Qiansong chuckled. In this world, other than their own descendants, it would be our sect that understands the Radiant Light Sect the most. As Yang Zhaoge and Zhong Qiansong conversed, elsewhere in the Wei family manor, there were also people conversing, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they were arguing. Second brother, why has sixth uncle been alerted? The patriarch, Wei Yunchang, who was also Wei Lang's father, was currently gazing solemnly at his younger brother, Wei Yunsheng. Wei Yunsheng's expression was calm as a white-haired old man beside him snorted coldly. Luckily, Yunsheng was alert. Otherwise, even this old man wouldn't know how much trouble you unfilial descendants have caused. His gaze swept across Wei Lang beside Wei Yunchang. Swept by his granduncle's gaze, Wei Lang instantly felt a chill run through his entire body. Wei Yunsheng said mildly, "Let eldest brother know that General Yang's forces are already on the way, arriving at our labor-wind city very soon." The bodies of Wei Yunchang and Wei Lang simultaneously jolted, Phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen? The Phoenix-bearing general was the commander of the Grand Xian dynasty's army responsible for guarding the Phoenix-bearing region. Wei Yunchang's face was sunken. Lang acted on his own. Even if he was in the wrong, he would naturally be dealt with according to the family's laws. You actually reported him to the Grand Xian dynasty? Big brother, Lang is ignorant, but you're also so naive. Wei Yunsheng said, Lang is not the eldest son of the first wife, and he rarely goes out in the past. Most of the time, he stays in Labor Wind City, so there are not many people in the Phoenix-bearing region who recognize him. However, when he joined forces with those of the Dim Darkness sect to rebel against the Xian, the martial arts he executed were those of my Wei family. While it would not be easy for others to discover him in the chaotic situation of the battle formation, there would definitely be people who would notice it and become suspicious. The Grand Xian dynasty has long since grown suspicious. Wei Yunchang fell silent. Old granduncle Wei snorted from the side. Yunchang, don't think that I don't know. If not for your tacit consent, how would Wei Lang have been hanging out with those of the Dim Darkness sect? However, you are really too muddle-headed. The Grand Xian dynasty is still far from having been completely wiped out. Is that something that can be rebelled just because you say so? Even though we are usually oppressed and exploited fiercely, at least we are still able to maintain our ancestral family business. But now, we may be exterminated at any time. Wei Lang clenched his teeth. I will bear the consequences of my own actions. Do not implicate the family because of me. Our Wei family is a major family. With the current situation, even the Xian bandits would not dare to blindly suppress us. As long as we hand me over, they will most likely still appease the family. Wei Yunsheng smiled. Second uncle can be considered to have watched you grow up. How would I want to send you to your death with my own hands? I invited General Yang and the others over to hunt down those of the Dim Darkness sect, not for you. Wei Lang stared. Second uncle. Wei Yunsheng smiled coldly. Otherwise, why would I have so kindly invited them to Labor Wind City? If not for your description of their unfathomable strength, I would have taken them down on the spot. Only their heads can protect the Wei clan. To be continued. Chapter 622. Wei Yunsheng's voice caused Wei Lang to tremble in fear. These people surnamed Yang might not be of the Dim Darkness sect, but they are jackals of the same tribe who have come to the Dim Darkness sect. They must be traitors as well. General Yang would be very happy to accept them. Wei Lang's lips trembled. Second uncle, they saved my life earlier. It was also because they believed in us that they came to Labor Wind City. Wei Yunsheng smiled coldly. I am also saving your life now, saving all of our lives. Since this brat surnamed Yang is so willing to help others, I believe that he would not be stingy in helping us once more. With their lives, we can save thousands of people of my Wei family. His merit is immeasurable. He should be happy to do so as well. Wei Lang opened his mouth wide, turning to look at his father in panic. His brows knit tightly. Wei Yunchang had just been about to speak when old granduncle Wei said coldly beside him, Today's events are all due to the reckless actions of you father and son, Yunchang. Amidst his words, a few figures appeared. Glancing at them, Wei Yunchang's heart sunk. He saw that these were all elders of the Wei family who usually did not manage affairs, instead focusing solely on cultivating. These old monsters were all not beneath his in terms of cultivation bases. This sixth uncle before him was even the number one expert of the Wei family. While he was the patriarch, with so many elders simultaneously expressing their opposition, Wei Yunchang felt immense pressure. Old granduncle Wei said in a heavy tone, "Yunchang, do you still not understand? Yunsheng has already contacted General Yang. Why was this old man still forced to leave seclusion? It was precisely because I wanted to capture these traitors with my own hand. Handing them over on our own accord and having them search for us are completely different results." Looking at Wei Yunchang, old granduncle Wei slowed his tone. "It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost." Wei Yunchang said in a heavy tone, "The Grand Xian dynasty has acted perversely. Currently, the entire royal Reed Sea is against them. While I have tacitly allowed Lang to travel with the people of the Dim Darkness sect, aren't you and second brother also standing on the side of the Grand Xian dynasty now? Also, you are the ones who betrayed the Dim Darkness sect. If the Grand Xian dynasty is really overthrown in the future, we will definitely be held accountable by the Dim Darkness sect. Also, we will be hated by them even more than the other powers which are vassals of the Grand Xian dynasty." Wei Yunchang said rather painfully, "Even if you are not on the same side as the Dim Darkness sect, why must you completely fall out with them like this? Just drive them away from this place." Old granduncle Wei snorted. "You, as a clan leader, have really become muddle-headed. It seems like it was indeed a mistake for the clan to hand you the helm back then. You are just like those mediocre people, only seeing that the Grand Xian dynasty has currently fallen into a low ebb, with its founder King Xian Wen having perished and the current King Xuanmu being powerless to suppress the world. Yet, do you not think about where the founding ancestor King Shencheng is?" Wei Yunchang was startled. Didn't King Shencheng die earlier than King Xianwen? Old granduncle Wei said, "King Xuanwen's death is something that is certain, but King Xuancheng's whereabouts are unknown. The royal family of the Great Xian dynasty is extremely secretive about it. His death is merely a guess of the masses. Who would dare pat their chest and say that King Shencheng is definitely dead?" Wei Yunchang frowned. King Xuancheng's cultivation base cannot be compared to King Xuanwen's. Even if he is still alive, he might not be able to rule the royal Reed Sea. Old granduncle Wei waved his hand. King Shencheng and King Xuanmu are both present. Even if the Grand Xian dynasty cannot win, it will be very hard for them to lose. As long as they do not lose, other places aside, this phoenix-bearing region will still be the world of the Grand Xian dynasty. Our Wei family will still be living and flourishing within the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty. How can we offend them? His tone turned stern. "Yunchang, you have already committed a grave mistake. Now, it is the entire clan that is bearing the risk alongside you father and son." Wei Yunsheng now said from the side, "Sixth uncle, please calm your anger. There is also no need to be in a hurry to act." Old granduncle Wei raised his white brows. "Are you worried that this old man will not be able to take down a few juniors? Such a young martial grandmaster is indeed rare. Still, how high can they be? The Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Realm?" Wei Yunsheng said, "Firstly, there is no harm in being careful. At the end of the day, we do not know their background, also not knowing if they have experts lying in ambush outside our labor-wind city. Secondly, from what I heard from their words, it seems that they want to contact other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners over. Under such circumstances, whether the Phoenix-bearing general wants to first capture him or slowly plot against him, it is best that we do not make a decision on our own. I have already truthfully reported the situation to the Phoenix-bearing general. Let's wait for the people of the Grand Xian dynasty to arrive before making a decision. We just need to stabilize the situation here." Hearing his words, old granduncle Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. "Keep a close eye on them." He swiveled his head and glanced at the pale Wei Lang. "Confine yourself and reflect on your actions." Wei Yunchang's face tensed as he fell silent. Having learnt some more about the current situation of the Radiant Light sect from Zhong Qiansong, Yang Zhaoge was very satisfied. Old man Mo's intelligence had already been a matter of over 100 years ago, as it could only serve as a general reference. Zhong Qiansong, however, had first-hand, real-time information that was much more useful. Zhong Qiansong was heavily injured at the end of the day. Also, having been busy contacting his seniors of the Dim Darkness sect as well as conversing with Yang Zhaoge, he very quickly found himself lacking in energy once more. After he had rested, Yang Zhaoge left his room. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed up at the brilliant sky up above as he pondered. The intelligence that Zhong Qiansong had provided earlier surfaced in Yang Zhaoge's mind one by one. Luo Jiyuan, the chief of the Radiant Light sect, was already an expert of the late-seeing divinity stage over 100 years ago. While he has yet to break through to the 7th level of the martial saint realm and step into the immortal bridge stage, he is probably just lacking that final step. It would not be too much to say that he is currently one of the most powerful seeing divinity martial saints of the Royal Reed Sea. They have the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels, guarding over them. Still, the moon wheel was damaged many years ago and no longer possesses its former might, causing the power of the two wheels to decline as well. Still, they are treasures that transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. The old saying is indeed right. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Despite having been destroyed for so many years, the dim radiant sect still has some of its foundation left behind. As he pondered, Yang Zhaoge gazed up at the stars above his head, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual chi of the world as he felt relaxed to the extreme. At this moment, he seemed to feel as though the heavens and earth before him had returned to the era before the great calamity. Within his illusory consciousness, the long river of time seemed to surge on a grand, unstoppable scale. Yang Zhaoge felt as though he was standing in the present, facing off against the long, distant years of time. Many comprehensions, many thoughts, all cleansed and tempered his inner heart. Streams of clear chi emanated, enveloping this courtyard as those outside were unable to clearly see what was going on within. Beneath the clear chi was a clump of chaos, neither beginning nor ending. The acupoints of Yang Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, numerous runes flying out from within, condensing into a formation which then stacked on top of one another, jointly establishing a heavenly altar that resembled a pagoda whilst also a sacrificial altar. Atop the heavenly altar, infinite radiance changed unceasingly, as though time was flowing in reverse between the heavens and the earth, returning to before the creation of the heavens and the earth, returning to before the primordial world had been established. All existences finally transformed into chaos, seeming to pervade the heavens and the earth as they encompassed the entire area. Yet, at the same time, they also seemed to be congregated at an indescribable point. Amidst the changes in chaos, the figure of a person was seated within, indistinct at times. However, looking carefully, it also seemed as though he did not exist at all. Yang Zhaoge smiled mildly. Entering transcending mortality today, I am able to see a portion of primordial beginning. Chapter 623. A heavenly altar erected above Yang Zhaoge's body, the phenomenon of peerless chaos manifesting atop it. That figure of a daoist that resembled chaos and seemed to exist yet to exist was the true martial avatar that Yang Zhaoge had established with his own foundation. This originated from his comprehension of the peerless heavenly scripture. Yang Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly as the true martial avatar atop the heavenly altar suddenly changed, transforming into a giant that seemed to raise a great seal in its hand. As the great seal was raised, it resembled the sky. As it descended, the heavens and the earth seemed to be overturned, the sky collapsing. Yang Zhaoge's gaze resembled water, light shimmering as his true martial avatar changed once more. The true martial avatar that manifested this time was the Broad Creed heavenly avatar of Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners, combining the clear chi profound art and the heavenly Broad Creed palm. Still, Yang Zhaoge's Broad Creed heavenly avatar was different from Zhongkuan and He Ning's. Millions of sword lights were emitted around the tall giant's body, enveloping the surrounding space as it stood on a massive green dragon which rose and fell along with the giant. Yang Zhaoge stood up, retracting his true martial avatar as the clear chi that enveloped the surrounding area vanished as well. Gazing upwards, it was already daytime as the sky was clear before him. Yang Zhaoge smiled, returning to his lodgings and silently meditating. Over the next 2 days, other than cultivating and analyzing the spiritual chi flow of the world beyond worlds, Yang Zhaoge conversed with the dim darkness sect's Zhong Qiansong, gaining a deeper understanding of the current situation in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, Yang Zhaoge vaguely felt that something was wrong. While the Wei family treated him with great respect and hospitality, having servants prepare whatever he wanted as long as he gave a word. Ever since that first day, he had not seen Wei Lang again. "Young master, something really seems wrong," Ahu entered the room with a rather solemn expression on his face. Yang Zhaoge asked, "What is it?" "The Wei family says that he acted on his own, breaking the rules of the family as he is currently being confined to reflect on his actions." Ahu said, "This is nothing. Still, I feel that the Wei family vaguely intends to keep an eye on us, though they conceal it very well." Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge pondered. Yang Zhaoge could already tell that Wei Lang had acted on his own, joining the rebellion against the Xian along with Zhong Qiansong. Under such circumstances, Wei Lang would most likely be punished when he returned home. This was to be expected. The only difference was how the Wei family viewed Yang Zhaoge's group and the Dim Darkness sect. The Wei family did not try to cover things up, lying that Wei Lang was in secluded cultivation or had gone out due to some matters. Instead, they openly told Yang Zhaoge and the others that Wei Lang had been grounded as a punishment. Looking at this matter on its own, there was nothing abnormal about it. However, when combined with some of the details that were revealed, it was hard to avoid suspicion. Yang Zhaoge said to Ahu, "Go and probe the servants of the Wei family. Say that we are preparing to leave this labor-wind city within these 2 days." Ahu understood tacitly and left. After a while, Ahu returned, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Young master, there's definitely something wrong. When I said we were leaving, the Wei clan members didn't show any reaction on the surface, but they were secretly in an uproar. I don't believe that they don't have something to hide. If they really did not welcome Yang Zhaoge and the Dim Darkness sect, hearing that they wanted to leave on their own accord, they should be more than happy to do so. Such a huge reaction now undoubtedly meant that they had other plans. If it was to say that the entire Wei family had joined the anti-Xian forces, they could just directly say so. Therefore, the current situation was clearly disadvantageous to Yang Zhaoge and the others. Yang Zhaoge smiled, standing up. "Come, let's go to Zhong Qiansong's place." Exiting the courtyard and heading towards where Zhong Qiansong had settled down, he could already see some Wei family martial practitioners on the way, hesitating as they approached him. Yang Zhaoge ignored them as he first went to Feng Yunsheng's residence. After picking her up, they came together to Zhong Qiansong's courtyard. Along the way, some Wei family martial practitioners wanted to come over and talk to him. Yet, before they could even get close, a formless wall seemed to appear before their eyes, making it hard for them to move at all as they could only watch helplessly as Yang Zhaoge entered Zhong Qiansong's residence. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's group enter, Zhong Qiansong was slightly taken aback. Before he could speak, Yang Zhaoge first smiled. "The owner of this place doesn't seem to really welcome us." Huh! While he was physically weak, Zhong Qiansong's mind was very clear. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, his expression instantly turned solemn. While Wei Lang had fought alongside him previously, he knew that the Wei family's attitude towards the rebellion against the Xian was very ambiguous. Zhong Qiansong thought for a moment before saying, "The Wei family is one of the few major families of the Phoenix-bearing region. While they do not have a martial saint expert, I heard that they have an elder who has merged his essence to form an avatar, having stepped into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. Also possessing the geographical advantage of Labor-Wind City, they are still an existence that cannot be underestimated in this Phoenix-bearing region at least. Still, our sect has a martial saint elder active here in the Phoenix-bearing region. There will be no need to worry if we go over to meet him." The Phoenix-bearing region was not the Dim Darkness sect's territory. With a martial saint elder here, he would have opponents as well. It would be impossible for him to make a trip to Labor-Wind City alone. Zhong Qiansong had contacted his fellow disciples earlier, and there were already others hurrying over to Labor-Wind City to receive him before meeting up with that martial saint elder. Still, if the Wei family wanted to harm them now, the strength of the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners who had come to receive them would appear rather weak. Just thinking about this, Zhong Qiansong felt pressured. Ignoring his injuries, he thought about leaving Labor-Wind City first before anything else. Yang Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands towards him. There is no need to be so nervous. I have not come here to urge you to leave. It is only to ensure your safety lest they try to make a move on you. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's relaxed manner, Zhong Qiansong was taken aback. He explained, while you are young, your cultivation base far surpasses mine as you are a rare genius. Still, our sect and the Xian traitors have long since been irreconcilable like fire and water, and the phoenix-bearing region is not under our control. The Wei family aside, if they have really sided with the Xian traitors, wanting to harm us, they should have already leaked our whereabouts to them. The Xian traitors general in the phoenix-bearing region, the fire rock Yang Zhaozhen, is an expert who transcends mortality and enters sainthood. At the same time, he is no ordinary martial practitioner, instead being the nephew of the Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. He cultivates in the martial Tao of the Xian dynasty's royal lineage, possessing rather extraordinary strength. Zhong Qiansong said solemnly, while Yang Zhaozhen was battling with our sect's elders earlier, he might not be able to divert his attention to Labor Wind City. Still, we still have to guard against him. Yang Zhaoge smiled, relax, relax. Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Zhong Qiansong was about to continue persuading him when Ahu's voice resounded from outside, young master, the people of the Wei family have arrived. Yang Zhaoge leisurely left the room, seeing a group of people standing in the courtyard outside. The one at their head was a white-haired old man. Beside him stood a group of Wei family elders who appeared to be around his age. Wei Yunsheng stood by the side, yet the family head Wei Yunchang was nowhere to be seen. Why is young Master Yang in such a hurry to leave? Has my Wei family not been a good host in any way? Wei Yunsheng coughed dryly. To be continued. Chapter 624. Yang Zhaoge looked first at that white-haired old man and then at Wei Yunsheng. Comparing all that had happened previously, how could he not understand what was going on with the Wei family? Yang Zhaoge completely ignored Wei Yunsheng's polite words as he just appraised the people of the Wei family, not stopping until he shocked them to death with his words. You wouldn't go to the extent of praying to your ancestors and abolishing Wei Yunchang's position as patriarch, right? Wei Yunsheng's expression stiffened slightly, the faces of the elders beside him sinking as well. Young Master Yang, please speak cautiously. My Wei family respects you as a guest, but your words just now were a little too rude. Wei Yunsheng retracted his smile, saying slowly. Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly. This old man beside you should be that number one expert of your Wei family who is rumored to have already stepped into the transcending mortality stage, the long-time elder? Everyone here, you Wei Yunsheng included, should all be some of the strongest experts of your Wei family. If it is just to keep a guest here, is there a need for such a grand show of force? Yang Zhaoge said mildly, it is already obvious. Why not be a little more honest? Wei Yunsheng was silent for a moment before he said, the Grand Xian dynasty is already suspicious of Lang Er's identity. We have no choice but to draw a clear line between us and the dim darkness sect. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, how do you draw that line? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like you want to just expel us. You probably want to capture us and hand us over to the Grand Xian dynasty. Wei Yunsheng said, to tell you the truth, we do indeed have such intentions. Still, our target is the dim darkness sect disciple Zhong Qiansong who is in this room. If you are not of the dim darkness sect, as long as you do not interfere, we will not make things difficult for you. Yang Zhaoge chortled, who are you trying to fool? His gaze sweeping past old granduncle Wei and the others, he said nonchalantly, let alone Zhong Qiansong being injured, even if he was in perfect condition, you, Wei Yunsheng, would still be more than sufficient to capture him. With such a grand show of force now, you have clearly included me as well. Wei Yunsheng was rendered speechless for a time. Old granduncle Wei strode forward, his powerful aura expanding unceasingly as it seemed to envelop the entire Labor Wind City. His murky old eyes shone with a terrifying light. Yunsheng, why are you wasting your breath on them? Old granduncle Wei gazed coldly at Yang Zhaoge. Since I've already said it out loud, I might as well tell you plainly that you won't be able to escape today. Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, from the moment we first met, you have been mistaken about one thing. From the beginning to the end, I never planned to leave this Labor Wind City. Earlier, I merely had the intention of alerting the enemy. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart. I appeared here specifically to wait for you. Everyone from the Wei clan frowned when they heard this. Yang Zhaoge gazed at Wei Yunxing. From when we first met and you invited us to Labor Wind City, you were already planning to deal with us, right? You have also included me in your plans from the very beginning. Otherwise, why would you have lured us to Labor Wind City? Apart from us, perhaps you've also included your elder brother, Wei Yunchang? Hearing his words, Wei Yunxing said slowly, you saved Lang Er's life at the end of the day. It would not have been good for my elder brother to make a move against you. Therefore, he was not present. Yang Zhaoge was surprised, with such a thing having happened, while you can allow Wei Yunchang to continue sitting on the position of patriarch, the Grand Xian dynasty will not be able to tolerate him. The Wei family elders did not speak. Wei Yunxing was silent for a moment before he shook his head, smiling, whatever you say. Actually, from my point of view, you saving Lang Er's life is but a small favor. Meanwhile, Lang Er was in danger because you anti-Xian people bewitched him, even dragging my Wei family down with you. This is a great enmity. Before such a great enmity, a so-called small favor is naturally not a favor at all. Old Granduncle Wei said coldly, youngster, this old man can tell that you are full of confidence and are not bluffing. At your age, you are indeed a rare genius who has cultivated to the martial grandmaster realm. It is no wonder that you are so confident. Still, youngsters with some talent love to be arrogant. You must know that many times, you are not allowed to be unbridled and out of control. As he said thus, old Granduncle Wei strode forward, raising his palm and grabbing towards Yang Zhaoge, just killing a few warriors of the Grand Xian dynasty. Do you think that you can rampantly rampage under the heavens? Streams of qi formed a vortex. As they circulated, gazing upwards, winds surged and clouds surged in the sky above Labor Wind City, forming a massive vortex that enveloped the entire city. Wei Yunxing smiled, since you acted to save Lang Er and are so righteous, I believe that you wouldn't mind helping my Wei family out a little more. My Wei family of over 1,000 people has been saved due to your sacrifice. You have all performed immeasurably virtuous deeds. Yang Zhaoge leisurely raised his head and looked at the vortex up above, saying smilingly, no need to be so polite. Saving your entire Wei family is indeed but a simple matter for me. As he said thus, Yang Zhaoge's figure suddenly flickered. Old Granduncle Wei and the others could only feel a blur before their eyes as Yang Zhaoge's figure had already disappeared from their line of sight. Greatly shocked, they were just about to search for Yang Zhaoge when Yang Zhaoge's voice continued resounding by their ears. On the other hand, taking your lives is also just a casual matter. Old Granduncle Wei's stooped body abruptly straightened, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Swiveling his head, he saw Yang Zhaoge clearly standing amidst the crowd, one hand directly clasping Wei Yunxing's neck. Wei Yunxing opened his mouth wide, yet was unable to utter a sound. Yang Zhaoge said slowly, you can be the first. A crack resounded as Wei Yunxing's neck was directly snapped by Yang Zhaoge's fingers. All the members of the Wei family stared wide-eyed at this scene in disbelief, their minds completely blank. Wei Yunxing was an early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster. His cultivation base was so high that he resembled a divinity when facing martial practitioners below the Essence Talisman stage. Yet, his neck had been snapped like a chicken's by a youth who was not even 30 years of age. What sort of cultivation base did this youth possess? Let alone experts being as common as the clouds in the world beyond worlds, even martial practitioners who had yet to reach the martial saint realm were innumerable who could kill Wei Yunxing and kill him so easily. Still, they had to be late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters at the very least. This youth before them, those of the Wei family, were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, feeling as if the world before them was filled with a surreal feeling. The only one who could still react in time was old Granduncle Wei, who possessed the highest cultivation base. Amidst his stern roar, the terrifying power of the winds and clouds up above mightily descended towards Yang Zhaoge. The violent tides resembled a tsunami as the nearby Wei family longtime elders were all forced to retreat repeatedly. Yang Zhaoge casually tossed Wei Yunxing's body aside like trash before pushing outwards with a palm. The boundless, frenzied tides stirred up by the Wei family's direct lineage martial art, the heavenly falling clouds palm, instantly dissipated. The old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, I said earlier that I have no intention of leaving Labor Wind City. You pose no threat to me at all. Why should I leave? If someone has to run, it shouldn't be me. To be continued. Chapter 625. Infinite coldness arose within old Granduncle Wei's heart. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more clearly they could feel how terrifying Yang Zhaoge was. With his transcending mortality martial Grandmaster cultivation base, he had actually been unable to clearly see Yang Zhaoge's movements in grabbing Wei Yunxing earlier. Only when Yang Zhaoge had regained his footing and opened his mouth to speak did he discover that Yang Zhaoge had already arrived right before his eyes in an instant. The other party had killed someone while talking and laughing. Old Granduncle Wei had already acted immediately to save him, yet could only helplessly watch as Wei Yunxing's neck was snapped by Yang Zhaoge in the end. This caused Old Man Wei's entire body to feel a chill. He was certain that the Yang Zhaoge before him was not much different from his appearance. However, after confirming this, he was even more shocked as he even felt the urge to turn tail and run. Looking at Old Man Wei, Yang Zhaoge chuckled, since I have specially come here to wait for you, you can forget about leaving. Old Man Wei's anger surged upwards as he simultaneously struck out with his palms, the heavenly descending cloud palm being pushed to the maximum. The clouds in the sky billowed as they transformed into boundless, frenzied tides that struck towards Yang Zhaoge. Above Old Man Wei's body, a massive figure appeared. It was his true martial avatar, the heavenly descending cloud avatar. It seemed to be formed of numerous clouds, possessing vast, vigorous power and ethereal agility as it displayed the essence of the heavenly descending cloud palm to the point of perfection. Yang Zhaoge just smiled nonchalantly, pushing out with his palm once more as he struck out with the heavenly broad creed palm, the momentum of his palm seemingly enveloping the entire sky. However majestic and mighty the sea of clouds by the horizon was, it was still concealed by the sky at the end of the day. Accompanied by Yang Zhaoge's palm, the heavens and the earth seemed to overturn alongside it as that roiling sea of clouds instantly shattered. Old Man Wei grit his teeth, roaring in a low tone as numerous runes flickered within his pupils. As they flickered, streams of light flickered in the air above Labor Wind City, intersecting as they quickly formed a massive formation. The power of the formation descended, wanting to bolster Old Man Wei's body as the heavenly descending cloud avatar that had almost been crushed by Yang Zhaoge's palm regained a stable momentum. If someone had told Old Fart Wei that he was fighting with a young man who was not even 30 years old, not only was he unable to defeat his opponent, he even had to rely on the Guardian Array to protect his life, Old Fart Wei would definitely spit on his face. But now, he was only worried about one thing, and that was that his formation was not strong enough. At the same time, he activated the clan's Great Protective Array, a bracelet on Old Fart Wei's wrist lit up with radiance, and streams of spiritual chi were added to his body. With the support of the high-grade spirit weapon, Old Fart Wei felt that not only did his strength temporarily increase, he could even control the defensive array more smoothly. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge's palm did not cease in its momentum, still descending as though the sky itself was collapsing. With regards to Old Fart Wei's actions, he acted as though he did not see anything, and only took a step forward. Yang Zhaoge didn't seem to have done anything. Just a simple step forward, yet the space beneath his feet seemed to have undergone a transformation. The grand formation that enveloped Labor Wind City actually slowed down for a moment as it circulated. Numerous spirit patterns lit up on the ground. At this moment, they resembled numerous long snakes as their tails were simultaneously stepped on by Yang Zhaoge. Smiling, Yang Zhaoge took another step forward, directly arriving before Old Fart Wei. The palm that was raised high in the air also came crashing down at this moment. High-grade spirit artifact, shattered. Heavenly descending cloud avatar, shattered. Old Fart Wei despaired as he looked at that palm which resembled the sky itself obscuring his vision and unceasingly descending. He wanted to struggle and resist, yet discovered that he was actually unable to move his body at all. All of you, stop. A roar suddenly resounded, coming from the distant horizon and instantly arriving before them. That voice shook the entire Labor Wind City, seemingly causing it to shake for a moment. Everyone within the city felt dizzy as they swayed left and right. The expressions of Feng Yunxing, Ah Hu, Zhong Qiansong, and the others all turned slightly solemn, martial saint. All-encompassing flames blazed from the horizon, instantly enveloping half the sky before pressuring down towards Labor Wind City. The flames were green, brutal as they pierced through the sky, causing everyone within Labor Wind City to feel restless, as though they were about to combust and be reduced to ashes. Then, a speck of white light blossomed amidst the boundless green sea of flames, shooting speedily towards Yang Zhaoge. The white light expanded amidst space, resembling a white crane spreading its wings as it swept along streams of green fire, descending together. Yang Zhaoge smiled. This should be the stone fire art of the 5 fire true art and the white crane treasured spear of the 7 foul treasured spear? Indeed of the Grand Xian royal lineage, just that it looks incomplete. It is no wonder. You can be considered a distant relative. As he said thus, Yang Zhaoge still struck towards old Fat Wei with one palm, his other hand clenched into a fist. Yang Zhaoge clenched his fist before punching out towards the white light stabbing towards him from within the sky. As he punched out, he executed the Northern Ocean Divine Spear, incorporating spear arts into his fist as his fist was like the tip of a great spear. A great black sea seemed to appear in the air above Labor Wind City. Amidst the rising and falling tides, a massive fish leapt up, transforming into a great rock as it shot straight into the 9 heavens. Fist against fist, spear against spear, the forces of both sides clashed in mid-air. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to bring Labor Wind City's Guardian Grand Formation to the brink of shattering. Meanwhile, Yang Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm did not cease at all as he shattered old Fat Wei's great head of 6 suns right in front of his opponent's face. The green sea of flames within the sky mightily exploded, a figure walking out from within. That was a middle-aged man in golden armor, his features authoritative as his entire body reeked of blood, possessing a brutal aura that intimidated one's very soul. Just coming into contact with such an aura, ordinary martial practitioners with weak wills would be scared out of their wits, losing their will to fight as they would wish for nothing more than to surrender and beg for mercy. It's General Yang. Phoenix bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. Those of Labor Wind City who recognized this middle-aged general could not help but exclaim in shock. The other party was the valiant general of the Grand Qin who had always guarded the Phoenix-bearing region. He had a brutal personality as he had killed countless people. Before the large-scale rebellion against the Xian had begun, he had already claimed countless lives. After the rebellion had erupted, the number of anti-Xian martial practitioners who had been personally slain by him was even more innumerable. It was just that the flames of fury were clearly flickering within this General Yang's eyes at this moment. His face, which had originally already been illuminated by the fiery light, appeared even more brutal. Having been slain by Yang Zhaoge right in front of him, his attack having still been blocked by Yang Zhaoge, Yang Zhaozhen instantly felt like he had lost all face. After slaying old Fat Wei with a single palm, Yang Zhaoge nonchalantly retracted his palm, meeting Yang Zhaozhen's gaze calmly. "Oh, you've come personally? Is it to use us as bait after capturing us, ambushing and capturing even more dim darkness sect martial practitioners?" Yang Zhaozhen gazed at Yang Zhaoge. "If you are not a descendant of the dim darkness sect, who is your master?" Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Is this very important? Anyway, this person of the dim darkness sect is under my protection." Yang Zhaozhen said coldly, "It is indeed not important. All traitors must be slain." Saying thus, Yang Zhaozhen's figure shifted, white light appearing once more as it swept along numerous layers of green fire, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it descended towards Yang Zhaoge. To be continued. Chapter 626. Although the terrifying spear tip was not as swift and violent as the Northern Underworld Divine Spear, but under the activation of the green flames that filled the sky, it was still extremely destructive. Like a white crane flapping its wings, it was even more agile and full of changes. The fiery light and the tip of the spear mixed together, scattering throughout the entire sky, enveloping Yang Zhaoge within. While it had spread out, the terrifying power contained within remained condensed without dissipating. No matter where it touched Yang Zhaoge's body, it would immediately transform into frenzied waves of slaughter and destruction. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards as he thought, 5 fire true art, 7 foul treasured spear. rather resembles the concept of the legendary supreme treasure of pre-Great Calamity times, the 5 Fires 7 Foul fan, just that it has yet to completely grasp its essence. Speaking of which, it can barely be considered as a branch of the clear jade lineage. Yang Zhaoge raised his palm once more. Light and shadow flickered above his head, and a huge figure appeared. It also raised its palm. Seeing this huge human statue, everyone present was slightly dazed. Martial Dao spiritual image. Transcendent Grandmaster. Even they who lived in the world beyond worlds had never heard of such a young transcending mortality martial Grandmaster. Yang Zhaozhen, who had wielded the white crane treasured spear with the stone fire art and wished that he could rip Yang Zhaoge's corpse into 10,000 pieces along the way, was also slightly shocked as he saw this. Carefully appraising Yang Zhaoge, he was instantly shocked in his heart. His true age is practically the same as his outer appearance. A transcendent martial Grandmaster less than 30 years old? How is that possible? With that thought, the anger in Yang Zhaozhen's heart immediately dissipated, and he regained some calmness. Where did this kid come from? Still, not waiting for him to change his stance, Yang Zhaoge and the true martial avatar behind him raised their palms simultaneously. The moment he lifted his hand, the heavens trembled. Heaven and earth were overturned, yin and yang were reversed, the cosmos was reversed, and yin and yang were reversed. Let alone the fact that your martial arts technique is not completely derived from the fan of 5 flames and 7 birds, even if it is a martial arts technique formed from the power conception, can your fan of 5 flames and 7 birds defeat my flipping sky seal? Yang Zhaoge's true martial avatar instantly rotated between the broad creed heavenly avatar and the cyclic heavenly avatar. As his palm descended, the heavenly broad creed palm transformed into the cyclic heavenly seal, directly extinguishing the white light and green flames between the heavens and the earth with a single pa. The majestic power of reversing the universe burst out and collided with Yang Zhaozhen's 7 foul treasured spear. A muffled hum sounded between the heavens and the earth. Then, a series of explosions rang out, sweeping out in all directions. It was as if an invisible force had pierced through the space within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure was sent flying upwards. Flying upwards, with Yang Zhaoge standing on the ground and Yang Zhaozhen attacking downwards from mid-air. If someone was jolted into the air, then this person would be. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the scene before them. None of them could come back to their senses. As the two sides clashed, the one who was sent flying was the martial saint, Yang Zhaozhen. Yang Zhaoge stood where he was, his expression calm as no changes could be seen in the least. The entire labor-wind city was deathly silent. Everyone who had witnessed everything that had happened earlier felt as if they were in a dream, and it was unbelievable. The youth before them had not only stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial Grandmaster realm at a young age, he had even forcibly defeated a martial saint expert in a head-on clash. While Yang Zhaozhen was only at the 1st level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, he was still an authentic martial saint expert. As the commander of the phoenix-bearing region of the Grand Xian dynasty, not only was his cultivation base high enough, his strength was also extraordinary amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood, having entered the martial saint realm, it was a completely different concept from martial grandmasters. Now, however, the martial grandmaster Yang Zhaoge had domineeringly repelled the martial saint, Yang Zhaozhen. In the distant horizon, others now appeared as well. They were all clad in armor, their auras imposing as they were all experts of the Grand Xian dynasty under Yang Zhaozhen's command. They had accompanied Yang Zhaozhen in exterminating the anti-Xian martial practitioners. Due to their cultivation bases, they had been slightly slower. It was just that the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had never thought that upon arriving, the first thing they would see would be their general, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen, being sent flying backwards. Everyone was taken aback, wondering what kind of powerful foe it might be. In the end, when they clearly saw the true martial avatar above Yang Zhaoge's body, they were all instantly rendered dazed. The world beyond worlds was filled with experts as geniuses abounded. It was not that there were no rumors of transcending mortality martial grandmasters contending against, or even defeating, martial saints. Still, these were all legendary existences as no one here had truly seen them before. Suddenly seeing it now, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. This was especially so after they had confirmed Yang Zhaoge's age. All of them were rendered speechless, only feeling as though the world before them had become unreal. All of them could not help but ask themselves, having cultivated in martial arts for so many years, had they all been living like dogs? A furious roar resounded within the sky, white light piercing through space, shooting swiftly towards Yang Zhaoge. Amidst Yang Zhaogen's enraged roar, a jet-black spear shockingly appearing within his hands, a speck of white light exceptionally striking on its tip. Streams of green flames agglomerated on the spear, coating it with a layer of dim green light. The heat of the flames could not be felt as they instead caused one to feel a bone-piercing chill. Gazing at that jet-black spear, Yang Zhaoge could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within even from a great distance away. Low-grade sacred artifact, dark feather slaughtering golden spear. As the nephew of the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng, a distant relative of the royal family, Yang Zhaogen was not like others. While he was only at the first level of the martial saint realm, he possessed a sacred artifact. A martial saint wielding a sacred artifact would possess shocking power. Even with the toughness of Yang Zhaoge's fleshly body, a hole would still be pierced through by this spear. It was just that to Yang Zhaogen, it was truly not a glorious thing for him to have to use his sacred artifact against a martial grandmaster. However, he could not care about that now as he only wished to kill Yang Zhaoge. As long as he killed this strange young expert before him, nothing else mattered. Zhong Qiansong had long since been unable to stay in the room any longer. Seeing this terrifying scene now, he could not help but cry out in shock. Yang Zhaoge, however, laughed, roaring towards the heavens that resembled the roar of a dragon. Ice-blue radiance flickered, a light armor appearing on Yang Zhaoge's body as an endless icy sea expanded into the surroundings. Numerous ice dragons shot out of the icy sea, intermingling as they blocked Yang Zhaogen's spear. The eyes of those of the Grand Xian dynasty simultaneously widened. He even has an accompanying sacred artifact. The roars of the ice dragons resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Yang Zhaoge and the true martial avatar above his head did the same thing as they both extended their palms and flipped over once more. Yang Zhaogen grit his teeth, resisting with all his might. However, amidst the sounds of explosions, the lofty phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaogen, was sent flying backwards once more. Everything that had happened earlier had all been futile as he was still sent flying by a single palm in the end. Yang Zhaogen's heart was filled with sorrow as he was no longer able to suppress the surging of his injuries as he spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying into the air. To be continued. Chapter 627. The humiliation and fury within Yang Zhaogen's heart reached a peak. Still, his mind had completely calmed down now. While he felt extremely humiliated, while he found it hard to accept, he was now clear on one fact. He was not Yang Zhaoge's match. Even with the dark feather slaughtering golden spear in hand, the youth before him also had a sacred artifact accompanying him. If he continued fighting to the death, there would only be one outcome, and that was that he would die at Yang Zhaoge's hands. There would be no second possibility. Even if there was hope of perishing together with him, the valiant and brutal Yang Zhaogen would still fight to the death. However, knowing that there was no chance of victory at all, after calming down, he instantly felt the urge to retreat. Gazing over, Yang Zhaoge saw that Yang Zhaogen, who had been sent flying by his palm, had not stabilized his figure this time as he instead made use of the momentum of his flight to flee into the distance. The green flames were retracted, white light expanding which seemed to transform into wings as Yang Zhaogen directly flew into the distance. Yang Zhaoge smiled, easy to come, difficult to leave. The roar of dragons resounded in the air, ceaseless by the ear as a massive palace appeared before everyone's eyes. Numerous dragons of light rampaged between the heavens and the earth, their majestic, authoritative power shocking the surrounding area. Gazing over in shock, Yang Zhaogen saw that the palace was jet black all over, flickering with golden radiance as countless sigils and runes appeared on its walls. Streams of golden cloud chi suffused the area, transforming into a sea of clouds that directly enveloped the horizon, completely obscuring the space around Labor Wind City. Yang Zhaogen was not someone who lacked knowledge. Therefore, after clearly seeing the palace before him, he felt even more shocked than the other spectators. While every brick and tile of this massive palace seemed no different from ordinary materials, it actually seemed to have been formed from numerous pieces of dragon bones and numerous dragon scale. Every brick and tile of the entire palace was priceless, as they also contained extraordinary power. Gathered together, it manifested boundless majesty. Aside from young Zhaozhen, who was a martial saint, all the other lifeforms in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers felt a desire to bow down in subservience as they looked at the palace in mid-air. The palace was concealed amidst the numerous auspicious clouds of dragon might, resembling a true dragon hiding its head. Yet, it possessed the might of a monarch descending to all beneath the heavens, ruling over all things. The great gate of the palace opened, a massive suction force emanating from within as numerous patterns of light flickered, wanting to form a frenzied tide that swept young Zhaozhen within. Greatly shocked, young Zhaozhen hurriedly brandished the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear, circulating his own strength to resist the terrifying suction force of the myriad dragon palace. Noticing from the corner of his eye that Yang Zhaoge had also risen from the ground and was flying towards him, young Zhaozhen's face was livid as he raised his wrist, a green fiery light shooting into the horizon. The flames were about to explode in the sky, but the surrounding void suddenly darkened. Young Zhaozhen's pupils shrank. He saw that the sky above his head was shrouded in darkness. There was no sound, no light, and no light. The green flames were directly swallowed by the darkness. The next moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the darkness. The pale white lightning flashed, as if it was the first ray of light born in the eternal darkness. Lightning exploded, and streaks of pale white lightning struck down on young Zhaozhen. Helpless, young Zhaozhen could only raise his dark feather-slaughtering golden spear to painstakingly resist the bombardment of Yang Zhaoge's thunder of eternal night. Yang Zhaoge walked neither hurriedly nor slowly before him, smiling at young Zhaozhen before he struck out with another palm. Young Zhaozhen's eyes seemed on the brink of imploding, yet he was powerless to evade as he was sent flying backwards once more by Yang Zhaoge's palm, falling within the great gate of the myriad dragon palace. The great gate mightily closed, intense vibrations quickly emanating from within. After sending young Zhaozhen into the myriad dragon palace with a palm, Yang Zhaoge did not rush in to pursue him, as he instead swiveled his head to look at the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Originally, after their initial shock, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had all unconsciously rushed over, wanting to reinforce young Zhaozhen as they surrounded and attacked Yang Zhaoge together. However, the situation had changed in an instant. The myriad dragon palace had appeared, directly imprisoning and suppressing young Zhaozhen. There were many martial grandmaster experts amongst these Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, all of whom had usually been ruthless characters who rampaged through the world. However, as Yang Zhaoge's gaze swept past them now, they all felt a chill run through their bodies, as they even felt their limbs go numb. Seeing that even the supreme martial saint Yang Zhaozhen, who usually guarded the phoenix-bearing region, was not Yang Zhaoge's match, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all felt their bodies trembling uncontrollably at this moment. Yang Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, 1,000 jade green light dragons roaring as they instantly swept through the heavens and the earth. Numerous green dragons rampaged between the heavens and the earth, sweeping through the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. The dense swordlight caused the entire labor-wind city to be immersed in an icy chill. It was not just the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Even those Wei family elders who had come along with Wei Yunsheng were slaughtered by Yang Zhaoge's swordlight. As his sleeve flickered, the swordlight was completely retracted. Yang Zhaoge had a leisurely expression on his face as he strode into the myriad dragon palace. Just having entered the palace, all-encompassing green fire surged before his eyes. Within the sea of fire, young Zhaozhen's face was sunken as water as he glared unblinkingly at Yang Zhaoge. Now that it was already a matter of life and death, young Zhaozhen gave up on all thoughts of fleeing as he attacked towards Yang Zhaoge with all his might. There was only one path he could take now, either killing his way out or dying a tragic death. Golden light surged amidst the green sea of fire as a great rock flew out, shooting towards Yang Zhaoge. 7 foul treasured spear, great rock treasured spear. While it was not as agile and ever-changing as the white crane treasured spear, it was even swifter, even more ferocious, even more violent. The great rock spread its wings, streams of green flames surging along the edges of its golden wings as they enveloped the heavens and covered the earth. Yang Zhaoge shook his head, extending his palm once more and returning the cyclic heavenly seal. The green flames were instantly extinguished, the great rock wailing mournfully. Golden light exploded within the myriad dragon palace, specks of light drifting about, resembling countless bird feathers scattering about. An icy sea coiled around him, numerous ice dragons roaring as they grew even stronger as the draconic chi of the myriad dragon palace revolved around them. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, Yang Zhaoge extended a hand, directly grabbing the shaft of Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather slaughtering golden spear. With the tip of the spear right before Yang Zhaoge's eyes, Yang Zhaoge could even feel the sharpness of the cold, icy coldness as well as the scorching, dry heat within. However, the spear shaft was firmly fixed on the spot, unable to move an inch. Yang Zhaoge looked calmly at the tip of the dark feather slaughtering golden spear before him as well as Yang Zhaozhen who was just inches away from him, smiling slightly. The imperious cold martial armor on his body instantly transformed into an ice dragon, moving along Yang Zhaoge's arm and coiling around the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. The shaft of the spear lit up with a magnificent radiance. Within the radiance, a dark feathered rock flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, its boundless power stirring up wild waves. However, after being swept up by the ice dragon, the radiance instantly dimmed. A layer of frost condensed on the surface of the jet-black spear that flickered with golden light. With a wave of Yang Zhaoge's hand, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear flew out of Yang Zhaozhen's hands, landing on the ground alongside the imperious cold martial armor. The two sacred artifacts were filled with spirituality, possessing majestic power. Currently entangled together, even without their owners, they were still engaged in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle within the myriad dragon palace. However, despair appeared on Yang Zhaozhen's face. Having struck the dark feather slaughtering golden spear with the imperious cold martial armor, Yang Zhaoge did not halt as he instead continued punching towards Yang Zhaozhen with a palm. The heavens and earth within Yang Zhaozhen's eyes seemed to have closed into a single line at this moment. Then, amidst that blurry line, a palm squeezed out from the limits of the heavens and the earth. As it flipped, it grew larger and larger, seemingly replacing the existence of the heavens and the earth, everything within the world vanishing as only this palm remained. The sun and moon lost their light, resembling an ancient divine mountain being lifted up by an unrivaled king of divinity before smashing down onto the head of Yang Zhaozhen. To be continued. Chapter 628. As Yang Zhaoge's palm descended, Yang Zhaozhen raised his hands, finally managing to block Yang Zhaoge's palm as he was barely not slain by that palm. However, as he blocked Yang Zhaoge's palm, the bones of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body emitted explosive crackling sound. It was as if innumerable fine metals were shattering and collapsing at the same time. The acupoints of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body trembled as streams of terrifying green flames spurted out from them. However, just having lit up, the green flames were extinguished in succession in an instant. A boom resounded as Yang Zhaozhen's entire body shortened, his knees weakened from this palm of Yang Zhaoge's as he nearly knelt down. He roared madly, the terrifying chi and blood of his body erupting as he tried to stand up straight. However, the pressure from above instead forced his body downwards even further, the bones of his entire body bending together. Yang Zhaozhen wanted to forcibly endure it, yet was completely unable to do so. If he did so, the result would be his entire body's bones being crushed. Yang Zhaoge pressed down on Yang Zhaozhen with his palm. Looking at Yang Zhaozhen's already flushed face, he smiled as he raised his other hand. Beneath Yang Zhaozhen's despairing gaze, Yang Zhaoge executed the cyclic heavenly seal with both palms, striking down towards his head. A boom resounded as the sound of explosions resounded from within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Then, the sounds of bones breaking resounded unceasingly, ceaselessly resounding by the ear. Yang Zhaozhen opened his mouth, yet was unable to utter any sound at all as a great amount of fresh blood spurted out. All the blood of his entire body seemed to be squeezed out at this moment, seeping out from every single pore of his body as he was dyed completely in blood. All the bones of his entire body shattered, his internal organs all reduced to a pool of blood. The green stone fire began burning uncontrollably within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Within the myriad dragon palace, Yang Zhaoge calmly retracted his palm, watching as Yang Zhaozhen's body broke apart before him, blood and fire scattering. Elsewhere, the imperious cold martial armor and the dark feather slaughtering golden spear were still entangled. However, Yang Zhaoge was already no longer concerned about them. No matter how much they fought, it was still within the myriad dragon palace. Even if the dark feather slaughtering golden spear had thoughts of its own and wanted to flee, it would not be able to do so. Yang Zhaoge turned and pushed open the great gate of the myriad dragon palace, walking out, looking down at the people of Labor Wind City. Everyone within the city raised their heads to gaze at the myriad dragon palace that loomed majestically in the air. With Yang Zhaoge and Yang Zhaozhen having entered, there was no one who wouldn't be concerned about the outcome. Although Yang Zhaozhen had been beaten to the point of covering his head and fleeing, the people's inherent respect for martial saints still made them feel uneasy. Still, seeing Yang Zhaoge remain calm as he pushed open the door of the myriad dragon palace and walked out as though nothing had happened, everyone knew the result of this battle. As a martial grandmaster, Yang Zhaoge had surpassed levels to slay a martial saint expert, the phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty, Fire Rock Yang Zhaozhen. The transcendent martial grandmaster in front of him was not only ridiculously young, but his cultivation was also exceedingly high. Feng Yunsheng and who were not the only ones, but the others could not help but feel a little dazed at this moment. The dim darkness sect's Zhong Qiansong was currently staring wide-eyed at Yang Zhaoge in mid-air, completely unable to speak. Hearing Yang Zhaoge mention the deaths of Deng Sen and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier, Zhong Qiansong had felt shocked. Still, it had not been completely verified at the end of the day. Also, from Zhong Qiansong's understanding, that was the work of Yang Zhaoge's seniors. As for the Yang Zhaoge before him, as Zhong Qiansong saw it, having already become a martial grandmaster at such a young age, he was already a heaven-defying genius. Never would he have thought that Yang Zhaoge's cultivation base had actually already reached the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm. Even less would he have thought that Yang Zhaoge would be powerful enough to actually forcibly slay the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen. The process was not complicated, but Zhong Qiansong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he watched on, unable to speak for a long time. Such an age, such a cultivation base, such strength. Zhong Qiansong could not think of a second person in the entire Royal Reed Sea who could achieve this. His dim darkness sect, the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect and the other powers, even the peak descendants of their direct lineage would not be able to find a transcending mortality martial grandmaster who was not yet 30. Looking back at the history of the various sects and clans, Zhong Qiansong was at least unable to think of such a shocking figure for the time being. Yang Zhaoge kept the dragon ceiling palace, landing on the ground as he smiled at Zhong Qiansong. Your sect won't mind me directly killing that Yang Zhaozhen, right? I wonder if your sect has any other arrangements in the phoenix-bearing region. Realizing this, Zhong Qiansong said emotionally, everyone has the right to slay the Xian traitors. Mr. Yang having slain him, my sect will naturally not have any objections. Now that he had regained his wits, his gaze that was on Yang Zhaoge involuntarily turned blazing hot. Now, Zhong Qiansong truly felt that his dim darkness sect had to rope in Yang Zhaoge and the sect behind him. The Wei family manor was already in a mess. Those of the Wei family who had previously been unwilling to act against Yang Zhaoge, Zhong Qiansong and the others could no longer sit still now. Yet, they dared not approach Yang Zhaoge and the others as they were awkwardly caught between a rock and a hard place. The patriarch Wei Yunchang was silent, no light visible within his eyes at all. Even Wei Lang, who had been imprisoned earlier, was now released as he stared dazedly at this scene before him, resembling a wooden statue made of clay. Look, Mr. Yang. Zhong Qiansong observed Yang Zhaoge's expression. Yang Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly, your sect can just deal with it. I had no intention of acting in the first place. It is just that someone is just seeking his own death. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge leisurely returned to his room. Looking at Wei Lang and his father, Zhong Qiansong sighed. Yang Zhaoge indeed did not care about how the dim darkness sect would deal with the Wei family. Comparatively speaking, Yang Zhaozhen's weight was much heavier than theirs. Still, Yang Zhaoge would still not show any mercy. Very quickly, The people of the Dim Darkness sect who had come to receive Zhong Qiansong arrived. Zhong Qiansong first explained Yang Zhaoge's situation. Hearing this, the eyes of his fellow disciples all bulged out of their sockets as they were shocked to the point of being unable to keep their mouths shut. They hurriedly informed the highest authority of the Dim Darkness sect in the Phoenix-bearing region, their elder, Wang Wenmin, a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Wang Wenmin had originally been in a standoff with Yang Zhaozhen. Recently, he had been wondering about Yang Zhaozhen's sudden disappearance. Who knew that when he received news of his death, it would already be news of Yang Zhaozhen's death. What shocked him even more was that Yang Zhaozhen had actually been slain barehandedly by a martial grandmaster. Wang Wenmin was shocked by this. Having clashed with Yang Zhaozhen many times, he naturally knew that Yang Zhaozhen possessed a low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. One with the spear, even if Wang Wenmin himself did not possess a sacred artifact, he had still been unable to take down this opponent after clashing a few times. Yet, someone had told him now that Yang Zhaozhen had been slain by a martial grandmaster. Wang Wenmin's first reaction was disbelief. Then, hearing that that martial grandmaster also possessed a sacred artifact, he heaved a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. No wonder then, this isn't right. Even if he had a sacred artifact, with Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather slaughtering golden spear having been slain by a martial grandmaster as a lofty martial saint, how could it be any wonder at all? Even though Wang Wenmin was used to seeing storms, for just that one moment, his mind still buzzed. To be continued. Chapter 629. Defeating a person and killing a person on the spot were two completely different things. After all, other than a few situations, most people would choose to run if they couldn't win, rather than fight to the death. As a martial grandmaster, Yang Zhaoge had not merely resisted or defeated the martial saint Yang Zhaozhen. Instead, he had beaten Yang Zhaozhen to death in Labor Wind City, not even giving him a chance to flee. The strength he displayed was even more shocking. Wang Wenmin didn't say another word and immediately hurried to the area of Labor Wind City. At the same time, Elder Wang of the Dim Darkness sect who had regained his wits did not forget what he had to do. The current Phoenix-bearing region was precisely a good chance for them to succeed. While the Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Shen powers were shocked by Yang Zhaozhen's sudden death, the Grand Shen dynasty similarly needed time to receive the news and make a response. Hence, the turmoil in the Phoenix-bearing region instantly became even more intense. The Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Shen powers wanted to make use of this period of time when the Grand Shen dynasty's control over the Phoenix-bearing region had weakened. After all, in a while, the Grand Shen dynasty would be enraged by Yang Zhaozhen's death. Not only would they retaliate, the momentum of their retaliation would also be great. Yang Zhaozhen's death might even draw out the Grand Shen dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. When they arrived at the place, Wang Wenmin was shocked to hear Zhong Qiansong and the others recount what had happened. A transcendent martial grandmaster who isn't even 30 years old. Zhong Qiansong swallowed his saliva and nodded with some difficulty. I also find it unbelievable. Wang Wenmin gazed upwards. An essence spirit martial grandmaster of this age has never appeared in the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea. Zhong Qiansong said, according to what he said, he and the sect behind him are from outside the Royal Reed Sea. At the same time, they were in conflict with the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin knit his brows slightly. Just like us, the Radiant Light sect has been entangled with the Grand Shen dynasty these past few years. How could they have the leisure to offend a power outside of the Royal Reed Sea? Zhong Qiansong said rather hoarsely, the disappearance of the Radiant Light sect's Deng Sen, Sun Hao and the others seems to be related to this person and the school behind him. An elder of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall, Deng Sen of the early Seeing Divinity stage? Wang Wenmin's expression turned solemn. Deng Sen can be ranked in the top 5 of the Eternal Light Hall. Including his direct lineage and guest elders, Deng Sen can also be ranked in the top 25 of the Radiant Light sect. If what this Yang Zhaoge says is true, not only is he himself shockingly talented, the sect behind him cannot be underestimated as well. Having been able to casually come to the Royal Reed Sea where the Radiant Light sect was active after having killed Deng Sen and the others, it meant that the other party likely did not care about the threat of the Radiant Light sect at all. If he had killed them, so be it. Not only had he offended the Radiant Light sect, he had even killed a martial saint of the Great Shen dynasty who guarded a continent without any reservations. From another point of view, this also seemed to prove that the other party was extremely confident. Zhong Qiansong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, the reason why he could stop Yang Zhaozhen and prevent him from escaping is because of a strange treasure that can actually manifest a giant palace. That palace is overflowing with dragon qi. Every brick and tile seems to be built from the bones and scales of a true dragon. Its value is inestimable. Being able to possess such a rich foundation and accumulation, it does not seem like something that ordinary powers can possess. Wang Wenmin pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps he wants to understand the situation of the Radiant Light sect, or perhaps he wants to find an ally in the Royal Reed Sea. Anyway, since he has come into contact with our sect, it should not be that he has no intentions of befriending us at all. Our sect can interact more with him and the sect behind him. This matter is of great importance. Lead this person to the Flourishing Peace region to see Senior Apprentice Uncle Wu. I will still have to sit over the Phoenix-bearing region for a period of time. Zhong Qiansong was rather taken aback. Elder Wu has arrived at the Flourishing Peace region? Wang Wenmin nodded, not speaking. He gazed towards the distant horizon, his gaze seemingly having no focus at all. While Deng Sen does not possess a mid-grade sacred artifact, it would not be easy for experts of the same cultivation level to kill him. After all, he cultivates in the radiant light illuminating art and the inextinguishable light body. Zhong Qiansong and the others all had deeply sympathetic expressions on their faces. Having interacted with disciples of the Radiant Light sect for half their lives, they were all extremely familiar with the characteristics of their martial arts. It would be very hard for a dim darkness sect martial practitioner of the same cultivation level to lose to a Radiant Light sect martial practitioner who primarily cultivated in the inextinguishable light body. Still, it would be even harder for them to win. Wang Wenmin retracted his gaze. Let's go. Let me see this heaven-defying genius. While he knew that Yang Zhaoge was young, Wang Wenmin still sighed endlessly upon truly seeing him. Still, he did not show any contempt on the surface in the least as he praised Yang Zhaoge greatly. At the same time, he was also probing Yang Zhaoge deeply, hoping to obtain more information from him. Yang Zhaoge exchanged pleasantries with Wang Wenmin, not revealing anything at all. While Wang Wenmin was rather disappointed, he could still feel Yang Zhaoge's goodwill. Young Master Yang is noble and righteous, sending the remains of my fellow disciple back to the clan. This Wang expresses his deep gratitude. Wang Wenmin finally said, this Wang will still be sitting over the Phoenix-bearing region in the coming days. With continuous battles, it will not be easy for me to entertain young Master Yang. Still, I would like to invite young Master Yang to our sect's main altar, allowing our entire sect to express our gratitude as a host. What do you think, young Master Yang? Yang Zhaoge smiled, I'm fine with that, just that I don't know if it would be too much of a hassle. Wang Wenmin shook his head, smiling, of course not. Young Master Yang speaks too seriously. Young Master Yang can first accompany Zhong Qiansong and the others to the Flourishing Peace region. Our sect's non-brightness hall's elder Wu will be sitting over there. He will make arrangements for you. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. A guest follows the host's wishes. After their conversation, they went their separate ways. Wang Wenmin still had matters to deal with in the Phoenix-bearing region while Yang Zhaoge's group headed to the Flourishing Peace region along with Zhong Qiansong and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners. According to Zhong Qiansong, Elder Wu is the first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, one of the dim darkness sect's 3 halls. As they walked, the corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. Whether it is in terms of cultivation base, status, or seniority, he is even higher than Elder Wang Wenmin. Scratching his head, Hu said, young Master could they be like that Wei family, seeing that their current strength in the Phoenix-bearing region is insufficient to deal with us, therefore leading us to a place with more experts? While we are currently on pretty good terms with the dim darkness sect, isn't it impossible to read a person's heart? Your extreme young seal still needs more than a year before it can be used. Yang Zhaoge smiled, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that is still not the case for the time being. Hu thought for a moment, the strength and potential that you have displayed are too shocking. If they knew that you came from a lower world, they might hope to recruit you into their ranks. Still, now that they think that we have a great background, they will not act rashly. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. In slaying the phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty without any reservations, it looks like I have misled those of the dim darkness sect even further. Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng smiled. Isn't this precisely your goal? Yang Zhaoge said righteously, what are you talking about? I clearly could not bear to see the phoenix-bearing region being exploited and persecuted by the Grand Xian dynasty for a long period of time, the anti-Xian rebels being massacred on a large scale. Thus, seeing injustice on the road, I acted out of righteousness, exterminating the evil and bringing peace to the people. Chapter 630. Looking at the righteous Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Hu did not have much of a reaction. Hu chuckled in a silly manner while Feng Yunsheng nodded very insincerely. That's right, that's right. The most righteous of them all is you. After laughing, Feng Yunsheng knit her brows slightly. The dim darkness sect will definitely try to obtain information from the radiant light sect, investigating the actual situation of Deng Sen and the others as well as your background. At that time, wouldn't they know that we are not natives of the world beyond worlds, instead coming from a lower world? Yang Zhaoge chuckled. Being able to confirm the deaths of Deng Sen and the others is already their limit. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows lightly. Right. First, not speaking of the fact that so many experts have perished in a single sect of the Eight Extremities world, having already caused the Radiant Light sect to lose all face, just for the sake of the Extreme Yang Seal and the Extreme Yin Crown, the Radiant Light sect would also go all out to suppress the news of this. Even if the Dim Darkness sect has spies within the Radiant Light sect, their level would not be too high. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would long since have been destroyed by them many times over. Yang Zhaoge was all smiles as he said, it's fine even if they expose me. Everything I said is the truth. I can't control the associations they form because of this. Hu grinned. Young master, we need to be strong enough to make them fear us. Otherwise, they won't reason with us. Yang Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it is precisely so. Therefore, we just have to endure through this initial period of time. While I can only wield a portion of the Extreme Yang Seal's power now, it is still comparable to mid-grade Saint artifacts. At this point, Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, it is a pity that I only have the power for a single strike. What I am more concerned about now is that supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary that the Radiant Light sect is currently searching for. Sadly, the Northern Ocean clone has yet to discover anything. Feng Yunsheng asked, your Northern Ocean clone has already entered the territory of the Radiant Light sect. Yang Zhaoge nodded, indeed. Feng Yunsheng pondered as she said, speaking of this, when the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhongchao and the others descended to the Eight Extremities world for the second time, they only saw Chief and Yu as well as the Extreme Yang Seal at the world illuminating peak. As for Deng Sen and the others who had seen your Northern Ocean clone in your first descent, not a single one of them survived. Little Wan and Tang Yonghao who Zhongchao brought to the world beyond worlds left before you and the Northern Ocean clone returned to the Eight Extremities world. Those of the Radiant Light sect should be completely unaware of the existence of the Northern Ocean clone. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge smiled. It is precisely so. The group continued forward, crossing the vast world. Along the way, the flames of war could be seen everywhere. It was not always the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners who were leading the rebellion. Yang Zhaoge even saw a bloody battle between the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners and the Grand Xian dynasty. After a long, arduous journey, they arrived at the flourishing peace region. This was no longer the world of the Grand Xian dynasty, instead having always been the territory of the Dim Darkness sect. The person who had appeared before Yang Zhaoge and Zhong Qiansong was not the first seat elder of the Dim Darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio. Instead, he was an elder of another lineage, the primordial darkness hall, Nai Sheng. This elder Nai Sheng was also no ordinary person as he was the grand elder of the Dim Darkness sect who mainly managed the affairs of the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea. Currently, in the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea, within the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Dim Darkness sect was causing a raging rebellion against the Grand Xian dynasty. Nai Sheng was the leader as well as the person in charge. It was worth mentioning that Liang Jichao, who had perished in the vast ocean world many years ago, had been of the same lineage as Nai Sheng. Nai Sheng naturally thanked Yang Zhaoge profusely for sending Liang Jichao's remains back to the clan, even personally making arrangements for their lodgings. After Nai Sheng and the others had left, Ahu heaved a sigh of relief. "Good fella, this is still the first time I have personally seen an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Even though he looks amiable and approachable, I still feel all the hairs on my body standing on end." While Ahu had always been very broad-minded, even he felt cold sweat seeping out of his back at this moment. Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm or martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm would also feel the same way as you do now. According to the words of Zhong Qiansong and the others, that first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio, has an even higher cultivation base, being an expert of the 5th level of the martial saint realm." Sitting in the meditative position, Feng Yunsheng asked curiously, "From the records left behind in the ancient texts of pre-Great Calamity times, the 5th level of the martial saint realm is known as the mid-seeing divinity stage?" Yang Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. The martial saint realm is also divided into 10 levels and 3 stages. From the 1st level to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, it is known as the merging avatar stage. Transcending mortality martial grandmasters merge their essence into an avatar and refine a true martial avatar that belongs to them. If they are able to successfully refine the true martial avatar that they release outside of their body to the point of merging perfectly with their fleshly body, they will be able to step into the martial saint realm, transcending mortality and entering sainthood as their cultivation base and strength will soar by leaps and bounds in all aspects. Merging the body and the avatar, that is the 1st level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Afterwards, the avatar and the soul will merge, stepping into the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage. Finally, the body, avatar and soul will merge as one, no longer being separated, that is the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Yang Zhaoge said, "After that would be a massive bottleneck, which is the breakthrough from the merging avatar stage to the seeing divinity stage. It was recorded in ancient times that breaking through space can see divinity." The divinity here did not refer to the gods and Buddhas of the heavens as well as one's own soul. The divinity here referred to the numerous acupoints of the human body. Seeing the acupoints through inner brightness was something that martial practitioners at the peak of the body refinement realm, would be able to grasp. However, the acupoints now were still just acupoints, being limited to the human body itself. In truth, the acupoints of the human body were like the stars in the sky of the universe. The human body was like an internal universe with the acupoints being the stars within, resembling divinities that reigned over the heavens and earth. Martial practitioners corresponded to the heavens and earth of the outside world, tempering their bodies to the point of resembling a single universe. The acupoints of the human body could resonate with the stars of the universe, breaking through the barriers of space between the heavens and earth as they refined their acupoints to see divinity. Only then could it be considered as breaking through space can see divinity. When an expert of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm was able to refine their first acupoint, it would signify that they had stepped into the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. After that, unceasing tempering, the myriad acupoints and the myriad divinities working together would cause a martial practitioner to become a true martial divinity, immeasurable and flawless. Meanwhile, refining their acupoints to see divinity would also allow a martial practitioner to possess the ability to resist the power of dimensions to a certain extent. Therefore, experts of the 4th level of the martial saint realm would be able to independently ascend to the world beyond worlds, not needing to rely on protective treasures. Yang Zhaoge said, "As for after seeing divinity, there would be yet another major bottleneck, which would be attempting to ascend the immortal bridge. The 7th level of the martial saint realm is also known as the early immortal bridge stage. The founding ancestor of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, was an expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. Therefore, he was able to suppress major powers like the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect who possessed high-grade sacred artifacts but no immortal bridge martial saints, becoming the hegemon of the Royal Reed Sea. Feng Yunxing and who nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. While it was very appropriate for Elder Nai to receive us, that Elder Wu did not appear, also not mentioning the matter of sending us to the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, Feng Yunxing asked, would there be any special circumstances in keeping us here in the Flourishing Peace region? Chapter 631. While they were doubtful, Yang Zhaoge's trio settled down peacefully at the branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect in the Flourishing Peace region. Their movements were not restricted as well as they normally could. If they had any requests, the Dim Darkness sect would mostly do their best to accommodate them. If they wanted to meet higher echelon experts like Nai Sheng, they would similarly not be refused. Still, the people of the Dim Darkness sect did not mention anything further, especially not the matter of guiding Yang Zhaoge's group to their main altar. Do we have to spend time verifying the news regarding the deaths of Deng Sen and the other Radiant Light sect experts? Who scratched his head, or is there really something else? Numerous cities were situated around the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar, all of them rather bustling. Yang Zhaoge's trio strolled through one of the cities, appraising everything there. Hearing who's question, Yang Zhaoge answered nonchalantly, let's wait and see for now. Surveying the surroundings, he saw many martial practitioners moving about within the city. Not just disciples of the Dim Darkness sect, there were also disciples of other sects and powers of the Flourishing Peace region. While their cultivation bases varied, those with lower cultivation bases made up the majority. Many body refinement martial practitioners could be seen. Of the merchants operating within the city, there were martial practitioners as well as ordinary people who did not cultivate in martial arts. Walking amongst them, Yang Zhaoge appeared rather interested. The people here were liberal, especially martial practitioners who had few reservations. In just a short while, Yang Zhaoge had already discovered quite a few young girls staring at him with burning gazes. It was just that after seeing Feng Yunxing beside Yang Zhaoge, they all retracted their gazes enviously yet helplessly. I'm still very popular. Looking at Feng Yunxing, Yang Zhaoge chuckled, looking indescribably smug. Feng Yunxing nodded in all seriousness, they should hide you away and not let anyone see you. Exchanging glances, the two shook their heads and smiled. While it was not a well-known market with relatively low standards as well, Yang Zhaoge exchanged glances. Still, as he strolled within, he saw many things that seemed ordinary yet did not exist in places like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. These things had not been rare before the Great Calamity. It was just that the Great Calamity had caused many things to disappear. Still, just looking at the trade in this small city, it could be seen that many things had been preserved in the world beyond worlds. Perhaps there were also extinct items that didn't exist here but existed in the lower realms. Comparatively speaking, however, the traces of the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times had been preserved in the world beyond worlds the most complete. While Yang Zhaoge's group was guessing what the Dim Darkness sect was planning, after having settled them down, the Dim Darkness sect's elder Nai Sheng directly headed to the innermost depths of this branch altar. In a quiet room, an old man dressed in black was staring at the spell formation in front of him. This array formation seemed to be shrouded in a black fog, and not a single drop of spirit light could be seen. Nai Sheng entered the quiet room and bowed to the black-robed old man. Elder Wu. The first seat elder of the Dim Darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio, was still focused on the formation before him, not turning, no need for formalities. Nai Sheng came to Wu Zixio's side and said, he looks young, but his mouth is tight. I won't be able to get anything useful out of him. Wu Zixio nodded slowly and remained silent. Nai Sheng glanced at the formation in front of him. Elder Wu, should we send them away first? The day of the sacrificial ceremony is not far away. It would not be appropriate at the end of the day to leave these outsiders who do not know their depths here. Of course, they definitely cannot be sent to the main altar. Wu Zixio said, if there are no discoveries, we can only send them away first. Still, Nai Sheng asked, Elder Wu, are you suspecting something? Are you suspecting that they are related to the Radiant Light sect, and are you intentionally trying to deceive us? We will know very soon whether Deng Sen and the others are dead or not. Wu Zixio said, as for this youth, he is not a descendant of the Radiant Light sect at the very least. His martial arts do not originate from the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin should still be able to discern this. A transcending mortality martial grandmaster slaying a martial saint. This youth is indeed shockingly talented. Also, the martial arts that he cultivates in are definitely extraordinary as well. He should have a great background. Even if he is related to the Radiant Light sect, it should most likely be a cooperative relationship rather than a submission. This old man is inclined to think that he and the people behind him are not of the same faction as the Radiant Light sect. Wu Zixio muttered to himself, this person claims to be from outside the Royal Reed Sea. That should be believable. The problem is, where does he come from? This youth might have a great background. Wang Wenmin said that the language he uses is purely the ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times. Naisheng nodded, yes, that's right. The ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times is still used by people in the current world beyond worlds. He pondered over Wu Zixio's words. You already have a guess, Elder Wu? Wu Zixio hesitated for a moment before saying, this old man is wondering if it might be related to the Southeastern Exalt. Naisheng was shocked. The Southeastern Exalt shouldn't interfere in the matters of the Royal Reed Sea, right? To him, this is just a minor matter. Why would he lower himself to such an extent? That's right. Logically speaking, he shouldn't. While he said this, Wu Zixio's expression was solemn as he showed no intention of relaxing in the slightest. Still, the ancestors of our sect and the Radiant Light sect are different from other powers at the end of the day. Hearing this, Naisheng's expression turned solemn as well. The Radiant Light sect is already a thing of the past, having been plundered time and time again by so many people. After so many years, there has long since been nothing that those major figures would be interested in. If there is, we should be the clearest about it. Wu Zixio shook his head slightly. They might not think this way. After pondering for a moment, Naisheng's expression suddenly changed slightly. Could something special have happened over at the Radiant Light sect? Weren't we still wondering why Deng Sen and the others had suddenly disappeared? Wu Zixio nodded slowly. This is not impossible. If that is so, it would be hard to predict. Naisheng smiled bitterly. While our sect and the Radiant Light sect are sworn enemies, we currently have a common enemy in the Grand Xian dynasty. Currently, the war is at its most stalemate. While I have always hoped for the Radiant Light sect to be destroyed, we are now in the same boat. Wu Zixio sighed, unable to ascertain the other party's identity. We cannot just casually settle them down, much less send them to the main altar. Naisheng nodded in deep agreement. Ascertaining whether Deng Sen and the others are dead or alive will still require some time. We can use this chance to investigate for the main altar. It is just that, he smiled bitterly, it is just that it is not peaceful over here as well. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin very soon. We have to cooperate with the main altar. Wu Zixio thought for a moment before saying, how about we first get our disciples to investigate them? Naisheng frowned. How? For a young man with such shocking potential, we either have to befriend him and form a good relationship with him, or we have to use our full strength to kill him. It's a test that's neither too light nor too heavy. If we become enemies with him, we won't be able to kill him, leaving behind a huge problem for no reason. Wu Zixio shook his head. What are you talking about? First, this youngster's true thoughts aside, on the surface at least, he has no ill will towards our sect. Instead, he has formed enmity with the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect. There are many ways to get to the bottom of things. To be continued. Chapter 632. The myriad dragon palace shrunk as Yang Zhaoge stood within, watching silently as streams of dragon qi coiled within, transforming into a light dragon. The light dragon coiled around the shaft of a jet-black spear, its two dragon claws grabbing onto the spear's tip. The low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, was constantly vibrating, its jet-black shaft flashing with a golden light from time to time. Yang Zhaoge reached out, grabbing the end of the spear. The dark feather slaughtering golden spear instantly shook even more restlessly. The spirituality of a sacred artifact far surpassed that of a spirit artifact. Wanting to subdue it, even Yang Zhaoge would have to expend some effort. Still, with the myriad dragon palace suppressing it, this treasured spear was unable to struggle free. As time went on, Yang Zhaoge would eventually be able to subdue it, just like with the Dawn Sun crown he had obtained from the Radiant Light sect's elder Yang Zhanhua earlier. The Dawn Sun crown's temper had long since been smoothed out by Yang Zhaoge as he now remained peacefully at Broadcreed Mountain. While he did not have the help of the Northern Ocean clone now, as Yang Zhaoge grasped the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, runes lit up on his palm, imprinting themselves onto the body of the spear. More and more runes were engraved on the spear, and in the end, it was as if there were really marks engraved on the spear. As time passed, the restlessness of the dark feather slaughtering golden spear seemed to weaken a little. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, retracting his palm. He strolled within the myriad dragon palace. Many spaces had been opened up here, not just the palace itself. In a space, Feng Yunsheng sat upright. Her black saber was unsheathed and placed horizontally on her knees. As she breathed, streams of dragon qi entered her body, and faint dragon patterns appeared on her cheeks. Yang Zhaoge appraised him. Seeing that there were no problems, he retreated. After leaving the myriad dragon palace, Yang Zhaoge's figure grew alongside the wind as he reverted from the size of a thumb to his original size. Now, Ahu walked in from outside. Seeing Yang Zhaoge, he could not help but scratch his head. "Young master, I heard that the situation in the outside world seems to be even more chaotic." While they had been temporarily left in the flourishing peace region, the dim darkness sect did not forbid Yang Zhaoge and the others from obtaining information. In truth, even if Yang Zhaoge's group left just like this, those of the dim darkness sect would most likely not obstruct them. With Wu Zixio and Nai Sheng's tacit approval, most of the information that the dim darkness sect's branch altar in the flourishing peace region could obtain, other than some extremely secretive information, was made available to Yang Zhaoge. Pan Pan's fat body lay there, lazily resembling a small mountain of flesh. Yang Zhaoge also didn't stand on ceremony as he leaned against its body, as though he was nearing a massive reclining chair made of fur. "How messy?" Yang Zhaoge asked, to which Ahu answered, "The current ruler of the Grand Xian dynasty, the third-generation Xian king, King Xuanmu, has left the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty, personally leading the army." Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It cannot be considered a smart move. While King Xuanmu is powerful, being a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he cannot compare to his grandfather and father, being far from being able to dominate the royal Reed Sea. It's fine if he's in his lair, but once he leaves the capital, he'll lose his geographical advantage. How will he face a group of fierce opponents? Even if these opponents of his are also on guard against each other, unable to work together, King Xuanmu's actions are still too careless, unless, Yang Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, unless he has something to rely on. Who continued, "Also, young master, you killed that one surnamed Yang in the phoenix-bearing region, incurring the wrath of his uncle, the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. He has been searching for you in the southern regions of the royal Reed Sea over this period of time. I heard that he has already arrived in the vicinity of the flourishing peace region." Yang Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. Wu Zixio and Nai Sheng, the two dim darkness sect elders, aren't just there for show. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. "That's true." Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before standing up, smiling. "Come, let's go out for a spin." Following behind him, Ahu asked, "Young master, are we just going to keep wasting time here with the dim darkness sect?" "Definitely not." Yang Zhaoge said as he walked, "There's no rush now. A little later, we will be able to speak. It will be more advantageous to speak for a little longer. Of course, we can't delay for too long." While Yang Zhaoge did not take the initiative to activate the defensive formations of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, he was also quietly comprehending the spiritual qi flow of this place as he walked. "It's actually strong in the day and weak at night. I didn't come to the wrong place, right? This is the territory of the dim darkness sect, not the radiant light sect side." Yang Zhaoge blinked. The formation vaguely seems to be circulating in reverse. Are they preparing some special ritual? As he pondered, the sound of a dispute suddenly resounded up ahead. Gazing over, Yang Zhaoge saw that two dim darkness sect disciples were currently in the midst of a dispute. While the two sides were not very old, their cultivation bases were not low as they were mostly martial scholars. There were also body refinement martial scholars. Still, they were all very young, looking like new disciples of the younger generation who had just entered the sect not too long ago. Currently, they were following behind their senior apprentice brothers to join in on the fun. The leaders of both sides were martial grandmasters who were currently in the midst of a dispute. Listening to the general content, Yang Zhaoge discovered that both sides were of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall and primordial darkness hall lineages. What they were currently arguing about here was the superiority of their seniors' attainments in alchemy. As they argued, it was mentioned that both sides were about to engage in a competition. The disciples of the two halls were currently arguing over their seniors to the point that their necks and faces were red with anger. I wonder what level the alchemy here in the world beyond worlds has reached. I heard that the dim darkness sect's alchemy can be considered rather advanced in this region of the Royal Reed Sea. We might as well take a look. Yang Zhaoge found this interesting as he turned to Ahu and said, "Find out where the competition is and whether outsiders can spectate." Ahu nodded, walking over before retreating a moment later. "Young master, we can go watch as well. It's not far up ahead." Amidst their conversation, the two sides were already yelling as they headed forward together. Yang Zhaoge went over rather interestedly. Upon arriving, he discovered that this so-called competition was not in pill concoction but in restoring an incomplete pill formula. This caused Yang Zhaoge to feel even more interested. As compared to actual pill concoction, attempting to restore an incomplete pill formula was a greater test of one's theoretical abilities. In a private room behind the pill hall, Wu Zixio and Nai Sheng sat facing each other. Nai Sheng asked, "Elder Wu, I know that the Southeastern Exalt is proficient in alchemy. Still, he is not the only expert in alchemy. How should we judge this?" Wu Zixio said slowly, "Therefore, it is not pill concoction but pill formulas. This old man likes studying the Tao of alchemy. It is just that I am ashamed to say that I am greedy for more than I can chew, not being sufficiently profound." Nai Sheng shook his head. "No need to be humble, Elder Wu. You are our sect's #1 expert in alchemy. Everyone admires you greatly." Wu Zixio said, "I am well aware of this old shortcoming of mine. Still, I still have some redeeming features. While I only have a superficial understanding of the pill formulas of various clans outside of the Royal Reed Sea, I am still able to recognize their lineages. It is fine if this young man holds himself back and does not make a move. As long as he is tempted, this old man will be able to tell his origins from the lineage of his deduction of pill formulas." The old man exhaled softly. "We shall wait and see." To be continued. Chapter 633. There were 3 halls within the dim darkness sect, namely the non-brightness hall, the primordial darkness hall and the dim brightness hall. The 2 parties that were currently competing belonged to the non-brightness hall and the darkness hall. Both sides were martial grandmasters, one at the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm, late essence spirit stage, while the other at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, early essence talisman stage. Although there were differences in cultivation realms, at this level, the level of attainment in alchemy depended more on one's personal level. Cultivation realm was no longer a decisive factor. It was not rare for a martial grandmaster to have a higher attainment in alchemy than a martial saint. At the very least, after a few glances, Yang Zhaoge felt that essence spirit martial grandmaster with a slightly lower cultivation base, a dim darkness sect martial practitioner of the non-brightness hall, might have a deeper understanding of alchemy. There was no need for them to actually concoct pills, which eliminated the last bit of influence brought about by the gap in their cultivation realms. Deriving and restoring pill formulas had become purely a competition of theories. While it was a little theoretical, it also allowed Yang Zhaoge to observe more directly. "Oh, his level is not low." Yang Zhaoge looked at it for a moment before nodding to himself. From the small to the big, the world beyond worlds has inherited the most legacies of pre-Great Calamity times in the area of alchemy, or perhaps it could be said that it is developing the fastest as it is not just a level or 2 higher than the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world and the floating life world. Who secretly sent a sound transmission to Yang Zhaoge, "Young master, who do you think will win?" "The one from the non-brightness hall," Yang Zhaoge answered casually. "Still, if I were to say it, both of them are losers." Who opened his eyes wide, looking rather blankly at Yang Zhaoge. Looking at that pill formula, Yang Zhaoge said casually, How could it be so easy for them to deduce and restore an incomplete pill formula? If it could really be solved in such a short period of time, this pill formula would have been restored long ago, and suitable materials would have been found for use. Why would we wait for them to use it for the competition? The content of their competition is actually to see who can restore more content within a limited time. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can't make a mistake. The one from the Primordial Darkness Palace is a bit faster now, but he has already made a mistake. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, the one in the non-brightness hall is fine for now. Still, slow work produces fine work. The work is too slow. Hu scratched his head. Young master, do you have the complete pill recipe? Yang Zhaoge said, there isn't. Still, looking at the contents of the pill formula, it should be a pill known as the scenic heart pill. It was rather commonly seen in pre-Great Calamity times, but was lost along with it. I would never have thought that I would be able to see an incomplete pill formula here. He had not lied to Hu. Yang Zhaoge indeed did not have the pill formula for the scenic heart pill. The reason for that was actually because its level was not high enough. Still, Yang Zhaoge's attainments in the Tao of Alchemy were much, much higher than those present. With just a few glances, Yang Zhaoge already had a general idea of what it was that both sides were unable to deduce and restore within a short period of time. After all, other than crafting, he was best at alchemy and arrays. Among them, the array formation was something that he had painstakingly perfected later on, and alchemy had always been his forte. It was just that it was not good to show off too much in the beginning, because the impression he left on the people around him in his youth was that he was not very good at alchemy. In the Eastern Tang Kingdom that year, he had helped the eldest prince Zhao Yuan suppress Zhao Hao out of consideration for the Eastern Tang's political situation, being a special case. As his cultivation base rose and he went to more and more places and experienced more and more things, his attainments in alchemy had also gradually improved over the years, gradually being displayed. Hu chuckled, egging Yang Zhaoge on, young master, aren't you going to show them a thing or two? Let them see what true standards are. Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, even if I show them a thing or two, it will not be in front of them. Whether they can understand it or not is also a problem. Hu's eyes widened, only recovering after a long time as he gave a thumbs up. Young master, I really worship you too much. Yang Zhaoge was calm and composed, resembling a teacher watching two students debating as he leisurely watched the competition between the two dim darkness sect martial grandmasters. To him, it did not matter who won or who lost or who was superior to them at all. He was merely observing the two of them and deducing the attainments in alchemy of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners, thereby estimating the level of alchemy in the Royal Reed Sea and even in the world beyond worlds. While Yang Zhaoge was leisurely, Wu Zixue and Nai Sheng were having a headache. Nai Sheng smiled bitterly as he looked at Wu Zixue. Elder Wu, if he does not participate, what do we do? Could it be that he is not proficient in this Tao? Wu Zixue shook his head, saying decisively, no. From his expression, he is not a layman, looking like he has a card up his sleeve. He is probably looking down on the level of the scenic heart pills formula. Nai Sheng frowned. Is it out of politeness that he is not speaking, or has he detected our intentions? Wu Zixue pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He should not have detected our intentions. It is either politeness or disdain. The old man sighed. From the looks of it, his level might be even higher than this old man thought. Nai Sheng was silent for a moment before he asked, what if he is unrelated to the southeastern exalt, coming from somewhere even further away? Wu Zixue was silent as well. If Yang Zhaoge was unrelated to the southeastern exalt, coming from somewhere even further away, he would have crossed the line. It would be fine if nothing happened, if it was just an ordinary adventuring. However, if something happened and his dim darkness sect was on good terms with him, the southeastern exalt might be angered afterwards. From the looks of it now, with Yang Zhaoge having enmity with the Radiant Light sect and having just killed someone of the Grand Xian dynasty, it did not look like he was safe and sound no matter how one looked at it. Wu Zixue exhaled slowly. I really cannot rest easy without getting to the bottom of this person's background. Nai Sheng looked at Wu Zixue for a moment. Elder Wu, you wouldn't be intending to personally participate, right? Wu Zixue said, there is no need for that. Saying thus, he summoned someone in. It was an elder of the non-brightness hall who was at the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Nai Sheng recognized him as Wu Zixio's personal disciple, Chen Ku. Elder Chen Ku aside, his cultivation base had come from Wu Zixio's legacy as well. His attainments in alchemy were also outstanding, as he was one of the peak figures amongst the dim darkness sect's merging avatar martial saints. After Wu Zixio said a few things to him, Chen Ku nodded, "I will obey master's instructions." The next moment, Chen Ku appeared within the pill hall. He bowed towards Yang Zhaoge as though he had just happened to be here. The dim darkness sect disciples all bowed towards him as well. He waved his hands, indicating for the competition to continue. As Chen Ku chatted with Yang Zhaoge from time to time, Yang Zhaoge discovered that this person's alchemy skills were indeed not bad, being even more outstanding than those two martial grandmasters who were currently competing. With this, Yang Zhaoge was in no hurry to leave as he chatted with Chen Ku while waiting for the competition to end. With this, the two sides no longer had to test and argue with each other, as they instead submitted it to Chen Ku to be the judge. While Chen Ku was an elder of the non-brightness hall, the martial practitioners of the primordial darkness hall did not raise any objections. Chen Ku glanced at Yang Zhaoge through the corner of his eye before commencing his evaluation. To be continued. Chapter 634. When the dim darkness sect had obtained the pill formula of the scenic heart pill, it had indeed been incomplete. Still, since he had already set his mind on it, Wu Zixio naturally had to make his preparations as he began deducing and restoring the pill formula. The pill formula that would be rather troublesome for his disciples would not be so difficult for an expert of the Tao of alchemy like Wu Zixio. It was just that a pill formula like the scenic heart pill would usually not come to trouble Wu Zixio. The old man had more pressing matters to attend to. His plan this time was to probe Yang Zhaoge. Therefore, Wu Zixio had chased the pill formula out. Chen Ku recalled Wu Zixio's instructions as he calmly evaluated both sides of the competition. As Yang Zhaoge had predicted, that Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster of the Primordial Darkness Hall had made a mistake in his derivation process. With a single mistake, a second and third mistake had appeared afterwards. Meanwhile, while that Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of the Non-Brightness Hall had a slightly lower cultivation base, his attainments in alchemy were superior as he fought steadily and surely. Victory and defeat were already clear now. Chen Ku did not just end things as a judge. Instead, he continued deducing and restoring the pill formula of the scenic heart pill based on the results of the competition. As he deduced, he explained to the dim darkness sect disciples present. Other than watching the commotion, most of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners gathered here were also interested in alchemy. Chen Ku made use of this chance to teach them a lesson as well. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners naturally cherished this rare chance as they listened attentively. Yang Zhaoge was also smiling as he listened by the side. Honestly speaking, he felt that Chen Ku's skill was still not bad as he deduced and restored the pill formula clearly and correctly. While it appeared rather complicated, his deep foundation could still be seen. Still, as he listened, Yang Zhaoge felt that something was wrong. Even as Chen Ku explained to the dim darkness sect disciples, he was actually also secretly observing Yang Zhaoge's movements. Noticing the gradual change in Yang Zhaoge's gaze, Chen Ku's heart jolted slightly as the words of his master Wu Zixio surfaced within his mind. Your master intentionally left behind an error in this pill formula at the end. Let's see if that Yang Zhaoge can discover it. If he points it out, you can make use of this chance to communicate with him, listening to his complete train of thought as he deduced the pill formula of this scenic heart pill. Chen Ku thought to himself. On the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened and continued his explanation. After patiently listening to Chen Ku's narration, Yang Zhaoge thought for a moment before saying to Chen Ku via sound transmission, "Elder Chen, forgive my rudeness, but it seems that the pill formula of this scenic heart pill still needs to be considered." While Chen Ku loved to show off, the dim darkness sect was currently still rather friendly towards him. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge did not directly question Chen Ku's pill formula in front of everyone. Instead, he chose to communicate only with Chen Ku via sound transmission. Chen Ku's eyes narrowed. He really found out. Chen Ku also pondered over this pill formula and found that his master Wu Zixio's derivation was very perfect. Although Wu Zixio had purposely left a mistake, it was actually very well hidden. If he did not explain it in advance and let Chen Ku look at it himself, he would not be able to discover it even after looking at it a few times. He would need to look at it a few more times before he could discover the problem. In fact, according to Chen Ku's analysis, it wasn't accurate to call it a mistake. It was more appropriate to call it a flaw. If he directly followed the current pill formula to start the furnace to refine the pill, it was not necessarily impossible to refine the pill, but the quality of the pill would be a little worse. Yet, Yang Zhaoge had actually immediately discovered it. This person shouldn't possess the original pill formula of the scenic heart pill of pre-Great Calamity times, right? Chen Ku could not help but wonder. While he was doubtful, his expression was calm as he similarly replied via sound transmission, "Oh? The pill formula of this scenic heart pill has always been lost after the Great Calamity. Our sect only managed to obtain an incomplete pill formula by chance. Could it be that young Master Yang has a complete pill formula of pre-Great Calamity times?" Yang Zhaoge smiled. "That's not it. It is just that during the competition between your sect's disciples just now, this Yang also attempted to divine it for a bit." Chen Ku asked slowly, "I wonder if young Master Yang has anything to say?" Yang Zhaoge said, "In the formula, the 1,000 scales blood droplets portion is 5% too much." Heh. Chen Ku was just about to nod when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was different from the flaw that Wu Zixio had told him about. "So it's someone who pretends to know when he doesn't." A look of surprise flashed through Chen Ku's eyes as he unconsciously wanted to retort. Yet, the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. Chen Ku was also someone proficient in alchemy. Carefully thinking about Yang Zhaoge's words, he suddenly felt that, it seemed like, there might be some logic to it. This caused Chen Ku to feel shocked. Yang Zhaoge, however, continued, "Also, the portion of the clear scenic stone has been reduced by 30%. It would be better to add a bit more. Also, the core of the Grand Harmony grass seems to already be extinct. It is not impossible to replace it with the flower core of the bright cloud flower. Still, I think that using the core of the middle dragon grass would be more effective. Other than that, I feel that it would be better to first dry the east acorns before grinding them into powder. That would be more effective. Finally, if the pill is pulled out when the furnace is opened, it would be easier to produce the pill, saving on medicinal ingredients." After saying thus, Yang Zhaoge looked sincerely at Chen Ku. "These are all just some minor flaws. I might have been nitpicking a little. Still, I see that Elder Chen's derivation process was extremely exquisite. It is just that due to being rushed, some details were overlooked. If you could pay attention to them, this scenic heart pill's pill formula would basically be perfect. Of course, I am referring to the results that can be achieved under the current circumstances." He had indeed not thought too much about it. On the contrary, Yang Zhaoge really felt that the pill formula that Chen Ku had given him was already pretty good, just that it was rather a pity that it had not been able to be done to its best. Therefore, his earlier intention of showing the other party a thing or two had gradually faded. Now, he felt that he might as well just help Chen Ku out. Chen Ku glanced deeply at Yang Zhaoge. He was already unable to hear what Yang Zhaoge had said afterwards as his mind was completely filled with the improvements that Yang Zhaoge had made to the scenic heart pill formula that he possessed earlier. Other than the east acorns powdered, which Wu Zixio had already pointed out to him, the other points were all problems that the two of them had never thought of before. Chen Ku was a knowledgeable person. After carefully pondering over it, he felt that Yang Zhaoge's words were all true, feeling that they made more and more sense the more he thought about it. Still, it was precisely because of this that he felt even more shocked. Chen Ku forcibly composed himself, asking Yang Zhaoge how he had derived the pill formula. He wanted to prove one last time whether Yang Zhaoge had long since possessed the original formula for the scenic heart pill. After carefully appraising him with a glance now, Yang Zhaoge nonchalantly gave him a few pointers. Hearing this, Chen Ku completely lost his temper. He had no choice but to accept it. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, who was not even 30 years of age, Chen Ku even felt a little dazed for a time. After taking his leave, He returned to the secluded room where Wu Zixio and Nai Sheng were still anxiously waiting. Hearing Chen Ku's narration, Wu Zixio was dazed on the spot. When the old man recovered, he could not help but smile bitterly. Afraid that he would be put in a difficult position, Nai Sheng hurriedly said, "This person is indeed skilled in alchemy. Still, I believe that Elder Wu should also be able to see through his background. Our target has still been achieved at the end." Target? The corners of Wu Zixio's mouth twitched as he revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. "I can see through it, but it's the same as not seeing through it. No, it should be worse than not seeing through it." Chapter 635. Nai Sheng looked rather bemused at Wu Zixio. Wu Zixio sighed. He used quite a few different methods to derive a simple pill formula. This old man recognized some of them, some of which I could not even recognize. It probably would not have been so troublesome for him to derive and restore the pill formula of the scenic heart pill initially. Still, he must have seen through our intentions afterwards and thus intentionally dealt with it this way. Being proficient in so many pill formulas, this old man was instead unable to see through his true methods. It can only be said that his attainments in alchemy definitely surpass this old man's. Wu Zixio shook his head repeatedly. He is expressing his dissatisfaction. Nai Sheng looked rather shocked at Wu Zixio, only saying after a long time, he intentionally concealed his origins. Perhaps this means that he has ulterior motives. Wu Zixio said, "Who doesn't have their own secrets? It is just a pity that the other party is more skilled this time." Nai Sheng was silent for a moment before he asked, "Why don't we just send someone out of the Royal Reed Sea to meet the Southeastern Exalt? If we let him know beforehand, it would be better if there were any problems afterwards." Wu Zixio said, "If they are related to the Southeastern Exalt, this would inevitably be a taboo." Nai Sheng reminded, "The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin." Wu Zixio smiled bitterly. This old man knows. Nai Sheng shook his head. Wang Wenmin has really sent back a huge problem. While it might be a good thing usually, it is really a headache at this critical juncture. Wu Zixio said, "He does not know that the main altar and the branch altars are preparing for the dim sun cold moon sacrificial ceremony. He does not understand our situation here. Normally, he would handle things very stably, with nothing inappropriate at all." Nai Sheng said, "Indeed, ignorance is not to be blamed. It is just that we cannot ignore this now." Wu Zixio slowly nodded. "The sacrificial ceremony is of utmost importance. Send them away first. After the sacrificial ceremony has concluded, send them to the main altar for Chief to decide. Do not be impolite. Everything else aside, with such high attainments in the Tao of alchemy, it is worth it for this sect to be on good terms with him." Hearing his words, Nai Sheng said, "That is only natural." Wu Zixio was left alone in the room as he sighed. He is really young. He has actually reached such a cultivation base at such a young age, also having such high attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Where did he find so much time and energy? Wu Zixio laughed bitterly. For the first time in so many years, he felt like he was getting old. Yang Zhaoge brought Ah Hu back to their lodgings, who asked curiously, "Young master, what do we do next? If my predictions are not wrong, this branch altar of the dim darkness sect seems to be planning something major." Yang Zhaoge said thoughtfully, "It might be some sort of ritual. Still, as for the specifics, there are too few clues at the moment. I can't say for sure." Yang Zhaoge sat down. Under such circumstances, it would clearly be inappropriate to leave us outsiders here. If they have malicious intent towards us, they will make their move very soon. If they don't, I think they will try to send us away from here to somewhere else. Ah Hu scratched his big head. "Will they send us to the dim darkness sect's main altar?" Yang Zhaoge shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not. It's still hard to say now." In the pill hall earlier, Yang Zhaoge had not thought much of it at the start. Still, when Chen Ku had not only obtained the pill formula for the scenic heart pill but had even probed into his thoughts on restoring the pill formula, Yang Zhaoge had instantly sensed that something was wrong. The other party seemed to not simply be doubting that he had long since possessed the original pill formula for the scenic heart pill. Instead, he seemed to be trying to probe his path in the Tao of alchemy. Yang Zhaoge did not know what the other party wanted to verify. Therefore, he had spoken cautiously, leaving the people of the dim darkness sect with nothing to show for it. As the two conversed, someone came to visit. It was precisely Nai Sheng whom they had met earlier. Nai Sheng told Yang Zhaoge about his intentions in coming, expressing that he was prepared to send Yang Zhaoge's group to the main altar of the dim darkness sect. Yang Zhaoge glanced at Nai Sheng. While the other party had agreed to send them to the main altar, it was very hard to say when and where they would arrive and whether or not they would go around in circles along the way. One thing that could be confirmed was that the dim darkness sect, or at least Wu Zixio and Nai Sheng's lot, currently did not wish for him, Yang Zhaoge, to remain in the flourishing peace region. The other party was currently still rather friendly with him. Therefore, while Yang Zhaoge was curious as to what the dim darkness sect's branch altar was up to, he did not intend to pursue the matter. This Yang would naturally be happy to pay a visit to your sect, Yang Zhaoge said. A guest should follow the host's wishes. I will leave it to your sect to make the arrangements. Nai Sheng smiled, nodding. Since that is so, after young Master Yang's group has finished packing up, I will dispatch someone to lead the way for you. Very quickly, Yang Zhaoge saw the dim darkness sect martial practitioner who would be leading the way for him. It was precisely Elder Chen Ku whom he had met once before. After exchanging a few words, Yang Zhaoge learnt that this errand had been requested by Chen Ku himself from Wu Zixio and Nai Sheng. This elder of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall, who was at the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, was rather infatuated with the Tao of alchemy. He clearly wanted to make use of this opportunity to exchange pointers with Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge was naturally fine with this. Still, just as they had left the dim darkness sect's branch altar, before they could get far, an extremely intimidating aura emanated over from the distance. Even with Yang Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he felt his entire body's true essence seemingly going out of control as it was about to spontaneously combust, his body numb as he virtually felt like he was about to suffocate. Heh! Yang Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. Is it that Marquis Haicheng of the Grand Xian dynasty? No, according to the dim darkness sect, this Marquis Haicheng is an expert of the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. While he is also extremely powerful, this aura is clearly much, much more powerful. Swiveling his head to look at Chen Ku, Yang Zhaoge saw that Chen Ku's expression was solemn to the extreme as well. After a moment's hesitation, he brought Yang Zhaoge and the others back to the branch altar with a wretched look on his face. In virtually just an instant, the all-encompassing light of fire enveloped the sky, enveloping the entire flourishing peace region and even the surrounding vast territories, as the sky itself was completely unable to be seen. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This feeling is probably that of a late-seeing divinity martial saint. The extreme Yang seal can currently only exert the effect of a mid-grade sacred artifact. Even if it could be immediately used, it would probably not be able to do anything to him. Feng Yunxing and Who gazed at the sky as well. Even protected by the grand formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, their bodies could still feel a blazing pain. Chen Ku said solemnly, it should be one of the four Lord Protectors of the Grand Xian dynasty, Lord Protector Zheng. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. While the former number one expert of the Royal Reed Sea, the founder of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xian Wen, had perished and his son King Xian Cheng was no longer around, the power of the Grand Xian dynasty having weakened greatly as rebellions had arisen throughout the Royal Reed Sea. However, as the number one power of the Royal Reed Sea, the Grand Xian dynasty, which the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other major powers had to join forces to deal with, still possessed an extraordinary foundation. The four Lord Protectors of the current Grand Xian dynasty were all descendants of King Xian Wen, King Xuanqing's brothers and King Xuanmu's uncles. All of them were peak experts who reigned supreme over a region of the Royal Reed Sea, acting rampantly without fear. This time, however, this Lord Protector Zheng had not come for him, Yang Zhaoge. He was most likely here for the Dim Darkness sect's current arrangements. This game is a little big, Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself as he looked at the all-encompassing blazing fire. To be continued. Chapter 636. At this moment, the raging flames that filled the sky blocked off space and formed a unique domain, isolating the flourishing peace state from the outside world and turning it into a separate world. Immediately, streams of black chi shot into the skies with the dim darkness sect's branch altar as their center, transforming into infinite darkness that resembled the veil of night which devoured the fiery light, returning peace to the world. At the highest point of the branch altar, the Grand Elder of the dim darkness sect, the first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio, had a stern expression on his face as he gazed upwards into the sky. After discovering that it was Lord Protector Zheng, he knew that the other party had not come for Yang Zhaoge, having slain the phoenix bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. Firstly, while Yang Zhaozhen was a martial saint expert, a general of a continent, it was not to the extent where the top 5 experts of the Grand Xian dynasty would pursue and seek revenge against him. Secondly, Yang Zhaozhen's backer, Marquis Haicheng, was not only not close to Lord Protector Zheng, they even had political disagreements. Marquis Haicheng was the trusted aide of the current King Xian, King Xuanmu. Even if Marquis Haicheng wanted help, he wouldn't ask Lord Protector Zheng. In coming to the flourishing peace region this time, Lord Protector Zheng had specifically come for their dim darkness sect. Realizing this, the hearts of Wu Zixio, Nai Sheng and the other dim darkness sect experts all sunk. In the end, news of their secret plan to prepare for the dim sun-cold moon ritual was still leaked, causing them to attract a great enemy. Instead, it was Yang Zhaoge's group who had been implicated, as they had been trapped here in the flourishing peace region, caught in the crossfire. It was just that, thinking of how he had been unable to do anything to Yang Zhaoge and had originally intended to send him away, yet now that the Grand Xian dynasty was blocking his way, Wu Zixio could not help but smile bitterly. This Grand Elder of the dim darkness sect felt extremely unhappy at this moment, only feeling that not a single thing had gone according to his wishes. Now that things had already come to this, Wu Zixio did not think about anything else as he first activated the branch altar's guardian grand formation before clashing with the invading Lord Protector Zheng of the Grand Xian dynasty. Wu Zixio of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, while his cultivation base was slightly inferior to Lord Protector Zheng's, relying on the geographical advantage of the dim darkness sect's branch altar grand formation, he still possessed the ability to battle. The power of both sides clashed between the heavens and the earth, with the dim darkness sect's branch altar being concealed amidst the darkness most of the time. But from time to time, the curtain of night would be abruptly cut open by flames. The flames disappeared in a flash, and the world returned to darkness. But soon, the flames would light up again in other directions. Yang Zhaoge returned to the dim darkness sect's branch altar, feeling the two powerful forces currently clashing intensely between the heavens and the earth as he fell into deep thought. With a bitter expression, Ahu said, "Young master, a fire at the city gate brings disaster to the fish in the moat. What should we do now? If this branch altar of the dim darkness sect is breached, the Grand Xian dynasty would definitely not mind taking care of us as well." Yang Zhaoge raised his head to look at the sky. Within a short period of time, there shouldn't be any problems. However, as time passes, that might not necessarily be the case. The Guardian Grand formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar was currently not in a normal state due to the preparations for the ceremony. Forcefully circulating it under such circumstances, battling an expert like the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng for a long time, he would definitely be able to see through its flaws and make use of it. Feng Yunsheng pondered for a moment before saying, "Previously, there was news that the reigning Xian king of the Grand Xian dynasty had personally led the army. We were guessing that he might have something else to rely on. Logically speaking, an expert like Lord Protector Zheng should be moving together with King Xuanmu, concentrating their strength. Now that he has come here separately, this seems to prove our earlier guess as well. The Grand Xian dynasty seems to be very confident in their momentum this time." Yang Zhaoge pondered as he said, "Let's see how the other powers of the Royal Reed Sea deal with this. The dim darkness sect will not be able to pass this hurdle easily." Hearing his words, Ahu said solemnly, "Young master, that is to say that the dim darkness sect's main altar might not be safe as well?" Yang Zhaoge said, "The location of the dim darkness sect's main altar has always been mysterious and indiscernible. Still, with the Grand Xian dynasty having come with such ferocious momentum this time, their chances of success should not be small. If I do not see wrongly, this ritual that the dim darkness sect is currently planning is no small matter, being on a very large scale. I suspect that this branch altar is merely a part of it, the core being their main altar. This way, with the main altar and the various branch altars joining forces, the Grand Xian dynasty might be able to make use of this chance to track them down. Hu said exasperatedly, "Why doesn't the Grand Xian dynasty go find trouble with the Radiant Light sect? The Radiant Light sect's headquarters are so easy to find. Why must they come to the Dim Darkness sect?" As he spoke, Hu suddenly fell silent, a look of realization surfacing within his gaze as he looked at Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Yang Zhaoge grinned at him, indicating that he was right. Hu instantly felt a headache coming on. The three exchanged glances, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Because of the extreme yin crown and the extreme yang seal, the Radiant Light sect had recently diverted some of their attention towards competing with Broad Creed Mountain and the Eight Extremities world outside of the world beyond worlds. As a result, their movements in the Royal Reed Sea had been more low-key than the Dim Darkness sect and the other powers. Meanwhile, the Dim Darkness sect had been especially active in the Anti-Shen War in recent years. Like that, they naturally became the primary target of the Grand Xian dynasty. The Dim Darkness sect's main altar was indeed much more concealed than the Radiant Light sect's headquarters. Still, on the other hand, having a way to find the Dim Darkness sect's main altar this time also became a rare opportunity. Moreover, the ceremony that the Dim Darkness sect was plotting was clearly no small matter. If they were allowed to succeed, it would be greatly detrimental to the Grand Xian dynasty as well. They would naturally have to target them heavily this time. Looking at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar before him, Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Danger, danger. With danger, there is also a chance. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge said, "You all enter the Myriad Dragon Palace first." Feng Yunsheng, Hu, and Pan Pan all entered the Myriad Dragon Palace as instructed. Currently, many great battles had already erupted in the air above the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar. Outside the night sky that was filled with flames, a massive hole suddenly appeared. Then, a jet-black spear protruded from within. That spear was incomparably massive, its sharpness seemingly enveloping the heavens and the earth. As it descended, 7 treasured lights flickered together, 7 great divine birds vaguely visible coiling and dancing in the air. There were phoenixes, green lwans, great rocks, peacocks, white cranes, swans and owls. As they danced, sigils and runes were inscribed amidst space, seemingly having existed since time immemorial. Fire in the air, fire in stone, fire in wood, samadhi fire, and fire of the mortal world. The 5 types of flames merged together, driving that terrifying spear as it pierced towards the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar. This was different from how Yang Zhaozhen had previously only relied on a single type of fire in stone to wield the Great Rock Treasured Spear and the White Crane Treasured Spear. This was a supreme direct lineage martial art of the Grand Xian dynasty, the true perfection of the 5 fire true art and the 7 foul treasured spear. Beneath this spear, even space between the heavens and the earth was incinerated and destroyed. Facing this spear, Wu Zixio had a solemn expression on his face as he simultaneously pushed out with his palms. The boundless darkness seemed to transform into a massive vortex, entangling the descending spear from above like a black hole as it unceasingly unleashed a terrifying destructive power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Dim Darkness sect experts led by Nai Sheng were also clashing with the Grand Xian dynasty experts who had accompanied Lord Protector Zheng over. As numerous martial saints clashed, with more than a single seeing divinity martial saint amongst them, the terrifying momentum created virtually shook the heavens and overturned the earth. It was only because the spiritual qi circulation of the world beyond worlds was stable and the boundaries of the heavens and the earth were sturdy. If it was a world like the Eight Extremities world or the vast ocean world, the entire world would have already been ripped apart as soon as the two sides clashed. Yang Zhaoge inhaled deeply, directly donning the imperious cold martial armor as numerous ice dragons hovered and coiled around the surface of his body. His figure leapt up and down as he leapt towards the high point of the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar. To be continued.